Oh, god damn it. Okay, I was about to say I specifically did it so that it wouldn't show that, but no, it's fine. It still defaulted to the terrible, just terrible thing. I love streaming PC games. Anyway, save data is independent.
Great start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fine. It's the background image. It's what it's supposed to be. Anyway, English. Start up. Chemco.
You.
Cube.
Banger alert. I have my fairy lights flashing at maximum speed right now. My room looks like one of the fucking caramel dancing memes. It does not, actually. It's just red. Because red is appropriate for this. Well, you know what? I really should be. Cast. That's not who that is. That's me. Maximum overdrive. That's what it feels like. Yeah, so this game does not have an official English dub.
We're making an unofficial one.
Yep.
Most visual novels don't.
Yeah. I don't speak Japanese, but from what I have seen of the original, God, that old man is so fucking terrible.
Don't be mean, but also you're right.
No, I'm going to be mean. I know that character. He sucks. God, this song goes hard. Oh, and the harmonies. Screenwriter, a frog.
Wow,
Ribbit.
that's really impressive.
Very talented frog.
I love
To wipe
Doja
down the
games,
keyboard
and
with
they
a
just
towel
have
every
people's
time.
screen name.
Alright, so this is Raging Loop. This game came out in 2015 in Japan. It was not localized until 2019. The fact that this game escaped that hell on its own is
The
like,
unlocalized hell?
yeah, like the reality of most fucking visual novels not being acknowledged as art by the West. It's frustrating that they're very comparatively few, and even with this one is definitely flawed, but it is still very interesting, and that's one of the reasons that I was pretty adamant on giving this one a bit more of a broader
Give it a shake.
yeah, give it a shake. Especially because the video that I watched by Ozzy2, or Ozzy the Second, he did a video, like a 2-hour-long video essay where he talks about it, and it feels like he talks pretty negatively about it overall, but at the end of the video, and heck, even at the partway point in the video where he says, like, alright, this is where we get into spoilers, but if you like what you saw so far, go play this game, kind of thing. Like, ultimately, he still sides on this game is worth your time. Even if you don't end up enjoying it, it's still got enough enjoyable parts in it that it makes it worth seeing it through.
You're not doing a great job of selling this game so far, Clue.
I don't know. I'm just very interested in flawed pieces of art. That said, the highs are super fucking high. All right, but before we start, I want to show off something weird about this game.
That's a mobile ass UI.
I am scrolling with the scroll wheel. There is no way to speed this up.
Individually?
Yep.
That's really common for visual novels.
Yeah, especially for this guy, because he's like the.
It isn't common to have so few spots to put the
Yeah, it's
Huh?
Oh,
Huh?
he sounds
Oh.
scared.
yeah. The
The old man who cried
yep. Clerk.
Clerk.
Clark.
Yep.
Carbon clerk.
But yeah.
Okay, so
yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to show this off because it's very funny. Also, scrolling is ass. This is going to be an actual problem later, but I just wanted to get it out of the way now. This was
Can
not.
you not click and drag?
Was
This looks
this
like a
original?
mobile UI.
This was originally mobile UI, but the thing is that this is still not much faster than just flinging the scroll wheel like I was already.
Oh
So
no!
thanks, mobile localization. Thanks. Yeah, the old man who cried wolf is an odd thing to put on your birth certificate. All right, auto text. I'm
Did
gonna
your
set
mom name you that?
it. Skip pre-read only. We're not gonna do that. Hide buttons off because we want to see those. Forced unlock. Please use only in unforeseen circumstances such as data deletion. I don't know what this does, but I'm very
I mean,
curious.
it presumably will like basically give you a fully completed save.
Yeah, which is why I'm not going to do it now.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
But like, still, I love that. Like, I just after the last thing we streamed was Archipelago, where I had to do like give all items again thing. I just look at that and I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna soft lock myself out of checks in Raging Loop? It's a linear visual novel. Anyway,
Oh, you know, streamer's curse.
Now
Let- let me know
Yeah.
how volume levels are, by the way,
yeah.
because the only way I can adjust volume levels for this game is by clicking out of the game, and that stops the game from making noise. So, love it. Anyway, let's get started. Read.
Oh, little guy.
This is Dragoni, I believe. Hang on, let me have
Yes,
the chart.
I
up
have
for
the chart
myself.
up.
Yes. All right. So how do you approach this line, Dragoni?
Huh.
Correct.
I bid you welcome to the world of this visual novel, Raging Loop.
Is this a normal thing for visual novels to just introduce themselves as visual novels?
This I have
Sometimes.
not seen before.
You know where I have seen it before, though, Quark.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Marlene. Welcome to Y2K, otherwise known as Yeek. That's my impression of Quark's Marlene. It was a very nice voice. Anyway,
I am nobody special, honestly. Simply consider me part of the interface. You may refer to me as Ricardo.
I might do a little bit of correction when it comes to some of the names, name
Yeah,
pronunciation.
that please do, because
I think her
We're
name is
gonna-
pronounced Rikako.
Refer to me
Like-
as Rikako.
Yeah.
You are most likely playing this game for the first time, and I am here to explain a few things about it.
Okay.
Thank girlfriend.
This work is quite strange, you see. I recommend that the uninitiated take the time to read everything here. Those uploading their gameplay should at least read the videos and sharing section.
What?
Oh,
If you read until the end, you'll find the sexy CG of me doesn't exist. We truly do live in a society.
What?
A harsh society. How sad.
What?
I'm getting
Or
some
refund?
Tiger Dojo vibes from this already.
That was not a
No.
what as in what like wow what a ripoff. No, that was a what as in I can't believe they put that in this video game.
Mm.
Anyway,
Now,
No
Where should I
sexy CG. This is bullshit. I'm leaving.
she's 16. Although that wouldn't stop most things. Anyway,
yeah, that doesn't change anything, Clue.
yeah.
You know
All
how
right.
these games
I
are.
guess we'll skip to the video sharing thing, and then we'll skim through some of these. I think.
Raging Loop is a visual novel, meaning that the story, events, and conclusions are very important. Because of this, it would be very troubling if someone uploaded everything to the internet. I'd be sad. Very sad. And again, we do understand those who want to enjoy the work with many other people.
That's us.
Because of this, we have set a guideline for how far we would like you to upload.
What?
This range covers the whole first main route and a little extra. Specifically, you can only upload until the choice at 4, Infiltration Q entering the village. Was this like Persona 5 where you could only like upload videos of the first couple hours and then they cut you off?
We will see. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. I don't know.
This game is
This is the
also came out 6 years ago.
Yeah, but in the event that Kemco is like still upholding that, catch part 5 of this stream series on Dailymotion, I guess.
That's a lot, just so you know. I'm sure you'll have enough content for your uploads.
I don't know about you, Rikako, but generally when I do a playthrough of a game, I like to finish the game. I don't know, whatever. Anyway.
I think it's a bit too much. Uploaders who read everything aloud might get a sore throat. Please don't overdo yourselves, alright?
Well,
These are
thank you.
dividing the work.
I've got water.
Good. Everyone
Awesome.
needs water.
If you intend to upload, please use the reminder function. If you have it set on, when you reach the time to stop making a video, a strange sheep hops onto the screen and says, "End of the line."
Okay.
We'd be grateful if you stop recording when you see him, and try theorizing and arguing instead.
Okay.
This function is currently set to off.
Fuck it.
Fucking
let's
let's
put
put it on. I want to see the sheep.
Very well.
Visual novel mandated theorizing time.
Mm-hmm.
I really
That's
respect
on.
that, actually.
Yeah, this is kind of fun.
If you wish to change it, please go to 0 introduction and come here again.
Yeah, so when they're referring to the number and then X thing, let me see if this actually
Like
shows what I'm talking
Chapters,
about.
maybe?
Yes.
Yeah. Given the existence of a flowchart and talk of choices, I don't think this is a linear visual novel.
You'd be surprised, but we'll talk about it later. All right. I think I'm pretty good on the functions of how a visual novel works, and I'd rather Rikako not give away too much of the sauce.
At least look at about special functions.
Fine.
Allow me to tell you about Raging Loop's special functions. Story brain is in ways so complicated it might be hard to follow. Don't worry, we have a handy function called a scenario chart. You can access it by opening the menu, and that's not all. You can move to any chapter you've already been
Yep,
to.
that's what I was
Okay,
looking
so it's
at here.
Virtue's Last Reward. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, this isn't anything that I don't get.
And there's no need to save every choice you come across. You can simply go back and choose again, so nothing to worry about.
Yeah, please do remind me to save every once in a while, though.
I mean, she just said you don't need to.
I know, but just in general, it would be good. Keys,
Yep.
this we'll deal with later, but I know how these work. That's the
Oh,
important
this is
part.
also Virtue's Last Reward.
Yeah, this sounds very Virtue's Last
Yeah.
Reward.
Like I said, we don't really need to read all these. This is for people that have absolutely no visual novel experience. Which,
Gotcha.
to be fair, I don't have any direct experience, but I know enough. Anyway, so let's just...
It is attorney.
Yeah, exactly. I'm good. To the main story.
Her
Oh,
miserable
it sure took a
face.
while. Thank you kindly for reading this far. Anyway, let's begin the story.
Yippee!
Beyond the pockets of mist and hazes of blood, at the end of the ever-repeating despair and grief, please come and witness the truth of the werewolf village with your own 2 eyes. Huh.
I don't know how that's vocalized. Sunday, May 11th.
Sunday,
November 5th.
Sunday, Sunday.
Wait, werewolf? Yeah, werewolf.
Literally all I know about this game is that there's werewolves involved somehow.
I closed in on the side of the road and killed the engine. It was steeper than I'd thought. My bike was on the verge of giving out, so I pushed down and deployed the kickstand. There he is. Well, I'm lost. Maybe
Sucks for you, buddy.
maybe taking a ride down an unknown road with no sat-nav on me wasn't such a good idea. I'd just followed the road, so I'd figured I wouldn't get lost, but now I was in some deep shit.
Most people would call that a GPS.
Yeah, I know. No, cool it. This isn't a big deal. I sighed, took note of the fact that I'd gotten lost in my pocket journal, and then pulled out a map. Oh, speaking of journal, save. Cute. Suddenly, a rush of memories flitted into my mind. Yeah, whatever.
Forget about it.
I somehow kept myself from remembering those things. After all, I'd gone on this trip to forget. Ugh. Enough of that. I gotta focus on what's happening right now. Life is simple, just like this road. It's dark, and there aren't any guides. But that means all you gotta think about is whether you go forward or back. Going back wasn't an option in this case, so I'd just move forward. Still, I wanted to know where I was, at least, so I looked down at my map. It was all Greek to me. I somehow brought my map of Greece with me into the woods. Last time I'd seen a sign, it was still light out, meaning that I'd gotten lost after the sun had set. Sure, it was my own fault for just guessing which intersection I'd been passing through, and that it'd take me 2 hours to conclude I was lost.
Is this guy stupid or something?
You might...
Sounds it.
This might be a crucial plot point.
That he's stupid?
Not entirely, but yes, also. Crazy to think that that just 2 hours of aimless driving got me almost completely surrounded by mountains. They extended as far as the eye could see. If you flipped this scenery
Which isn't
upside
very
down...
far on account of the mountains.
Yeah. If you flipped this scenery upside down and shook it, it's unlikely even a shred of civilization would tumble out.
Oh, that's
like-
a fun sentence. I like that.
It's like one of those big those play mats with the city streets laid out on. You know the exact one I'm talking about, right?
Yep.
Of course.
Everyone knows that one.
Besides the
Some-
asphalt
How
below.
could I forget her?
Yeah. Like of course I know her. He's me. It's like besides the asphalt below, my sweet ride, and the lamppost above, the first one in a while, mind you, there was nothing man-made here. Just you, me, and the moon.
And this fucking shitty bicycle.
And this
Bike.
Greek,
Motor bicycle.
this fucking Greek map I brought with me for some reason. The pocket map I had wasn't detailed enough for me to figure out where I was. Oh shit, I haven't seen this sprite before. That's great. Guess I'll just keep driving. I'd go as far as I could. Worst comes to worst, I could just camp at the side of the road. Leaning up against my motorbike, I guess. 2 hours later, I deeply regretted ever thinking that. Basically, camping wasn't an option. This mountain road had no side to camp on. A dump truck I'd passed barely even fit on it. I'd also had my first close encounters with wild forest animals. I'd already seen 2 boars and 3 deer in those 2 hours alone.
Fine, man.
One of the deer had run parallel to my bike while intently staring at me, and I had no idea what to think of that.
Okay, that's
You made a
weird.
friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be a little weirded out.
So, I've gotten in exactly one accident with a deer, and it was when the deer ran out of the woods and hit my car. I didn't hit the deer ran out of the woods and hit the car I was driving, because it was so fucking scared. They I don't get it. Yeah. I would be fucking terrified to have like a roadkill encounter on a motorbike, because even something like moderately small, you could get launched off your fucking bike. Yeah. I'd felt like it could smell my fear and did it just to make it worse. How dare the thing do that to a human? We're the kings of this planet, damn it! I'd have to remember to eat some venison once I came back to civilization.
I have some venison steaks in the fridge right now.
Anyway, camping out here was a bad idea. I'd end up as either roadkill or animal food. And yet, I didn't back out. Why? Because I'm a pretty warped sort of guy, and I won't pretend otherwise. Welcome to my twisted fucking mind.
Twisted fucking psychopath.
Yeah, the cycler path.
True.
That was actually the reason why my once comfortable relationship had gone awry, and why I'd gone on this stupid trip. Still, despite acknowledging that, I chose to keep moving forward. It wasn't like I'd find a place to stay if I went back. I was actually starting to think that this experience might make a good conversation piece sometime down the road. Or, like,
One time
maybe
I got lost in the middle of the night.
it was scary. It was really getting late at
There
this
was a
point.
deer.
That was also scary. Where would these roads take me, anyway? Probably be disappointing. Soon enough, the road became flat. I was out of the mountain pass. The forests remained abundant, though, so I still didn't see much. Even so, the street lights and signs were enough to make me feel I was again nearing civilization. Was street lights the right expression for lights in a forest? I'd have to look that up. Now, where is that dictionary? Yeah. As the road grew less rugged, I realized just how exhausted I was. All this bike handling had left my hands really sore, too. I really had to rest. Suddenly, I saw something unexpected. Powerful, colorful, artificial lights. A convenience store? Fresh Market! Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was next to an interesting interesting
road.
It was next to an intersection between the road I was on and another, even thinner road that could probably support only a single car. The sea of trees ended, giving room for the majestic child of our consumerist society. By the way, I'm getting over a cold. Or a fever, or whatever the fuck. My voice is doing just fine. I've got plenty of water on me, but I mean, this was basically the voice I was going to give this character anyway, so it works out. Yeah, that was an exaggeration. Apparently, even a damn store was a big deal for someone who just stepped out of the wild. It was called Fresh Market. I'd seen several of them a few times during the day. It was probably a local franchise. The building didn't look all that old. At least the parking lot looked a lot smoother compared to the roads. This was a pretty weird place to build something like that, though. Was I close to a settlement, or did they actually make a profit off of lost travelers? I'd just ask that or something. A local shopkeeper was bound to know what was around these parts, not to mention I was thirsty.
Wasty.
I was welcomed by a weird chime sound. That's called the... whatever, dude. It looked like a normal convenience store. There were goods on the shelves, a counter on the left, and... Whoa.
Whoa!
Yeah. I mean, we both say whoa when we meet each other. The worker at the counter was so mean-looking it was scary. She was so imposing I wouldn't have doubted if someone told me she was in charge of some ladies' army corps.
Hey.
Was that supposed to be a greeting? It was so damn cold it actually gave me chills. Was this store shadier than it appeared? Was I about to be stupidly overcharged? Was this how this
stop
place...
staring and buy a fucking drink?
Was this how this place made a profit? By taking advantage of lost people and basically beating them out of their money? Shit, that was scary. Clearly, the Wonderland had only just begun. Woohoo! I sure was excited for the beating. I grew more nervous and less enthusiastic by the second. I braced myself, but she just looked down at a magazine in her hands. Oh, so she was just a slacker. Dude. It's like
pretty judgy.
It's like 3 a.m. Yeah, that's something that we're going to learn about Protag-kun here. He is pretty judgmental. It's not poor characterization. He is just kind of a little bit of a dick. But you know, that I don't know. We'll see more of that, but just get used to it. I'm also saying this for myself to reassure myself that what I am reading is not something I am thinking, and it is something that my character is thinking, and not that I am expounding.
That is how playing a character works.
Yes, I know, but I'm going to be doing a lot of this character. Slightly disappointed I walked around the store. Slightly disappointed that this woman didn't kick my ass.
He's just like me.
It was about what you'd expect. There was a small shelf with energy drinks, followed by some stationaries, travel goods, sanitary stuff, etc. There were sweets that came with toys, a shelf of cup ramen and dried food, a fridge, freezer. It all looked normal. It was late, so the daily dish and packed lunch section was completely empty. The only special thing about this place was the section full of unpacked vegetables you'd expect to see at a greengrocer's. Maybe all rural convenience stores were like this? I was slightly surprised by that, but there weren't any local fine foods or anything, so all in all, it was an unremarkable store. If you ignored the clerk, anyway. I took a
She's
drink.
just vibing, dude.
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. Cut her some slack. I took a drink and brought it to the register. Yep, she really was the highlight of this. She really was the highlight of this place. What kind of clerk smokes while dealing with a customer?
You're actually buying?
Yes, I was actually buying. She was the clerk, and I'd be her god, the customer.
126 yen.
She didn't even scan it. This exchange was at the mercy of the clerk. God is dead. Maybe I had to get mad at her? Can I ask something?
Oh no.
Huh?
I'm kind of lost right now. I quickly turned to Meek. Where can I find the nearest town?
There.
Don't you have a map or something?
We don't.
Man,
Can you
this
give me
woman.
my money, please?
Yeah, this is the part where it's like, okay, lady, please, a little help. We're asking questions. Like, I get not wanting to engage with a customer at 3 a.m., but also, like, if they are lost, they are lost. Please help.
I mean, if you don't have a map, you don't have a map.
That's also true, but I don't know. You drive to work here, I assume. Or if you live locally, you could... whatever the fuck. Anyway, I'm not sure I believe that. Convenience stores often get asked for directions. You must have a map handy.
That a rule? Well, we don't have one. Go back wherever you came from.
I've been lost for a few hours now. I don't think I can keep it up for much longer.
You can't fucking turn around? Sleep on the floor or something.
She had to be joking. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'd rather be on my way. Are you sure you can't help?
Alright. Just wait.
There is nothing
Bothering me at 3
convenient
in the
about this
fucking
store.
morning.
The clerk put out her smoke in the ashtray and went to the staff-only area. She came back in no time.
Found it.
Ah, she found her eyes.
Yeah.
Hey.
So she did have a map. Of course she did. Even more ill-tempered than usual, the clerk started giving me an explanation.
Here's this store. Go to the north of the crossroads.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find an overpass soon enough. Cross it. When you come to a fork next to a giant boulder, turn right and head straight.
I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder. Huh? On this road?
What of it?
There's nothing there.
There's a settlement. It's just not on the map.
Mm-hmm. Do you know any other places?
There's Fujiyoshi, but it's 2 hours through Mountain Pass. This one's about 30 minutes away.
Fujiyoshi seemed to be a village. Didn't look too far away, but the road leading to it was a huge branching mess. It was clearly just a paved mountain pass. I'd had enough of those for one day. I'd probably just get lost again. I'll go to that one then. Thank you.
Money.
Excuse me?
You didn't pay for the tea.
Here's 500 yen.
Ding.
Why did you put the change in the collection box without asking me?
Having too many coins is a pain, ain't it?
That was a hell of a line. I casually thanked her, grabbed the plastic bottle of tea. She didn't give me a bag, by the way, and left the store. Dude, it's a bottle of
What?
Oh, you suck, Protag.
I would decline a bag for that.
Yeah, especially with the way that, like, the rules about, like, plastic bags are in the U.S. right now, or in different areas. Anyway, yeah, oh, hang on. It's not doing anything!
Down.
Anyway, yeah.
Because you muted the dialogue.
I know, that was the joke. Anyway, but, yeah, I wanted to check and make sure, he hasn't introduced himself properly, but our character's name is Haruaki Fusaishi. He will probably introduce himself to someone at some point. I hope. I drank the tea in the parking lot and looked up at the moon, obscured by clouds, but still bright enough to outshine the light of the convenience store. The clerk put me in a bad mood, though, so I didn't enjoy the sight. I threw the bottle into a nearby trash can and aggressively drove away. Cool, dude. Following the directions...
Aggressively.
Yeah. Following the directions, I crossed the overpass and arrived at the first fork in the road. The byway she'd told me about was really narrow. I probably wouldn't have noticed it were it not for the tall boulder standing there like a roadside shrine for some traveler deity.
A large boulder the size of a small boulder?
Yeah. Turning carefully, I got on the road. A minute later, I found myself in an even worse wilderness than before. A veil of dead leaves covered the ground, tall grass sided the path, and the sky above was blocked by overgrown shrubs, making it feel like I was passing a wooden tunnel. The road itself was a huge red flag. It was a wonder why I didn't just turn around. The exchange from before might have pissed me off more than I thought. Can the clerk be the new protagonist? Unfortunately not. Still, I really
I
didn't
don't know if
expect
my throat can take handling the Chainsmoker voice that much.
Yeah. I really didn't expect the road to just end. It happened about 15 minutes in. The view ahead suddenly turned strangely dark, and a split second later, the bike tipped forward. I reflexively hit the brakes, but it was too late. I started going down a cliff. My bike tilted downwards, and its suspension was put to the greatest test yet as we basically tumbled down to the bottom. The headlights suddenly shone on some dirt and grass. I knew then that I'd be flung out of my seat. Stifling a scream, I tried to work some steering and brake magic to slow down without collapsing. But that was too big a task for a simple road bike. At the bottom of the cliff, it jumped higher than ever before. The suspension couldn't handle the impact, and I was launched into the air. A moment later, I heard a crash and felt an impact, after which came an unpleasant pain. Damn it. An accident where I was flung out like that was a first for me. The launch was really something, too. I did a 360 in the air and fell on my back. My breathing stopped for a moment, and the pain was so bad I thought all my bones shattered. My face and limbs seemed pretty fine, at least, though I wasn't sure if that counted as a silver lining. There was grass under my hands. I felt it even through the gloves. That and the smell of green made it pretty clear what I had landed on. I pushed down, and my hands sunk. This grass growth was pretty hefty. It was probably the reason why I came out relatively okay. Sure, my joints creaked when I stood up, but aside from that, I was fine. It was really dark, so I couldn't really confirm it, but I was pretty sure I wasn't even bleeding. My bike, however, wasn't nearly as lucky. Oh boy. It was lying on its side a short distance ahead. The engine was still on. The back wheel kept on turning, making an unpleasant fricative noise. Yep, it was busted. Shit's fucked. Also, he's going over that cliff! Ah! I walked up, killed the engine, and took the key. With the headlights off, I was surrounded by absolute darkness, so I just stood and waited until my eyes adjusted. That's me standing and waiting while my eyes adjust. Hang on, let me
That's
see.
crazy.
Options. What was the? Yeah, we'll turn. We'll do that. I still couldn't see very clearly, but it looked like this actually wasn't a cliff. I was still on a road, it just wasn't paved beyond this point. Obviously, a road bike stood no chance against an unpaved road. That woman actually tried to kill me. Yeah, I think Gomez has got it. Zigzagging through the trees, I followed the narrow footpath deeper into the forest. I tried getting my bike up and running again, but instantly gave up. It was partially stuck in the mud, so there was the risk of it slipping and getting me into another accident. Maybe I had to turn around? The moment I considered that, I thought I saw a faint light ahead. That woman wasn't lying. This road led to a settlement. Was I close? I reached into my jacket's pocket, took out my phone, and opened it up. As you'd expect, I was out of range. I ran the light app and shone a light to see the light app? It's the flashlight. Alright, whatever.
Oh no, he's got one of those apps that just turns the brightness of the screen up.
You know, it's one of those apps that has, like, you tap it and it has a lightsaber thing, and you move your phone around and it just goes like, boom, 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 that everyone had on the first iPhone. Yeah. Though weak, it was better than nothing. At the very least, it helped me watch where I was going. I had no idea how long I'd been walking for. Speaking of no idea of things, let me know how volume levels are anytime that there's actual things happening. I think I need to turn it down a little bit for myself, which means I gotta click out of the game, which means I gotta inconvenience everything, and
Yay!
there we go. But sure enough, I could see a light beyond the shrubs. That's called the moon. It was weaker than expected. A flashlight, perhaps? I could hear water, too. I might have been near a river. Game sound can be lower a tad? You got it. Just a tad. Alright, and... Hello? I raised my voice. Hello? Anyone there? Still declaring my presence, I walked forward. It was late at night. Were I to bump into someone here, the scare would probably take away a few years of our lives. That was why I figured it was best for us both to let the other know we were here before that happened. However, there was no response. Could they not hear me over the rapids? Hello? Shone my light ahead and realized I'd made it to an opening. Sure enough, there was a river. Or a stream, rather. I could see slightly more than I had while surrounded by trees. Straining my eyes, I saw a rocky river beach in the shallows. The lights I'd seen was on the other side. From what I could tell, it was either a lantern or a flashlight, and it was close to the ground. I didn't see any people, though. No one responded to my shouting, either. I wasn't excited about it, but I decided to step into the water. The cold water quickly soaked my shoes and socks. I could have taken them off, but I'd figured that crossing a river barefooted at midnight was a bad idea. But man, was it cold. I put my phone back into my jacket. I needed both my hands free in case I fell. Not stopping or backing down, I walked toward the light. It suddenly became deeper. The water reached my knees now. That was too close for comfort. Feeling the bottom with my toes and balancing myself, I somehow avoided losing my footing. The flow was fiercer than I'd expected. If I slipped and fell, I'd probably be washed away. It suddenly hit me that I was doing something really weird, but it was too late to back down. Putting my hands on the boulders and carefully checking what I was stepping on, I gradually made it to the other side. Then, with an unpleasant, wet sound in my every step, I walked to the light. Yeah, I fucking hate it when you have, like, wet shoes. They're just, like,
It's the worst.
That sensation, I could already see it clearly. Yep, it was a flashlight, lying on the ground for some reason. There wasn't much space here. It was a narrow riverbank with a cliff right beside it. As you'd expect, I didn't see or sense anyone nearby. What the hell? Though old, the flashlight was working fine. The strength of the light told me the battery was pretty full. That meant someone was actually using this tonight. Or rather, until just a few moments ago. That was the most logical conclusion. It obviously wasn't left here yesterday afternoon or evening. And yet, the user was nowhere in sight, and I was near a river. Did something bad happen? Hiya Papaya. Hello, how's it going?
Hello.
Weird. Oh, I can't see. Oh, thank you for following, too. Is it T-Sabes or it's Sabes? I don't know. Sabes. Yeah, thank you for following. I am currently multitasking my windows, so in order to see who it was that followed, I had to tab out of the game and everything. But yeah. Did the flashlight's owner step into the stream and get swept away? That was the most likely and worst possible scenario. However, the flashlight was left there practically buried in the pebbles. It didn't seem like someone placed it there to light things up. It was the dead of night. There was no way you wouldn't notice dropping your flashlight when it was so dark. My brain almost said so dank. It wouldn't notice dropping your flashlight when it was so dank. Right. The fact that a light source was left in a place like this was strange by itself. With that considered, what was going on here? What if What if someone heard my stupid shouting and decided to lure me in with a light so they could ambush me? Like some kind of fucking anglerfish, I guess. What kind of sociopaths do I just imagine on a daily basis? Jesus. Where would they attack from? Above? This is Mush.
Hello?
I heard a voice the moment I looked up. The rock cliff was actually made up of several boulders. Mush, I believe this is your first character on the chart.
That makes sense. That would make sense.
There was a face peeking from behind one of them. Hello?
Wow, a person. You surprised me.
I've never seen one of those before.
Yeah, that was my line.
Sorry, could you pick that up for me?
The voice was feminine. I finally realized what was going on. So, you dropped this? I picked up the flashlight and pointed it at the source of voice.
Ah, my eyes!
High-pitched voice, slender hands shielding the light. Sure enough, it was a young woman.
Ah, it's so bright.
It's like that fucking, the handheld bat signal thing. You know that fucking flashlight thing.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I think I might have to adjust, Mush's volume slightly on my thing.
Yeah, always.
It's always something.
Gotta love this microphone.
Oh, sorry. This is me, by the way.
It's creepy. Don't shine it up from below like that.
I'm actually a bit lost.
I think a bit is something of an understatement then.
Yeah, I thought as much. Is this a settlement?
That's a difficult question.
Can you help me out at least?
Help?
I just need a place to hide from the rain and wild animals, that's all. Standing on a boulder, the young woman made a pensive face.
Wanna come to my place?
And that was the conclusion she'd arrived at. Her face told me she was 100% serious. Which character am I? I'm the brown-head guy with the jacket. My name is
Brownhead.
Brown-headed dude.
Motorbikeman.
Yeah. Normally like the main speaking protagonist is the one in the bottom right, but because the other character is like off screen, that's the way that they're illustrating who's talking. It's honestly, it's not super standard, but it makes sense when you get into scenes with more characters in them. But yeah. But Fusaishi, the brown-haired dude, is my character for now, and he is ostensibly our
For
protagonist.
now.
Yeah. It's only a little confusing because you showed up, like, what, 10 minutes after he last appeared there, so I don't know. How many characters will each of you voice? Did you divide it already, or we'll do it as... I know all the characters in this game, so I did divide up the characters evenly. Dubby is out tonight because she was feeling eepy, so Quark is gonna take over for some of her characters, but depending on what Quark is feeling up to, we might take some of hers too. But I pretty much...
He made a nice little graphic and everything for
yeah.
who gets who.
I'm pretty much just this character and two others because narrating is a lot of dialogue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Place. My place. By that, she surely meant a house, a settlement. Can I know I asked for help and all that, but I'm actually desperate enough to not hold myself back.
What does that mean?
But as a man?
Yes, I mean, no, I'm as a living being, I spent the last few hours aimlessly driving around only to fall off my bike. I'm dead tired and at my wit's end here. Honestly, I kind of like that exchange where you're just kind of like, what the fuck? What am I saying?
Oh dear. Then what kind of living being would I be if I just abandoned you?
And so I was saved. Oh, the beauty of living beings looking out for each other. I kind of like the way that they just play with the awkward turn of phrase of living beings after he fumbled with it. It's fun. I like it. This game's writing is good, actually.
Anyway, your hand, please.
Huh?
You can't climb up on your own, yeah?
True. Honestly, I didn't even realize I'd have to. Meeting another person filled me with relief, which was followed by a sudden wave of fatigue. It wasn't crippling, though. She extended her left hand, so I grabbed it with my own left. I think most of the VA in this game is really good. From what I've heard of the Japanese voice acting, it is excellent, but one of the main reasons that I wanted to do this was to throw our own hats in the ring. Also because...
It's also not in English, and I don't think
Yeah.
any of us speak Japanese.
Yeah.
So.
It would be a bit of a different stream series of just... I don't know. Like, we can turn on the voices for at least one scene. Like, when there's a scene with a lot of characters, I'll turn the original voices on and, like, have them turned down just so everyone can get an idea of what each character normally sounds like.
Or we can make our own voices and just...
Well,
figure out
that
stuff
as
later.
well, but also I kind of want to point something out about the volume mixing in this game. It's very
no.
strange.
Oh,
But
no.
anyway. She extended her left hand, so I grabbed it with my own left. Her slender fingers were stronger than expected. She was pulling me up with just her fingers, I guess. The girl's name was Chiemi Serizawa. She is best girl. That's not like a conversation that I have or will like an argument that I'm going to make, but she is one of my favorite characters in the game. She's great. I asked if she was related to the Shinsengumi guy, but she said that her family just adopted the name at some point in the Meiji period. All right, cool.
And that's a reference none of us get.
Yep. Yeah. She was a 21-year-old who went to a college far away from here. This was her hometown, and she was spending her post-exams vacation here. We chatted about stuff like that once she'd led me out of the... We chatted about stuff like that once she'd led me out of the rocky ravine. Good read, me. There was actually a proper path, so the rock climbing was pretty pointless, but I was too focused on my footing to comment. Thank you, Dachi. Very cool. She told me about herself as soon as we reached solid ground.
And what about you?
I'm Haruaki Fusaishi, a graduate student in a Tokyo college.
Oh, so you're a bit older.
I'm 24, so 3 years. I'd say we're in the same age range.
Yeah, so don't you dare be formal with me.
I'm not. You can tell by the language that I'm speaking. Japanese. All right, then you can be casual with me too.
Can I really?
I like it when girls are friendly with me. Dude, please.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't like stiff socializing either. Sure, I'll treat you like a friend.
Wouldn't have it any other way. That aside, are we there yet? I'm like sopping wet and very cold.
Not quite. We're like 5 minutes away. Hang in there, Chief.
What a lively girl. You could tell she was used to people. Why was she out here at 3 a.m.?
Don't worry about it.
Also, watch your step and focus on just the light.
Any reason?
There are loads of pebbles here. It's dangerous.
Large pebbles the size of small pebbles. The moment she said that, I stumbled on a rock too big to be called a pebble. Yeah, like I said, large pebbles the size of small pebbles.
And it's pretty dark tonight.
I couldn't even see the moon anymore. Nodding in agreement, I focused on following the light in her hand. She had to get her 3 a.m. rock climbing in. Isn't that part of your daily routine? See, I like to imagine that's part of your daily routine, Gomez, because like you'll always be like, "Oh, I gotta go on my walk before stream," or like, "I just got back from my walk at stream time." So I'm just imagining like at like regular like 4 or 5 hour intervals, you just go out and do a different physical activity, no matter what the hour of the day is. Like 3 a.m. rock climbing. All right, 7 a.m. bike riding. Got it. 3
I
a.m.
gotta
Taco
change.
Bell.
Wait here a sec.
She was also at the Fresh Market. And so I did just that. Given this was a mountain settlement, I'd expected some old wooden house, but she'd actually lived in an apartment block. It was too dark to get a good look at it. All I could see were the cheap-looking walls, like you'd expect from some old boarding house for students. Also, she lived on the second floor, in room 202. I'd heard some raindrops as we were climbing the rusty stairs, but now it was really pouring. Between that, the darkness, and the large tree right next to the building, it was nearly impossible to see what was going on outside. It felt like I was all alone in a world of nothing but the walls, the door, and the fluorescent lamp above my head. It made me feel somewhat helpless. liminal space. Like actual liminal space definition. I distracted myself from that by imagining her...
Dude,
Eventually, the door opened up.
sorry about the wait. Come in.
All smiles, she showed herself, now wearing sports clothes. This was kind of exciting.
Look at this place. It's completely empty, huh?
I can't look at this place. You haven't turned on the lights.
Oh, you know, Dutchy.
Yep.
Quick pitching.
Yeah, Sabe's got it. Also, I'm assuming Sabe's just knows this game, and just tuned into my stream on a whim. Thank you. But yeah, Fusaishi is he's gonna be an interesting guy. I still like him as a protagonist, but he's got his moments.
And just for the record, Clue knows something about this game. The rest of us know nothing.
Correct.
But get a load of what's in the fridge.
Magnificent. Your light bulb is broken.
Let's drink.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, her place really was empty.
Is that a gas mask on the beer can?
Yeah.
Damn, look at our male living space.
Yeah, damn, bitch, you live like this? It was just a small room with a low table in the middle, a fridge near the door, and a large duffel bag deeper in. There were two old-looking bookshelves, too, but they were completely empty. Zero Escape brand beer. Toriyama soda. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's... Oh, it says Toga. I was about to say, did it say Tora? And I was like, that's a little close, actually. No. I wasn't bothered one bit, though. Any girl's room was a wonderland to me. Dude.
Anyway, you went through some big trouble, so I'll drink to you.
And I'll drink to you for helping me out. You're a real saint. We opened up our cans, knocked them together, and downed them. All right, now that we've been through a little bit more, I'm going to go into the options. I'm going to check... Oh, yeah, I forgot about the scrolling! All right, I'm going to try turning up the opacity of the text box. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Hey, it was actually good. The pleasant bitterness and the refreshing carbonation made for a good combo. I have yet to find a beer, like a proper beer that I actually enjoy, and canned beer in particular just seems particularly nasty to me. But whatever.
It's so good. I live for this.
Come on, you're too young to say that.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not despairing for my future or my love life yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
keyword.
You hear that? That's the sound of job hunting. It's a coming here fast. You can tell this was not written in America or in 2025 in any capacity. But, oh boy.
Oh, don't say that. You'll ruin my beer.
She laughed and took a huge sip. It was pretty clear she could hold her drink. That aside, something really bothered me. This might be a bit late for this, but can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Her cheeks were already red. Maybe she didn't handle her liquor as well as I thought. She had a well-featured face, and I didn't think it was wrong to consider her beautiful. Sure, her clothes weren't the least bit sexy, but I could tell she had some makeup on. To you, I'm just some stranger who says he's lost, right?
Yep.
And you yourself are a young woman who invited that stranger into an enclosed space and started getting drunk.
Oh.
Don't you think this is dangerous?
I
mean, like, I'm too much of an idiot to do anything, but, like, anyone else, this could be very bad. She kept gulping the drink even as she formulated a response. The very fact that I could just watch her do that made this a pretty risky situation, and yet...
I wouldn't say so.
But...
Time for a Chiemi Serizawa quiz.
Yay! Alright. Oh, no!
Here's the question. My virginity is threatened, yet I don't feel like I'm in danger. Why?
What a fun girl. This only made me like her more. increasing the danger even further. Am I allowed to ask questions?
Sure.
Yeah, this is a bit weird.
This is very weird.
Yeah, I'm aware of where things go, so there's some additional. It's still weird.
This game is not selling itself well.
That's what I was saying. Can I just assume that it's not because I look like a good guy?
Well, I don't think you look like a bad guy, but no, I doubt you're good either. You look experienced with women for one.
That unintentional compliment showed that she actually did see me as a potential danger. Alright, later, Dachi. There are two types of answers to this. Either you expect nothing bad to happen but wouldn't be bothered if it did, or you actually want something to happen.
Hmm?
The romance is not this game's strong suit, but at the very least,
Some things making me extremely uncomfortable.
yeah, it's not a great start. I can think of several situations for the former. For example, you're actually on the edge and don't care about what happens. Or maybe you're just confident you can defend yourself. Maybe you know martial arts and can easily kick my ass.
Whoa, so logical. Let me guess, you're a scientist.
Well, I guess you could say that. Now for the latter, if you intend for something to happen, then...
I'm a thirsty perv or something?
Wow, talk about not mincing words.
I blame the booze. So, what else is there?
Indeed, what other reason could a woman have to bring a stranger to her home? It would surely be something non-standard, like you want to use me somehow. For example, setting me up as an alibi. I could be useful to you by attesting that you were here.
Whoa, that's so shrewd.
Or maybe you're a serial killer who brought me here just to get me drunk and kill me.
Whoa, so I'm some evil mountain witch now? Sounds great. I'll kill you real good. Splosh, splash.
What kind of sound effect was that?
By the way, you forgot another case.
I did?
Yep. I could be just a really good person who simply wants to help you.
Ah, that's the most logical option by virtue of the plot needs to happen. Was it time for me to be ashamed of my filthy mind? Yes! It's always
Yes.
time! We haven't gotten to my favorite nickname for our protagonist yet, but when we do, I am going to exclusively refer to him as that nickname. For some of his internal monologue makes me really... Oh man, we'll get there. We'll get there. But wait, is that really important enough to risk being assaulted?
So you're thinking of assaulting me?
I'm just talking in general. You know, cliche scenario. She stopped talking and turned red. It was so cute, I thought she was actually doing it on purpose. Man, was she drunk. We were just on our second cans.
And how about this? If I don't let you stay here, something even worse would happen, and I'd feel real bad.
Care to elaborate?
There's some scary wild animals around here. You might have gotten torn up and eaten. That'd have left a bad taste in my mouth, so I figured I'd just let you stay instead.
Hang on. Yeah, did you say get torn up and eated on purpose
Yes, I
or not? Good.
Yes.
I love that. I wasn't sure if the line actually said that or not, but I appreciate that. I see. So you're balancing risk and goodwill. Didn't expect that.
Really now? You got any idea how much of a bad guy you seem now?
Huh? I do?
I mean, you assumed I was a thirsty perv, a serial killer, or needed an alibi before considering I was just a nice person.
You're the one who brought up the perv thing.
Details, details. So, what's the right answer?
Huh? we're not just messing around.
Get it right, I'm giving you a nice present. Get it wrong, and you're dead. Splosh, splosh.
Seriously? Hmm.
You're a thirsty bird.
Remember this. This is important. All right. I know it said that we don't need to
It's a
do it, but I
keeper,
like
so
to
I
do
imagine.
this. Yeah. Oh, I coughed so hard I nearly blew out my candle.
You have a gamer candle?
No, I have a Yankee candle. I also need to drink some water. You'd feel so.
Is it wrong if I say I don't actually mind this scene all that much? Like
Oh,
they're clearly
yeah.
just shooting the shit here.
Yeah, no, I like again. I also have additional context, so I find this charming to a certain extent.
I think they're just fucking around.
Exactly. They're both young and stupid. They can get shit faced. Why do I have a candle between you and my monitor? It was off to the side. I didn't want to cough directly into my microphone. Anyway, what are we
Why
thinking?
not?
All right. I still didn't cough directly into the microphone. I still looked off to the left because I didn't want to shout. Anyway, what are we thinking, guys?
I just think Thirsty Ferb is really funny.
I
on
think
this
that I kind of want to see what that one does too.
I do want to give her the benefit of the doubt and just go with number 4.
Mm.
But I'm also
I mean, yeah,
brutally
that's what I
boring.
would myself, but like,
I kind of want to see. Well, I did just save. Fuck it.
Ding, 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 you're right.
Woohoo!
It's like a porn manga. Congratulations. Now bring it on.
I am reserving the right to reload. Hold up. I know how this story goes. People who get lost and stumble upon something good never end up well.
Oh, that's true. You could be getting tricked by a fox. I might be a ghost out to curse you to death. Or you're about to catch some bad disease.
Exactly.
We can't pick the bottom option yet. We haven't unlocked that.
Dun 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 dun. Now come, let's open this path and see where it goes.
Yeah, so I think, I don't know, I think it won't show it. Oh, does it say?
oh no, is it actually?
Yeah, so it showed it here. This is what it showed. There was a key that had the number 20 written on it. But yeah, so we need to get a certain key by completing a certain route, and then we can take that path. Nope.
Yeah, very Zero Escape.
Oh no.
Anyway, this girl was actually pretty sharp. She really had a way with words and knew how to capitalize on it. It almost felt like she was implying I couldn't let my guard down just because I was a guy. I admitted she was pretty damn attractive, but I felt like I'd have more fun just talking about lewd stuff than acting on it. Monday.
Oh, and that's the end of that scene. All right.
Yep. The last thing I remembered was our little, when was the last time you pissed yourself while sleeping talk. I had to tell her about the time I got so drunk I wet my pants in the middle of the boarding house. She'd laughed so hard she started frothing at the mouth and passed out. I woke up with a splitting headache.
And I never learned what her answer was gonna be.
Oh, man. Morning already? Light poured in through the frosted window. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. 7 in the morning. I'd gone to sleep somewhere between 2 and 3, which probably wasn't quite enough sleep. At least I didn't wake up to some horror movie scene, the building wasn't in ruins, and the girl wasn't actually a skeleton.
A skeleton!
The skeleton appears! Though, in a way, this might have been worse. She was spread out on the floor on the other side of the mini-table. Her breathing was mixed with some weird gurgling sounds. I hesitantly looked at her. The saint that saved me from the hell I was in last night had puked in the middle of her sleep.
Oh no.
What was I supposed to do here? As
Turn
a
her
guest,
onto her side.
yeah, as a guest,
Yeah.
I couldn't really be too harsh on her. Chiemi-chan? She wasn't waking up. Well, I'd just do what little I could. There, that should be good enough. I'd used tons of toilet paper to clean up her mess and flush it down the toilet. It left a stain on the floor, but it was dirty to begin with, so whatever. I'd even wet a towel and cleaned her face. Even then, she showed no signs of waking up. Some of it was on her hair and clothes, but I figured it was best if she took care of that herself. Chiemi-chan? First hint of consciousness so far today. I'll be leaving for a bit. Without waiting for a response, I walked to the entrance. She'd have to take a shower and change and all that, so I'd kill some time outside. I stepped into my still damp shoes with my bare feet. My socks were in the washing machine with the towel she gave me to wipe my legs. Very specific detail, alright. And reached for the doorknob. I opened the door and was greeted by a gust of wind. The raindrops gathered on the leaves of the tree next to the building,
That's a bit of a garlic sentence.
Yeah. The raindrops gathered on the leaves of the tree next to the building flew right into my face, making me grimace. That's not a great structured sentence, but whatever. The rain from last night was already over. The sky was pretty clear, but despite that, I noticed the visibility of my surroundings was poor. The building was surrounded by leaves. The old structure was basically buried in a forest of trees about as tall as itself. There were branches poking into the exposed hallway. It almost felt like they'd reach out and grab me if I wasn't careful. I kind of felt like I was in an overgrown ruin. I turned around and saw the room and Chiemi just as I left them. Yep, it was all real. I closed the door. There were other rooms in this building, which made me wonder if they were occupied. Hell, I wondered the same thing about the area in general. I pushed the branches aside to see if there were other buildings nearby. Suddenly, something entered my vision. Oh. It didn't feel right. Something that shouldn't have been there. The leaves I moved revealed a woman clad in curious clothing. The moment I recognized her as such, she opened her closed eyes. Did our eyes meet? Another strong wind. I shielded my face from the spray of raindrops. When I looked outside again, the woman was nowhere in sight. Was that an illusion? A wild Omochow? If not, then what? What kind of place was this? It could have been a real Hicksville, a marginal village, a bunch of actual ruins, or an illegal settlement. I had some theories, but I set them aside for now. It seemed like a place worth exploring regardless. I went down the stairs and found no sign of the woman, or anyone else for that matter. A short distance away from the building, I turned around and sure enough, it was pretty much covered in trees. I went to the place where I saw the woman. There were footprints in the grass here. Maybe I'd find her if I followed them? They led me to an open area. Alright, I'm getting real annoyed at having to adjust volumes, or having to the game stopping noise anytime I click out to adjust something. It was unused, but it looked like someone was trying to do something with it. Was it supposed to be a construction site? Even if it was clearly abandoned. There were large rocks and lots of sediment near a prefab. From what I could tell, there had been a giant landslide which forced them to stop construction. The fact that plant growth was still minimal meant it happened fairly recently. The footprints seemed to be going down the hill next to the site. Following them, I finally saw something that could be called civilization. There was a set of paddy fields with houses nearby. So this actually was a settlement. What a relief. I decided to keep following the footprints and approach the settlement. I came across another unpaved path that was clearly used by people and cars. It was lined with weeds and bushes reaching up to my waist. It was home to caterpillars and grasshoppers, among other things. Spiders were no exception. There was no shortage of insects there, so it was a good place for a net. I wasn't particularly scared of spiders, but I didn't like them either. At least they were just harmless orb weavers. Regardless, I avoided these bushes just in case and followed the path like good city boy I was. City boy, accurate, good city boy. Debatable. Good boy. Definitely not. There was a large boulder, the size of a small boulder, surrounded by grass. It was strangely tall, making it look like it was put there by people. This thing. On its dewy surface, there was a gray tree frog ready to go after the many insects scattered about. I walked a bit further and came across a house with a small field nearby. The field's location made it safe to assume it belonged to the inhabitants. If there were inhabitants, anyway, I couldn't see anyone. And just like always, there was grass everywhere. There was another boulder standing next to the house. This one was obviously placed there by human hand. What was the point? Was it a monument or something? The footprints continued into the field. The wet mud on the field was full of small, young, but healthy-looking rice plants. If you ignored the standing boulders in the area, the place looked like a normal farming village. I was both relieved and worried at the same time. From what I saw, there weren't any other buildings besides the ones in this settlement. Everything beyond was just mountains, meaning that this place was completely isolated. And I was a complete outsider. There was no way things would go well if I ran into a random local. I belatedly crouched to hide myself a bit. It was probably best for me to go back. Chiemi might have been looking for me. Suddenly, I heard a sound.
The door of the convenience store.
I looked for its source and found a speaker on a wooden utility pole in the middle of a small plaza. Oh no, that tune's familiar. To me, not to you. It's not like a song that you guys might know. But fuck, the synapses in my brain just connected. The morning broadcast? I'd never heard this tune before. It was cheerful at first, but had some parts that seemed really dark. I found it unsettling. Perplexed, I stopped walking, and what happened next made me hide myself. There was a person in the area, densely surrounded by houses, but they weren't normal. What was with that appearance? What was that on her
She's got a little
face?
mask on.
Though I was a fair distance away, I could see an old woman with some sort of cloth over her face shakily walk out from between the buildings. Oddly enough, there were boulders even there. But even weirder was the fact she walked up to one of them, lightly joined her hands, and bowed her head before it, her face still hidden. Then all was silence. It actually looked like she was revering it. To me, it looked like she was praying to it. This was bad. Really bad. I'd wandered into a settlement with a unique culture, to put it lightly. Forget causing trouble, an outsider like me could get killed here. I just turned around and ran for it.
Wow. That is really judgmental.
Yeah, a little bit. But also, like, it's kind of a creepy situation to just stumble into, especially when you're an uncultured city boy that doesn't know shit about, like, rural life. I don't know. Still.
Except through the horror movies he's watched.
Yeah, honestly, again, still kind of a shitty way to think about it, but, like, not an unreasonable thing to want to do.
Like, it's like a shrine or something, probably.
Yeah.
I think
like,
it's fucked up and weird to pray.
I'm trying to come up with a really stupid, like, Reddit atheist type post that I could say in my Fusashi voice, but I can't think of anything because I mentally shove those posts out of my brain as far as they can go.
Good. They don't belong there.
I dashed up the hill, past the house, through the construction site, until I arrived back at the apartment building. Chiemi looked like a relatively reasonable person. Maybe she could tell me what was up. It just hit me that the way she described this place was somewhat weird. She basically said it wasn't normal. Or maybe you're a serial killer who brought me here just to get me drunk and kill me.
Whoa, so I'm some evil mountain witch now. Sounds great. I'll kill you real good, Splash Splash.
Yeah, now she's going to be a skeleton. This is when the skeleton appears. No way. What if she was actually the bait they used to lure outsiders here? Eventually, the broadcast stopped. Chiemi still hadn't come out of her room. She didn't respond even when I knocked or called out to her. I didn't have
Think
to
she
worry
might be
about this,
dead.
right? That just made my inexplicable unease grow worse. What if this was a trap? Was I in a dangerous situation? I had to talk to her. If she was a normal person, anyway. Define normal, dude. Maybe my
Well,
best
still
Sitting on a
me.
dryer.
Maybe my best option was to run away right now. I wouldn't know where to run. I couldn't remember the path we'd taken here. Though I was pretty sure we'd went uphill, so maybe I had to go down? If I avoided the settlement and went back to the mountain stream, I could escape by following the wild roads. That was my best option.
The
The
roads.
roads. And that was my best option, even with the difficulties considered. Thankfully, I'd taken my bag with me. Took out a 5,000 yen note and put it in Chiemi's newspaper box. It was payment for last night's beer. The moment I turned around to take my leave, the door to the room next to the staircase opened slightly with a creak. I saw an eye glaring at me through the gap. Ah! And then I don't remember which character this is.
Okay, everyone at once.
Ah! Oh, I think this would normally have been Dubby's character, but it's gonna be Quark now, I think. If I'm thinking of the right character, anyway. Suddenly, I stepped onto the wet hallway floor at a bad angle. I fell. Thud, thud, thud. Oh, yeah, no, that, so this is, I believe this is supposed to be Chiemi, but Haru-chan was gonna be Dubby, so Quark, if you want to take Haru, then,
Why the hell not?
Yeah.
Haru-chan, what's wrong?
Whoa, who's this old guy? Is this still
I
her?
I think still her.
I think, I don't know.
Who are you? And are you alright?
The reasonable sounding
Please
voice.
show me her face so I know what she looks like.
The reasonable sounding voice prompted me to shake off the pain and raise my head.
Okay, I'm reasonable. I'm reasonable.
Oh shit, neither of these were the characters I thought they were. Fuck. Alright, I am giving my glasses boy to Quark.
Okay.
And Dragoni still will not have a character yet. It's fine.
Yeah!
Yay!
There were two boys in formal-looking school uniforms. We'll say
Oh,
this
no,
one was
which-
on the left.
Are you alright?
He repeated the question. Yeah, I was just startled.
You friends with Chiene?
Chieni? Oh, you mean Chiemi-chan. I think this is Glasses Kid now.
Are you a friend of hers from college? She didn't tell us anyone was visiting.
Oh, I just got into some trouble and she helped me out. There's nothing shady about me, though I know that's hard to believe.
It really is, old man.
Man, how do I handle this? Anyway, my name's Haruaki Fusashi.
I'm Yasunaga Oribe. This is long ass name. Chikamochi Kamoshida.
Yeah. Yasunaga Oribe, and then Chikamochi Kamoshida. Wait, no, so that... I wasn't crazy. They were talking about Haru, and Haru's just not in this scene. Great. I guess, I don't know, maybe she left. Fuck it, I don't know.
That
Yeah, these names will get easier, especially for Chikamochi, because everyone just calls them Mochi, which is a really cute nickname.
The mochi.
Yep, there it is.
Just Mochi is fine.
Good to know. If I called him that, maybe he'd stop calling me old man. I was only 24.
And this is Haru-chan. What are you doing?
Quark, do you also want Haru-chan, or, Dragoni, do you want
We don't know it.
it?
this is a mess.
Apparently, this Haru-chan was the person who'd looked at me through the gap in the door and screamed.
He seems safe. Come on.
A moment later, she slammed the door shut, and after a few more moments of hesitation, opened it again.
Hi.
Whoa. She looked like a student too, except her fashion sense was exceptionally flashy.
He's wearing a bow and 2 pins. That's not flashy.
Well,
Another
compared to
checkerboard band, I guess.
yeah, and the bracelets, and like compared to like a school like uniform, the idea of it being like more uniform. Imagine that, a uniform being uniform.
You.
This
Who are
this
you?
just in. Water is wet. Name's Haruaki Fusaishi. I crashed my motorbike nearby, and Chiemi Serizawa-san helped me out.
Wait, are you saying you spent the night in her room?
Yeah, She cut my words short with her ear-piercing shriek.
So that's why it was so noisy. What were you thinking? You're not supposed to enter an unmarried girl's room. It's indecent.
Yeah, I was hesitant too, but Chiemi-chan was kind enough to let me in.
Why are you acting like you've known her your whole life? But wait, she's not getting out. Don't tell me you...
There's a 5,000 yen note in the door.
Also, for the record, Quark, this character might be one of your more chatty ones for the night, so if you want to give her a less destructive voice, then
No,
that's up to
this
you.
is funny.
Oh no. Good luck.
Don't tell me you.
No. She just gave me lots of booze. I'm paying back for that.
Chine's body is worth way more than that.
Oh my
How
god.
dissolute.
The hell are these kids saying? Hey, can you help me out?
No. You drank with a girl you just met, and she's not coming out.
I'm just having the moment of connecting what Quark's two voices in this scene sound like, and how many other people would have just swapped the voices, but I find it very funny as is.
No.
It's
No.
funnier this way.
I accidentally gave him the girl voice. And he stuck with it.
Happy transition, everyone. Crap, I had no allies here.
What's going on?
And so the subject of the conversation joined in. Oh, Chiemi-chan, can you tell them what happened last night? I don't like the way that the ambience cut out there. This is ominous.
She doesn't remember. She was too drunk.
Something was off about her aura. What happened to the lively girl she'd been yesterday?
Jenny, did you? God damn it.
Man, this is embarrassing. Whoa!
Wait, hold on, stop!
Can't be a bride anymore.
Ear-piercing shriek.
Wait, hang on. I don't think I have a shriek on standby, but I might have something functional. No, that's the voice mod button, not the fucking that's not what I thought it would be. Where's this?
We are competent streamers, and this is a functional stream.
There, that was the ear-piercing scream. Man, what a mess. That's me talking about this stream. Though Chiemi's face was all pale, she was actually grinning. She obviously had a bad hangover, but that didn't stop her from messing around. After calming everyone down, Chiemi explained what actually happened, how we met in the middle of the night, how she let me stay out of goodwill, how we drank ourselves silly, and how nothing happened between us. We were very particular about that.
It's been so long since I drank that much. Guess I wasn't prepared for it and puked it out. Sorry you had to see that, Haraki-san.
Hey, I don't mind it.
I love it when girls puke.
That Haru-chan girl still looked at me funny.
Absurd.
Anyway, sorry, I was so tired yesterday that I couldn't refuse her kindness.
Well, this is Chieng we're talking about. She does whatever she wants.
He's got good reasons for being here too, so maybe the elders were understand. Wow. Maybe the elders were will
Un-
understand.
Maybe the elves will understand. Also, I love the whimsical Mickey Mouse boy we've got going on for this kid.
Where did you find him?
Oh no, we're not getting through this.
Dragoni, help! We need one of your characters to show up to balance out the insanity that's going on right now. No, it's fine.
Well.
We'll meet one of Dragoni's characters soon. And she'll stay this time. Next to the river further down. My words made everyone change their expressions.
That's a bit.
A big deal.
2 people over just 2 days.
Did I say something bad?
It was gonna get out sooner or later. We made quite a scene, so I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in Yasumizu already knows.
Now all of China knows you're here. Hey, what did you mean by 2 people over just 2 days?
Don't touch me. You're filthy.
I wasn't,
Don't even look at me.
The fucking steel donk. I don't know. I wasn't trying to touch her, and I wasn't filthy. Sure, I hadn't had a bath in over a day, but still. Hey, you, why is it a big deal?
Taiba's gonna go.
So true.
Well, that sure sounded bad. Can you tell me more?
It's a bit complicated. For now, just keep in mind that this is the countryside. Things are different here than in the city.
Gomez, no! We explicitly no fucking happened! You cannot drag Fusaishi's name through the mud. That's his job.
He'll do it himself. You don't need to do
He
it.
literally did it earlier. This guy here was Oribe-kun. Ignored Chiemi, and he was the easiest person to talk to.
We already met him? What is this line of dialogue?
He's just thinking to himself. I have to mentally reconfirm names of people in my head after I just meet them as well. What should I do?
Just leave it to me, alright? And it's time for students to eat, isn't it? Huh? But I want to see where this mess goes! No, you don't. Just go already. We'll catch up.
Well, I guess it's best to go separately. There's probably gonna be some disagreements.
Yeah, I knew you'd understand, Yasukun. Take care of them for me, alright?
Sure.
Stop treating me like a child.
Yeah, I swear I'll poop on you!
Alright.
Let's just get going, you two.
That is a very child sort of threat.
Yep. And so the students walked off toward the stairs. It was kind of easy to tell what sort of relationship they had. Anyway. So they live in this building too?
Yep. It's a student dorm, you know?
Student dorm? In this Hicksville? Still, my senses had betrayed me. There actually were other people here.
By the way, you didn't run into anyone else and get in trouble, right?
Yeah, I was careful on that front.
Saw some creepy
Good.
old woman.
Let's get ready to go to the dining hall.
Oh, for breakfast?
Nope. Eat your breakfast now. We'll go to the dining hall to introduce you.
Huh? To who?
To whoever has a problem with an outsider coming from Saranaga.
Oh, so like that Taiba person, huh? I'm in your hands then.
It's fine. If you're that grateful, keep what happened this morning a secret.
Sure thing. What's Saranaga anyway? That river?
Yep. River's called Saranaga Rapids, but the area around is called Saranaga. The place has some cultural significance.
It does?
Yep. They say it's a corrupt place, where the dead return from the other side.
Oh. Oh. So that's why they'd reacted like that. Any other rules or customs I should be aware of?
Oh, there's lots. So just leave everything to me, alright?
That's... Oh, okay. I Anytime someone says that, or like a character says that, I'm immediately just like a nervous wreck because it's like, well, fuck. Now I don't know what I'm doing even more. And now I'm going to look like a fucking, like a lost puppy, sticking with the one person that knows how to do things. Gladly, on all fronts. If I may ask, am I in danger?
Nope.
Totally.
But you should try to escape before something unpleasant happens to you.
That sounds
So
like
I'm in
I'm in danger. Oh my God. God fucking damn it. I just noticed something.
Yeah.
Oh.
On,
Oh, I think I see what you're talking about.
on Fusaishi's jacket. We haven't even gotten to the part where we can make Among Us jokes yet! And you're gonna lay the groundwork for all that, huh?
Yep.
Settlement I'd strayed to was a weird place, but at least the guide was reliable. And she wanted me to leave ASAP, huh?
Huh?
You're a little close. That was depressing. Chiemi gave me some cup ramen for breakfast. She boiled the water in a small electric kettle. The girl herself was too hungover to eat anything. I did take the opportunity to pay her back for last night's drinks in person, though. Celebration for Among Us, I guess. What are these boulders?
They're
What
like
are these
charms, I
heads?
guess? They've been here forever.
These are the faces of evil. I've never seen anything like them anywhere else.
You've never seen a rock before?
Oh, yeah. I guess they're kind of unique to this area.
I guess it's more just the unnatural state of seeing big-ass rocks in the middle of an open field that were clearly like moved there by people. Because you don't have rocks that large in the city unless it's like a park.
Stonehenge.
Yeah, I've never been. I can't ride my motorbike there. She led me along a narrower path than I'd followed earlier. It didn't seem like any cars used this one. It was very farm-y, I guess? Fuck, now all I can think of is that one video of the farmer up to his waist in the water, just shouting encouragement. He's like, never give up! You know that guy?
I think that's a fisherman.
Fisherman. I don't know. No, I think he is a. I don't know. It might be like a mussel farm or something like a shellfish farm. I don't know.
Oh,
Anyway, this area was also littered with those boulders. Some were cracked, broken, or half buried in the fields. They were clearly religious symbols, but it didn't look like they were that important these days. Or were they? Now that I know I was safe, I once again became curious about this place. Oh, there's a person. He was working on the field.
That's Takumi-ni-chan. Morning!
Chiemi waved her hand. The man responded, but then froze mid-wave.
Let's go.
He realized that he was and it was voiced by Dragoni, and Dragoni is not allowed to have voices anymore.
Nope.
Are you sure we should? The guy looked pretty surprised to see me.
Don't worry, he'll be at the dining hall soon. We'll explain things then.
Well, if she said so. As an outsider, I had no choice but to rely on her. This was the part of the village I saw this morning, where the buildings were more densely packed. I didn't notice it back then, but it was actually kind of weird. Basically, it felt desolate. The wooden bungalows in particular were more or less overgrown, buried in tall grass and other greenery. If this was all I saw of the village and someone told me it was abandoned, I'd have easily believed them. However, two of the buildings stood out. Oh, that looks like a skull. I don't like that. You see what I'm talking
I
about?
see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
see it.
immediate
Structure.
foreboding. Oh, no.
I'm sure it's fine.
There was a hall right beyond the hill. It wasn't that big, but it looked grand and well maintained. You guys know that one clip? I think it's from one of the Winnie the Pooh movies where Piglet is just like, skull, and then everyone's like, ah, and it pans out and it's the big skull rock thing. Just that.
Not
Every
a
time
clue.
Oh, the quest for Christopher Robin. I remember that
Yeah,
movie.
I'll find that clip later. The reason I specifically remember that clip is from a Jaywitt's video where he's talking about the. I think I'm pretty sure it's the final dungeon in Zelda 1 where the fully laid out map of it is in the shape of a skull. And he does an editing gag where it cuts to that. But every time I see like a piece of architecture or like a landmass that looks like a skull, I just think about Piglet very meekly going like, skull! And then everyone going, ah! It's very silly. Are we getting thrown into a TV? Oh, God, I don't know. The other building was obviously the dining hall. It looked a bit dirty, but I could tell that there were people inside. From what I could tell, it was the most lively place in this poor excuse for a community. Suddenly, the 3 students walked out, chatting about something.
GNA and that other guy.
Yeah.
Morning again. Aren't you late?
We took forever because Mochi doesn't stop saying nonsense.
Yes, I am evil. Give me miso soup.
Why'd they make Gur in this game? I'm not a fan.
Oh, you'll make it if you hurry. Behave in class, you guys.
Mochi is fun. He's a bit of a interesting character. We'll get to that. Half dashing, the 3 ran up the path we came from. They're all in high school, huh?
Yep. There's a branch school all the way up the mountain. I was going there myself 3 years ago.
Sounds like a hassle.
That's not all that bad. At least we get to live in that dorm.
Jamie was entirely straight-faced. There wasn't even a hint of a smile.
Alright, let's get psyched.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced!
We laughed a little and passed the curtain. Alright. Saving again. I know I seriously don't get why the game would be saying like don't worry about saving. Like that's just
jump back to the flowchart.
Yeah, but like it just seems to me like that's a weird thing for a game to be dismissive of just in general. Visual novels don't work the same way as other games in that sense where it's like, "Oh no, I lost my page." Anyway, it's not like, "Oh no, I lost my progress against this boss." Like, but it's just hard to separate those two things in my mind, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway. That's not a Dragoni character! Fuck! Alright, next scene with Yasunaga, the glasses kid. I'm giving him to Dragoni.
Make sure you keep the Mickey Mouse.
Welcome. Oh.
The inside was as aged as the outside, but it looked well maintained.
Is he a visitor, Chiemi-chan?
The hostess-looking lady asked. Though somewhat aged and fatigued, she was definitely beautiful. There were 2 others beside her. One was a lady in her 70s or 80s. She was probably the one I saw this morning. The silhouette matched. Finally! The other was a man who seemed a bit younger than her, probably in his late 60s. Though they were just sitting there, and there was a menacing aura about them.
I'll introduce him. This is Haruaki Fusaishi. I found him at Saranaga last night and took him into my care.
Good night, Gomez. Thanks for tuning in.
See ya.
Catch up on the VOD when the actual plot starts. We are just in introductions right now. Yeah. So this is something that you don't like. The CA crew have streamed like the Danganronpa and Ace Attorney games before. This is the first time that like in our little streaming group that someone has streamed like a dedicated visual novel where it is almost entirely dialogue. Like in Ace Attorney, they don't describe in explicit detail traveling from location to location and things like that. Like, they'll.
This is more on the novel end,
exactly.
The visual novel.
Yeah.
And so it kind of shows how we stop every 3 lines at tangent for 5 minutes.
That has not been nearly that bad. We have been doing a lot of just regular reading.
I mean,
comparatively. Anyway.
That woman's terrified.
The lady gasped while the 2 elders rose to their feet with alarm. The tension that was already there the moment I walked in reached its peak.
I know you're concerned, but this is just a coincidence. Unlike that little girl, he knows exactly where he came from. He went on an old path with his bike and crashed. It's actually really sad. That's why I think we should help him leave. What do you think?
I think we should help him leave is a very loaded, like, just statement in general. I don't know. I like the way
Yeah.
I like the way that this game builds to
Yeah.
the things that happen. It's
That's
cool.
some weird phrasing, but in an interesting and intriguing way. Like,
Yeah.
why are you talking like that?
Yeah. After saying all that, Jimmy fell silent. The ball was in their court now. Dragoni, the old lady character is cast as Dubby, but it's also going to be you for now. I'm pretty sure she's
Okay.
not that talkative, but regardless, it'll make up for some of the slack.
Eh,
No, that is troubling.
The lady voiced a harmless opinion, careful not to upset the old people. It was pretty clear who was in charge. They were elders in more ways than one.
Gee, Chan, why did you even go to Saranaga at night?
I had a hunch, I guess. You know what happened. I couldn't fall asleep.
Then he's gotta be a Yombito.
shut it, Teba.
From the conversation, it was pretty clear that something had happened before I'd arrived here. Alright, I'm pretty sure that her name is pronounced Tae, like Ta-e. And then that I don't know how that word is. Actually, we can check.
Yomipito.
Yeah, feel free to correct me on whatever Japanese pronunciation. I just instinctively read things with English phenomes.
Oh
which
no,
is
I get it. Hang on.
Incorrect in this case.
Yeah, I'm actually curious about how they say Yomibito in this case. 'Cause that's not the log button.
そいじゃあやっぱり読み人じゃないんかね。
Yeah.
Yomipito.
虫の知らせかな。
Yeah.
That's
So
Taiba. Okay.
Taiba. Yeah. So one thing I specifically know about the way that the dialogue in this game is mixed is that Tai's dialogue is very quiet, just all the time. It's really annoying. I'm gonna turn the voices back off for now.
Scrolling.
Yeah, no, it's exhausting. But I do want to turn that on in a group cutscene where you get to hear all the different characters, because it's honestly really distracting with some of them.
Oh boy.
It was probably similar to what happened with me. She'd mentioned some little girl. Perhaps there was a child who'd wandered in here like I did? How? In the middle of the fucking mountains? Jesus. According to Chiemi, the Saranaga Rapids were a place of significance around here. It was a place from which dead people came to life, or whatever. Oh, so this Tae must have been the E lady that... sorry, I mean the
E.
lady that boy had mentioned, and the Yomibito must have been a term for the dead who came from there. Apparently the primary goal here was convincing these elders to approve helping me.
Where are you from?
The old man's voice put my derailed mind back on track. I'm from Tokyo.
How old are you?
24.
Old and chi, eh?
He chuckled. I immediately realized he was taking a jab at me for hiding behind a younger girl. Nice to meet you. I'm Haruaki Fusaishi. Like she said, I wandered into town after my bike crashed. I seem to be a total stranger here, or total outsider here, so I don't want to speak out of turn. That's why I asked her to talk on my behalf, but I think I should say something at least. I won't trouble you any longer than I have to, so I would be grateful if you pardoned my brief stay. And please don't blame her for helping me.
Hey, Haruaki-san!
I think she went against this village's customs by helping me out. The students also seemed surprised.
My.
I'm an adult. I'm willing to take responsibility for any trouble I caused as best I can. So, please put up with me. I bowed my head. Put up with him is a good way to describe our protagonist.
He seems alright to me, Taiba.
Don't know about that. Look at his hair, all colored brown.
I hate brown.
Is that where we're drawing the line? All right.
I
guess-
think they're implying that he dyes his hair, and she's like, he's some young punk.
Shit, I forgot. I didn't look very presentable to more traditionalist people.
Outsiders are all like that. Just help him get out of here, I says.
Do what you want.
I guess I got their half-hearted approval.
Yay!
Success.
Arawaki. Haru, huh? Like my granddaughter. What a mess.
Okay, so old guy is Haru's grandfather. So we are making a family tree now. Oh, so that means you're
What?
Yep. He's Haru-chan's grandpa, Kanzo Makishima.
Kanzo. A pleasure. I didn't know what else to say. Haru-chan and I weren't on the best of terms so far. Anyway, it seemed like we were past the difficult part.
Drove into Saranaga, eh?
No, actually. I asked for directions at a convenience store, went down a side road, and ended up losing control on an unpaved section.
And then you went in Saranaga. Why didn't you turn around?
He wasn't impressed by my choice of actions.
I'm not either.
Yeah. I can't speak for the accuracy of it as a translation, but I think it's very difficult to write accents in a way that makes sense to read them aloud. And I think they've been doing a pretty good job of it so far. Extremely local specified dialects is a very big thing. There's a whole reason that visual novels just don't get translated, and one of them is because of how sophisticated the Japanese language is and how difficult it is to translate certain aspects of literature into English. It'd be like trying to translate House of Leaves into a language that reads right to left.
Okay, maybe
that-
not quite that much, but like, yeah, I get it.
With some of the later parts in this game, that'll be a little bit more clear, but to a certain degree, you kind of get what I'm getting
There's
at.
a lot of little grammatical and like dialectical things that just don't translate. Like trying to put an accent in English text is very difficult to do without looking silly.
Yeah. Yeah. And
So far, this has done pretty good of it. Just like
yeah,
abbreviations and contractions and such.
36 bronze scales. That seem like, how many do you normally get from Salmon Run? Because that seems like a lot to get all at once, but is about as many I have total because I don't use scales.
He wasn't impressed by your choice of actions.
Anyway, it just hit me that I had no idea how much time passed between the crash and my meeting with Chiemi.
5 years.
Holy shit.
Takumi and I will go see it.
Takumi's working in the field.
I believe it's Takumi. I'm not sure. I don't know. The main reason I know that one is because of the way that everyone pronounces
Japanese names
his
tend
name.
to put the emphasis on the first syllable.
Yeah. Also,
Takumi.
specifically, the reason that I remember it is because of Fire Emblem Fates.
Yep.
Takumi.
I've always called that character Takumi as well. Damn it.
I had to do mental corrections myself, but like the voice lines in have you played Fates, Dragoni?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because Korin's voice lines specifically, I remember hearing him say Takumi, and some there was a little meme among some of my friends where they would either call him Pineapple Head because of the shape of his ponytail or Taco Meat because that's if you're not listening carefully, that's what it can sound. I don't know. It's fun.
It's to get him to leave. Let the boy help.
You never change, Kanchan.
Oh, this is actually me. Fuck. I'm already giving Fusashi my deeper voice. What's going on here? I guess he's my Knuckles voice. All right, whatever. We're joined by a new inhabitant. Chiemi, who's that guy?
Oh, Takumi-chan.
Oh, so he was the one we saw in the field. Fuck, so even when we didn't even see the character, my guess of, I think that's a Dragoni character. Damn it! No, wow, he sure looked big from up close. All that field work was good for his muscles, clearly. And from what I could tell, he was in his 30s. Takumi is one of my favorites. He's great. As Chiyomi introduced me and told him of my situation, I found out his name, Takumi Muro. Man, that must have been hard. So, old man Kanzo...
We'll pick it up.
I thought so. Taiba-chan, wait a bit while I help the guy. I already spread the stuff on the field, so I'll mow the grass at noon.
What a good boy.
It ain't a big deal. I'll be so quick you'll think nothing happened.
Good to hear.
Nothing, eh?
Boy,
Huh? Me? What is it?
you're in Yasumizu. It ain't a good place.
I think for this...
How's that one wrong?
I think it's Yasumizu.
Yasumizu?
I think... I don't know.
Damn it, that was my first instinct, but I
Yeah,
overcorrected.
no, you had it right the first... I don't know. It's weird. We're probably going to be doing this all stream series.
Sorry, I
No,
apologize
no,
for the Japanese
No,
language.
it's not your fault. The only reason I know how most of these names are pronounced is because of Ozzy's video on it, where he explicitly pronounces them. And I don't know, he's a weeb. I trust his pronunciation skills better than mine.
You're in
Also, yeah,
Yasumizu.
wait a
It
second.
ain't a good place.
Takumi had brown hair too. What the fuck?
That's
Pretty significant shade
natural.
darker.
I guess, yeah. It was the place that wasn't good? Or it was the place that wasn't good? Not my presence here?
We don't like outsiders here, and outsiders should let sleeping dogs lie. You should hurry and leave.
That's the plan. So it's settled?
Yep. Thanks, Takumi-chan.
I was beginning to understand how things worked here. Although Kanzo Makishima's voice was the most powerful here, it was also important to get Tai-san's approval. Kanzo-san was probably in charge of tackling the settlement's practical problems, while Tai-san provided spiritual and moral direction. And when it was time to be civilized, Takumi-san came and convinced Tai-san, acting as an intermediary. It looked like Takumi-san himself understood such subtleties, and Chiyomi seemed to rely on this side of him. Oh, and we still don't know your name.
Here you go.
Thank you, mysterious woman.
Yeah, the lady brought some tea to the old folk. Perfect timing. Oh, Kaori-san. Looking forward to getting some food. So that was her name.
Sure. I'll make a lot. It'll be a reward for waking up early and working hard.
Hey, I'm doing it for Yasumizu, Bachan, and you. I'm doing it for Yasumizu, Bachan, and you. It's nothing really. He has knuckles. Including bad
Oh
voice
my.
acting, because I can't read. These two sure seem to get along. They looked about the same age, too.
Would you
Milf
like something
Hunter
to eat,
Takumi. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Good for him.
Yeah, there are some like nice character relationships that you see fleshed out. I don't know. No, thank you. I already ate.
Then here's some tea. I can also get you a light snack if you'd like. What would you say to some onigiri?
Oh, that would be.
Sorry, can we borrow the phone? We need it quick.
Oh,
Sure, but why not have some tea first? Thanks, but it's urgent. Let's go, Haruaki-san.
sure. It didn't look like I could say no. Doesn't seem that rougher than the rest of them. He's like a foot taller than every other character. What are you talking about? That man probably single-handedly moved all the boulders in town. Oh man, Takumi's great though. I love him. We went up the nearby stairs to see what seemed like a living space. At the end of the creaky hallway there was a black rotary phone, a rarity in this day and age.
This is the only phone in all of Yasumizu, by the way.
Oh,
That's
Oh, so-
crazy.
so this is where I go to save my game in Animal Crossing Wild World. Got it. Seriously?
I need to call my dad.
Oh, and not a single mobile service provider works in this area.
Really? Wait, who do you want me to call anyway?
Road service, insurance, stuff like that. And family if you have to.
I don't have a family. Oh, that made sense. Hell, I should have been the one to say that.
Like I said, it'd be best if you left as soon as possible, so you should use everything you have.
Because outsiders aren't welcome here?
Yep.
And I shouldn't pry any further, huh?
Haruaki-san, I see you catch on quickly. That's good. But you also seem really curious.
And that's
Kinda
not
hard
good.
not to be, man.
It
And
shows,
that's
huh?
no good.
That's no good.
Of course it does. Honestly, though, you should avoid sticking your nose into things.
Because we'll part ways soon anyway.
Exactly.
That's kind of sad,
Oh, you want my contact info?
if you're willing to give.
Yay! That makes you guy number 53 on the list.
Damn, if that ain't a letdown.
How do you even meet 53 men here?
Well, she doesn't go to college here. I imagine she's back for like she said she was back for vacation.
Back
kinda
from
thing.
college, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know.
So guys, 2 through 51 were at college,
Hmm.
probably.
We still went on to exchange our info. I could also, since she's like 21 and Takumi is like 30 something, it's probably not out of the question that he babysat her. And she had one of those like babysitter crush things where it's, or like, I don't know if that's like a
Those
universal thing.
babysitter crush things.
Yeah. Anyway, we still went on to exchange our info. I could only hope that being number 53 wasn't as big a problem as it sounded. Number 53. I'm going to start using that as a
Burger King
derogatory
footleg.
nickname for him. Shut the fuck up, number 53. Anyway, I'd still like to know the reason why me being here is such a big deal.
I don't recommend it.
But why?
Because it'd make me upset.
You don't like it here?
Yeah.
I'm going to demote you to
actually
guy
hate it.
54 if you keep asking.
No! How did another guy just appear in the sequence? You seem to get along with the people, though.
That's just how it looks. I was a huge problem child, so I kind of feel awkward around the older folk here. And there's tons of things you can't see right away. Oh, but I can't say I actually hate the people.
With that, I decided to stop prying about this place any further. I'd back away before she came to hate me.
Smart.
Oh, can I ask one thing, though?
Ooh, gutsy. Go ahead.
Do you like that Takumi Muro guy?
What, me? Like him?
Yeah.
No way. Takumi-chan's cool and all, but he's too rugged and over a decade older than me. He's out of my strike zone.
Well, fuck me, I guess. All right.
And he's always only had eyes for Kaori-san.
Yeah, that was also something I specifically remembered. It sure felt like it. They married or something?
Nope. Kaori-san's a widow.
Well, that seemed complicated. That aside, Chiemi had been acting a bit strange. Why had she dragged me away from the tea? It seemed so awkward, too. Assuming she hadn't been jealous of Kaori-san and simply didn't want her to charm me, it would mean that she just hadn't wanted me to drink the tea. Why? Also, why'd she feed me cup ramen if I could have just gotten food at the dining hall?
It's a spirited away situation. You eat the local food, you're stuck there forever.
I was gonna say Hotel California, but that works better.
Such a lovely face.
Such a lovely face.
A lovely face.
Such a lovely place. Fuck, I should have had that on my soundboard, right? So, okay, I spent all day, or all afternoon, just tracking down different samples from this one fucking song, because I was assuming that there was going to be way more references to the village people. No, stop. Fuck. I pushed it twice on accident. Anyway, I have like a fuck ton of samples from that just on standby, and I haven't had an opportunity to use any of them, and I'm a little bit upset. But I do now have... No, what? Why? That's the wrong one! What are you talking about? Okay, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. I'm fixing this right now.
Hear that one. I don't usually hear the stream things.
No, they're...
Yeah.
There, Jesus. Okay, no, these are, this is just through voice mod. There. Cool. I got that out of my system. Anyway. Also, wait, it means that the other one was wrong too. Whatever, fuck it. I'll deal with that later. Looking too deep into things was part of my nature, though things were never as bad as I assumed. I went on to call my insurance company, where I found out something. Apparently, this village was hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest service station, meaning I was ineligible for the normal service and had to pay extra. Yippee! I fucking love car troubles. And the extra was no small amount, too. It actually went over 100,000 yen. Also, I could have avoided this if I'd taken a more... Oh, fuck. Excuse me. Also, I could have avoided this if I'd taken a more expensive plan. This was all my own fault for not taking the bike salesman's advice. Shit. I said I would consider it and hung up. Then I went back to the dining hall. Huh? Where did everyone go? Hang on. The customers had changed completely. Tai-san, Kanzo-san, and Takumi-san were gone now. They were replaced by a caricature of a juvenile delinquent.
Finally!
Another Dragoni character. This guy specifically, I need to turn the voice acting on for him later. After Dragoni gets a chance to do a couple of line reads for him. But this guy in particular, his volume mixing is all kinds of weird. But first...
Fuck are you?
He shouted at me. He seemed like he was trying too hard. He then slammed his bowl and chopsticks on the table and stood up to intimidate me. I'm Haruaki Fusaishi.
The hell? You wanna go?
Goodness. Yoshitsugu, you don't talk like that to someone you just met.
I believe it's Yoshitsugu. I don't know. This name in particular just always confused me, but yes, I believe it's
Yoshitsugu. Oh snap!
Yeah, that's the tricky part with this, where it's like, towing the line.
Yeah, shut up, Hag. G&A, the hell's this asshole?
Haruaki-san, a traveler who crashed his bike.
Boy, was that introduction half-assed.
Let me introduce them to you. This is Kaori Oribe and her second son, Yoshitsugu-kun. Yasunaga-kun's the first.
Huh? Yasunaga-kun? The guy you introduced me
Mickey
to this morning?
Mouse?
Yeah, that guy.
Yep. It may not look it at first, but they're alike, don't you think?
The Oribes. What an unpredictable family.
Talk about bro, you ugly bitch.
What does this fucking face remind me of? There's this one particular character that this expression is reminding me of, and it's killing me. Hang on. Now might be a good time for me to demonstrate what his fucking voice mixing sounds like. Everyone's set to high now, okay? Just so you know. That's Chiemi.
安永くんって朝の彼？
うるせえババ。おいチェネ、そいつ誰だよ。
He literally sounds like he's recording like 2 feet away from his microphone, so he's not peeking it. Like, it's him and Tai, the old lady, that have this problem the worst. But I just needed to make sure that you all know what it sounds like, because it's so bizarre. Anyway.
Call me that all you want. I'm confident in my popularity.
And from what I'd seen, that confidence was well justified.
Love that face.
Yeah.
Fuck off back to the city, you idiot. Stupid dumbass.
Oh no, Haruaki-san, I don't think I can argue with that.
What? You were an idiot? Alrighty then. Stupid. You're stupid.
Oh, how mean.
Join me, Yoshitsugu-kun. Yoshitsugu-kun.
Yoshitsugu-kun.
Yoshitsugu-kun. No. Yoshitsugu-kun. first names shouldn't be allowed to have 5 syllables in them.
Join me, Yoshi.
Join me. I think in Oz's video he actually starts just calling him Yoshi. I don't know. I don't wanna whatever. Yoshitsugu-kun. Okay, I can only say the name and then not in the context of whatever sentence I'm supposed to be saying it in. Because it's like a speed bump mid-sentence. Join me, Yoshitsugu-kun. Stupid.
Ah, what the hell? Don't talk shit about GNA.
You're pretty conflicted, aren't you? Sorry, Chime-chan. I was just playing.
Wow, one nice reversal after another. It takes quite a man to surprise me.
I just don't want to lose to you, that's all.
You taking us something?
Boy, did I wish.
Stop it, Yoshitsugu. You're already late. Change and go to school.
Shut up, I ain't going.
Mumbling something, the kid walked out of the dining hall, leaving his half-full bowl behind.
I'm sorry about that. How embarrassing. He's a really good boy deep down, though.
Yeah, I could actually see that, somewhat. By the way, where are Makishima-san and Muro-san?
They went to pick up your bike.
Oh no, I gotta hurry up after them. This guy is before us in the list. By the way. Which?
Guys in her contact list.
Oh shit! I was just like, what list? Oh fuck. God.
He's like number 47 or something.
Probably much lower because she probably didn't meet that many guys before leaving town. So he's probably like number 6 or something like that.
I think it would just be funny if he just never talked to him that much.
Number 15.
Hey, they know what it is. They'll be fine, don't you think?
Well, you just have to set it on neutral and push, but I'm not sure they'll know how to do it. And I, of all people, should help. They might go about it the wrong way.
If that's all, you shouldn't bother.
Why?
Because you're an outsider. I wouldn't suggest spending too much time alone with them.
They didn't seem that bad to me.
That's because they're adults. Don't assume everyone here is as welcoming as me. I'm an exception. You might get along fine, but you might also set them off. This place is already far from normal. Don't risk making it worse. She's right, I say. They insisted you leave it to them, so that's what you should do.
You think so too?
Yes. The men here are pretty serious about Yasumizu having its own way of doing things.
I could somewhat understand that. A visitor should behave like one. Doing anything more would be uncalled for. It was an old-fashioned way of thinking, but this was an old-fashioned kind of place for sure. Where do we wait then?
At my place.
I expected as much, but it still made me curious. Normally you'd expect we'd sit around and drink some tea right here, so why didn't we? As we waited, Chiemi, casually but uncomfortably, told me several things. First, I found out that the people here in Yasumizu were a bit on edge right now. The reason for that was the fact that, excluding me, they had 3 whole outsiders here. I'd assumed this myself from what I knew so far, but apparently, yesterday morning, a little girl was found straying around the Saranaga Rapids. They couldn't even find out her name, let alone who her parents were, so they didn't know how to handle her. For now, one of the inhabitants was looking after her. Like I'd been told, the more superstitious inhabitants, Tai-san mostly, saw her as a bad omen. I suggested leaving her to the police, but Chiemi didn't seem to think it was a good idea. It barely made sense to me, but if I were to believe her, things around here were such that not even the cops could do anything. And apparently, the remaining 2 outsiders were a pair of journalists gathering info for a magazine article. Unlike the little girl and I, they'd come here via the normal route, through Kami Fujiyoshi, and therefore weren't considered a bad omen or whatever. Still, even normal outsiders put the people here on edge. Through this talk, I also got some details about the area itself. Oh, how helpful. Yasumizu was a settlement part of an autonomous region called Fujiyoshi Village, or simply Fujiyoshi. It had also been on the map I'd been shown at the store, so this is the bigger
Like the pine and cliff being pointed out.
Also, shout out to Pokemon Ranger's Guardian signs on the top right, I guess. I don't know what that is. But yeah.
It's a compass.
Really?
Yeah, the arrow presumably would be pointing north.
I've never
a compass on a 2D diagram that's not from a top-down view.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, good point.
Fujiyoshi was
Wind direction? I don't know.
Fujiyoshi was split into two areas, Yasumizu and Kami Fujiyoshi. They were separated by a mountain. Yeah, so Kami Fujiyoshi was the larger place that we were like 2 hours away from on the thing. Going to Kami Fujiyoshi took about an hour by foot or 20 minutes by car on the winding but paved road. Side note, the school the students went to was in Kami Fujiyoshi. These two settlements had ties so strong they shared customs and culture. Chiemi said that local seasonal events were quite unconventional. I asked her to elaborate, but all she would say was that Yasumizu had special meaning to Fujiyoshi. She was making me more suspicious than I wanted to be. This conversation wasn't nearly as exciting as the one we had last night. Well, at least I found out she didn't have a boyfriend right now. Very intriguing. Alright, dude. It was nearly noon when Takumi-san came back.
She's got 52 other candidates.
Yeah, I gotta step up my game. Why did I have to tell the story about when I pissed myself? It was nearly noon when Takumi-san came back, ending my waiting game. Side note, the door was fully open the entire time we waited. It was probably Chiemi's way of saying that nothing bad was happening here. God, he's so fucking huge! Man, bikes sure are heavy, huh?
Ain't as heavy as the boar I got last year.
I really didn't expect them to just carry it here. Like, sure, there were two of them, but just how much mass did you have to haul, or have to haul a 200-kilogram piece of metal so easily? The unpaved road and the river made my sweet ride really damn muddy. How did you bring it up the cliff? There's a pulley. We bring stuff up from the bottom every now and then.
Takumi? Or Takumi? Damn it.
Oh, yeah, now's not the time for that. Hey, you think this thing alright? It looks pretty damn wet. I'm not sure. I'll check. I'll leave the rest to you, then. Old man, this took longer than I thought it would. Fine if I do the sharpening tomorrow? I saw them off with a loud thank you! Now then.
Need help?
52-member boss rush. It's like the Mega Man Robot Master boss rush at the end, but it's the 7 evil X's from Scott Pilgrim. But it's 52 dudes. Oh fuck. I'll see what I can do by myself first. The worst part of the repairs was right at the beginning. I wanted to start by washing it, but that old lady, Tai Yamawaki was her full name, got really mad at me. She didn't want any Saranaga mud on the ground here because it was corrupt or something. But this plaza was the only place with easy access to a water supply tap, so I did my best and convinced her to let me wash it as close to the edge as possible. Once it was clean, I could start checking what was wrong with it. It actually looked pretty good. Bent in places, sure, but the wash got rid of the bad sound the wheels made. The only problem was that both tires were flat, and it was a pretty big one.
You didn't bring tools?
No.
Aren't you supposed to whenever you go on a bike trip?
I just thought I could call road service and they'd do all the work.
In the mountains? So unprepared.
I have no excuse. Honestly, I was having a moment when I went out. Didn't think things through.
Oh, can I ask what happened?
My girlfriend left me.
That seems like a lie.
It wasn't.
In any case,
I love how fucking brutally honest his internal monologue is, where he's just like, no, I'm a fucking loser.
There might be some in the Nosato mansion.
I might be wrong about this one.
Nosato?
I think it's Nosato, yeah. Nosato Mansion?
Yep. It's the biggest place in Yasumizu. If you can't find something there, you won't find it anywhere else in the village.
All right, I hope we go there next, because that's another Dragoni character, and he's probably the second... the number 2 Dragoni character that I'm looking forward to meeting. I'd see. Then let's give it a shot.
I don't really recommend meeting the guy, but I can't think of any other ideas.
Someone important again?
Yep. And he's kinda messed up to boot.
Good. And so we walked up the hill and arrived at this so-called Nosato Mansion. From what I could tell, it was located at the highest point in the settlement. And, like Chiemi said, it was definitely a hell of a building. It had an elegant western design, which would probably look even better if the place were better maintained. The yard was overgrown, and the building itself was pretty much buried in ivy and small trees. If someone told me it was cursed, I'd instantly believe them. Did people actually live here?
I wonder if the intercom works.
She pressed a button next to the aged iron gate. Yasumizu was a quiet place, so I could easily hear the bell ring inside. Should we try again?
Let's not, we'll piss him off.
Moody guy, huh?
Moody? Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
I wasn't sure what she meant, but I opted to just wait rather than ask more questions. Soon enough, the person in question walked out of the mansion. Yep, here he is.
What is it? Who are you?
He wasn't young, but he didn't look middle-aged either. He certainly looked high-strung, that much was sure. He wasn't young, but he didn't look middle-aged. He probably was an adult.
Yes. Hello, Nosato-san. It's Serizawa.
I know you, Chiemi Serizawa. I'm asking the young man with you.
Haruaki-san, this is Kyonosuke Nosato-san.
Okay, so in Ozzy's video,
Kyonosuke.
in Ozzy's video, he specifically did not refer to Nosato by his first name because Kiyonosuke was too hard to say quickly over and over again. But it's Kiyonosuke.
Kyonosuke-san?
Yeah.
Kyonosuke-san, this is Haruaki Fusaishi. He got into an accident.
But yeah, so it's Kiyonosuke Nosato. That introduction was the briefest one yet, despite stumbling over the names in it like a speed bump.
Huh? What?
I explained the situation again. He furrowed his brow when I mentioned the Saranaga, in addition to the reason we were here. So I need repair tools so I can get out of here as soon as possible.
Are the tires tubeless?
Huh?
I have patches, but I think fixing tubeless tires would be a bit much for an amateur. So there's no problem if you aren't. With a tube burst, you'd have no choice but to change it. I don't have any spares here, obviously, and I wouldn't give them if I did.
Sorry, but I'm not too knowledgeable about that. Hey, Ashen Wolf, how's it going?
What a waste of time. I recommend spending however many thousands you need to have repairmen come and pick you up.
I had no retort to that.
Oh, but Nosato-san, I don't think we can have any more outsiders come here right now.
Huh? Haven't you been to a proper city? Don't tell me you still believe that nonsense.
I'd be fine with it, but I doubt the elders would be. We've had too many visitors these past few days.
I don't care what you Yasumitsu peasants think. What do you expect me to do anyway? Fix the tires myself and get oil all over me?
Oh, I'd never suggest that. I just think that a Fujiyoshi village head should help a troubled visitor.
How about instead of relying on me when it's convenient, just give him a traditional Yasumitsu welcome? You know, throw him off the cliff!
This character is, and I don't say this lightly, this character feels like he would fit into Ace Attorney pretty cleanly. Like everyone else has had a pretty distinct style that's like, you know, but like Nosato, like his design and his expressions and his mannerisms just very instantly make him look like, and you're like, oh, hi, red, white, asshole. Yeah, but he's great. I love him. He's very fun. Whoa, what the hell?
Come on, you can't say that.
Jamie's tone was slightly off. I could feel a bit of irritation behind her words. I know it might be a bother, but can you at least lend me the tools?
What?
I'll just borrow them. You won't hear or see me work. I can even pay.
Well, I don't mind that much, but I want compensation for anything you break. Student or not, I'll have you act proper.
Then he pointed me to the garage and walked back to the mansion. Man, I thought we were screwed there. What the hell's a burst tube?
Wow, that's so lame.
That's a smirk of I'm the red herring. Rockman gets it! That's one of the reasons that he's one of my favorite characters, is that he's just very interesting. And it bleeds into the red herring nonsense. What, you think every biker can fix a bike just by bashing it with a wrench or something?
Sensor going up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's either the engineer...
The dispenser here.
Yeah, it's either the engineer from TF2 or a specific bit from one of Brule Moose's Mall Tycoon videos where the custodians in that game just go over to a thing and will just hold the wrench in their hand and like wave it over the top of something they're supposed to be fixing like it's a magic wand. And there's a bit where Ian does it and he's just shaking this fucking like giant wrench over his keyboard computer, looking at the camera, and he's like, "Yep, this shit's fixed now." And that's all I can fucking think of.
I'll have to watch that one.
It's a very good video.
I don't know, but aren't there a lot of girls who are into guys good with cars and stuff?
Oh, so you're into Nosatoshi. She is not an honorific I'm used to hearing. Nosatoshi, I guess. I don't know.
He's just acting like he's smart. He's probably never repaired a thing in his life. Guy's not nearly as experienced as he's had you think.
Huh? Then why does he have bike repair stuff?
The Nosato Mansion is basically the Yasumizu branch of the Nosato family. Their main mansion is in Kamufujioshi. Whatever they don't need there, they send over here. I heard Kyonosuke-san was given a car 5 or 6 years ago, but he couldn't drive it at all, so it's been gathering dust ever since.
Damn, that was the countryside for you. Couldn't hide your shame if your life depended on it. Anyway, I now knew the man was the condescending, pretentious type. He still helped me out, though, and it was true I didn't know much about bike repairs, so I couldn't really get mad. Anyway, let's just take everything that looks like it could be useful.
Like bandits, huh? I'm in. Sure I'm not bothering you?
I'd feel down without anyone to talk to. Just keep chatting with me. It helps. The instructions that came with the repair kit told me that my bike's tires were a rather difficult type to repair. Apparently I had to remove the tires, but where do I even start with that? Well, as long as I didn't break it, nothing I did could be worse than having to call road service down here, so I just tried taking it apart. But as I removed whatever nuts I could, I made the situation even worse than it was. Yeah, this really wasn't a job for an amateur.
You seem to be having a rough time. You can eat this too, Chiami-chan. Wow, thank you!
Well, this looks serious. Man, machines are just no good.
Hey, the benefits of culture are great as long as they don't break.
Hey, you think you can fix it for sundown?
Think we can get to sundown before the end of the stream?
That might be hard. Don't worry though, worst comes to worst, I'll do something.
I really appreciated how she handled the visitors in my stead.
Hey, Ginny. Is it hard to get a bike license?
I don't know. I know the scooter licenses are easy. I have one myself.
Mid-sized bike licenses are pretty hard to get. You even need to take a course, just like with cars. You like bikes?
The hell? What's the matter to you? How much was that anyway?
800,000 yen, brand new.
Holy shit! What the hell? It's way too high. You an idiot or what? How'd you get that much?
Part-time jobs and all that. Hang on a second.
Yeah, you doing a conversion math?
500. No, that's 80,000. I did not have an extra zero in there. $5,100. I don't know bike
Ooh.
prices. You're like 5,000.
Yeah, it's a bit expensive.
Yeah, but I think I paid like I got my car secondhand. I think I paid like I think it was like 6,000, and like my parents covered half of it. So I only ended up paying like 3,000, and that was, I don't know, like it was, if I don't even fucking remember. But like, point is, it's a lot to spend on a bike that you just go and fuck up. Part-time jobs and all that.
And you got into an accident. Poor Haruaki-san.
Chiemi-sensei, if I may ask, what happened to my share of the food?
Oh no, I ate it all. Poor Haruaki-san.
I didn't want sympathy from the one responsible. As I told her off for not leaving me any food, I'd somehow remove the tires. I could only hope I'd be able to fix this up. I'd had this thing for less than a month, but the trouble it was putting me through made it feel somewhat dear to me. I wanted to fire it up again and make it go as fast as it could. Suddenly, I heard an engine. It felt like it was mocking me. Hold on. An engine? Here? Oh, yes! 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 I stopped working and turned around to see an unfamiliar van drive into the plaza. Yes, it is him! Barring the classic-looking piece of junk in Nosoto's garage, this was the first time I'd seen a car here. As far as I knew, no one living here actually owned a running car, so...
Oh, these are the journalists I told you about.
I knew it. Once the van stopped, a lady stepped out of it. This lady is going to be Quark, and...
Okay.
Yeah, if you want,
Sure.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, she's pretty.
Hello.
I'll be bothering you again today. You're a new face.
Hello, my name's Haruaki Bike Crash.
Interesting name.
Hark on yourself.
I should be... Man, the more I'm realizing this, Ozzy missed out on an opportunity to use a lot of demeaning nicknames on this asshole. Dude number 53, Bike Crash. But to be fair though, nothing tops the nickname that we're going to get to.
Oh, Bike Crash Coon. Huh?
Crap, this was no time for an inside joke. I quickly introduced myself properly. I crashed not too far away, so I'm stuck here for the time being.
I see. So you're a student. Sorry about the trouble you're going through. Oh, and this is me.
The woman gave me her business card. Hisako Mamiya, a freelance writer. Her pen name was Kyuko Hosei.
Hang on, I was taking a drink. Have you ever heard... Fuck.
My articles!
Have you ever read articles?
Have you ever read articles just general? Have you ever read? Sorry.
Figured. I'm not a big name yet. And the magazines I do get printed in are marketed for housewives and the elderly. I hate the elderly.
Saying this in a village full of elderly people that probably hate you too. That's some pretty intense competition. What do you write anyway?
I specialize in unusual dishes.
Like the foulest smelling canned food in the world or something?
Yep. Well, your usual brand of weirdness doesn't attract much attention these days. So I'm looking for minor culinary oddities local to Japan. Anyway, if you know any weird dishes from your hometown, do tell me. I'd travel the length of Japan to give it a try.
Interesting that this character has been given a southern accent despite the fact that she's distinctly from the city.
What I'm doing with it.
I can't.
Here's in Texas.
Yeah, she is the one American here that still has a very Japanese name.
Look, she's not from this rural area. She's from a different rural area.
A student from the lab I frequented once made pork miso soup with a mushroom he found on campus. We had mass hallucinations and...
No flashes of brilliance or poisons, please!
As we chatted, I became curious. By the way, weren't there two of you? Yeah, there better be. Where is he?
Yes, I'm here with the partner! He just needs some time to... Oh, there he is!
I looked at the van and became completely awestruck. It felt like the van had shed its skin or something. That made no sense, but seriously, how did this fit in there? Yeah! Big man! Big man!
Big man from Splatoon?
Yes!
Basically.
That's his human sauna.
Yes, it is. This guy is the best. He was gargantuan. Takumi-san was something, but this man was on the level of a foreign heavyweight wrestler. That's more true than you think. Though, unlike Takumi-san, this man was primarily fat rather than muscle. So was Wario, but Wario could still kick your ass. As he walked out of the driver's seat, the van shook wildly.
You?
Oh, you are cutting out now.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
He's way more famous than
The
me.
microphone does not like that voice.
Yeah, it just sounded like, yep, son. Yeah, his name is Yudai Hashimoto. Hashimoto, the goat. Love him.
He works in all sorts of fields. I imagine you've seen some of his photos without even knowing it.
Photographers in
I
general.
need to calm down my voice.
Yeah, your microphone's just like, oh god, is that a dog whistle? We gotta tone that down. Yeah, photographers are generally some like very cool people to be around because they're very used to just being tucked out of the way, very quiet. But then when you actually start talking to them about what they like doing, they're like so personable and awesome to get. Like there was, Duck knows who I'm talking about. I'm not gonna name drop him, but the photographer for our marching band. Or after he retired as like the school's photographer, he specifically became the photographer for the marching band because he liked being around us and just observing things. He's just a cool dude. He had a big like portfolio on display one year, and everyone there was just he's just so nice. Very easy to get along with.
Speak up, big guy.
I didn't know much about photography, but I was definitely convinced. There was a certain kind of authority or gravity around him. He wasn't saying a word, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Nice to meet you. I'm Haruaki Fusaishi. Was he even alive?
Hello.
After a strange pause, he slowly bowed like the moving mountain he was, and greeted me with a voice like a titan. God damn!
Hello.
He seemed somewhat difficult to interact with.
This is your last day here, isn't it?
Yes. Oribe-san said he'd let me try her prize Shishinare.
What even is that?
I have no fucking clue.
I don't know if an outsider can handle it.
I have my stomach medicine. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Hang on, let me look this up. Shishinare. 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 E, not an I.
Oh, that's...
Googling Shishinare brings up the first thing, or not Googling, DuckDuckGoing, whatever.
Yeah.
First thing that comes up was a Reddit page saying, "What are you reading?" April 27th, r/visual novels. And then other, like, the next three things that, the next next five articles that are listed there are all Raging Loop. So I have to imagine that it's a very specific local cuisine that we don't, like, it's not something that you just easily Google. I don't know. And so, Mamiyoshi and Hashimoto-shi walked off to the dining hall. What does the "shi"
I've never
honorific
heard that
mean?
honorific before.
I guess, like, I don't know. I'll look that up later. Who would have thought that such a beauty was a delicacy hunter? I had to admit that gap was kind of charming. As intrigued as I was, I couldn't waste any more time. I had to fix my bike already. Ah!
Old man?
A lot of things had surprised me here in Yasumizu, but nothing as much as this. Hello? No reaction. At first glance, he looked like a poor man too senile to think and perceive properly. You need something from me? I made sure to speak as clearly as possible. It didn't look like he understood. I figured it was best to just ignore him and resume the repairs, but...
Coming.
You
Looked
don't
at
need
him
to
again.
announce that.
Oh no! He was still just standing there like his soul and brain had left his body. A vacant stare, yellowed eyes, half-open mouth covered in saliva.
He's just like me.
Coming.
He spoke again. What's coming?
The W.
What? His voice is too hoarse to make out. Come again? Placed a hand against my ear. Ah!
Get away.
Finally understood what I wanted and prepared to whisper something. I brought my ear closer and...
Wolf is coming!
Ah! The sudden shout caught me completely off guard and made me fall to the ground. Oh, God. He looked down at me, laughing. He clapped and opened his half-toothless mouth into a wide smile.
Fucking bastard old man!
A wolf is coming! A wolf is coming!
He bent his body in a weird way, laughed like he was convulsing, turned around, and just left.
Interesting guy.
Haraki-san. Oh, I'm too late.
I think with this, there are only 2 characters that we have not met. Well, technically 1, because we met the Shrine Maiden in the intro, but we haven't met her in the story properly. And they never saw him again. He just doesn't appear. Chiame had joined the journalist and only just came back. Late for what?
Gramps over there loves messing around with strangers like that.
Wait, that's your grandpa?
No, I don't even know his name. He's been in Yasumizu forever, and he's always like that.
It felt less like he was just messing around and more like he's a bit touched.
Yep. Everyone calls him the old man who cried wolf.
Named after the boy who cried wolf, I assume? Doesn't work as well, though. Wolves, huh? As far as I knew, there were no wild wolves in Japan. There used to be...
exactly one after the ending of Wolf Children.
Yeah, there used to be, but after the last sighting in either the Meiji or Showa era, they've been considered extinct here. Modern Japan's image of wolves came from Western fairy tales and the like. It wasn't linked to anything in our culture or life. Even The Boy Who Cried Wolf was a Western tale. Did his brand of insanity make him repeat the tale or something? A bit weirded out by the circumstances, I went back to repairing my bike. After a bit more time, I somehow took off the rubber from the tires and removed the tubes. Both tires were pierced by some really rusty nails. Fuck, this kind of stuff only happened at the worst of times. Is that the first time that Fusaishi has sworn?
You said shit pretty early.
I think probably when the bike was crashing. Then I applied the patches and filled them with air using a manual pump. I wet the tubes. There were no bubbles, meaning no air was leaving them. Things were looking good. After the high schoolers came back from school and passed by, no one else stopped to talk. GME was looking a bit bored now. I think I got it.
Seriously? But it all seems so hopeless.
Well, sorry, though I still need to rebuild this. That's gonna be a lot of work.
And you'll be able to leave then?
Get out.
Yeah, believe me, I know I shouldn't stay here long. I can take a hint.
That's great.
She didn't seem to care that much. Guess I had no chance with her, huh?
You've been at this for hours. How are you holding up? Need a break?
Well, I'd be better if a certain someone didn't take away my lunch break.
Hey, I gave you some crackers, didn't I?
Like that was enough to sate a guy in his mid-20s. Still, I'm pretty fine. I'll push forward a bit more. You can go if you want. I've been introduced to just about everyone here.
There's 2 people you haven't met yet.
Ah, I was right. Really?
Nah.
Well, there was no real need to, right?
I'll stay around a bit longer. I came back here because I was bored, and it's not like I'm busy.
Couldn't you play around with your 52 guy friends?
I take it back. I came back because I wanted to be bored. Living in the city is so annoying and tiring, especially with 52 guys texting you all the time.
Oh.
Sorry, I lied about the 52 guys.
You lying harlot! Why?
I'm actually not a harlot. That's why I lied. Because I wanted to keep you in check, I guess.
It wasn't 52. It was closer to 70. Why would she pull a tactic like that only to reveal her hand?
Hey, did you really get dumped by your girlfriend?
I see.
Hey, that shit hurted.
And now she asked me that. I did, honest.
I see.
Well, after that relentless assault, it wouldn't be fair unless I played my own card. You want to come with?
Huh? It's a 2-seater?
Yeah, there's even an extra helmet. It's not dry yet, though. I'm obviously leaving soon, so unless you have something planned, you can join me. We can even go on a bike tour. If we have enough time, I can take you anywhere. Flexible, open to fine-tuning, wild and charming. This was a good date invitation, if I said so myself.
That sounds great. And I have no plans.
Oh?
I'll go get my stuff then.
Chiemi smiled and turned around to head to her place. She then looked back at me and...
You should hurry before I change my mind.
Yeah, sure. Well, that made me motivated. This was one tiring trip, but at least I met someone good along the way. I'd just forget everything I didn't want to remember while on the road with her. Like the old man. That I could go without the wolf yelling. I could only hope that clever girl and I would eventually grow closer. With that ulterior motive in mind, I resumed rebuilding the bike. After several failed attempts, I was finally making some good progress putting the bike back together. Afternoon had passed, and it was almost evening. At the rate I was going, I'd definitely be working while it was dark. Would that even be possible? I might be way past midnight by the time I was done. Chiemi might dump me for that. Man, life sure was hard. The plaza I'd worked in was now totally empty. There was no one around me. All I could hear was the wind, the frogs, and the tools in my hands. It was desolate, to say the least. I suddenly felt really weak. It made me keenly aware of being in a place I didn't belong, and that I was preparing to escape. It was an oppressive atmosphere, like the bars of a cage were slowly swinging shut. What's this, Haruaki? Think you're gonna get attacked or something? I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't work. As I became more conscious of my surroundings, I began to hear things I hadn't noticed before. I heard a voice. Someone was singing. It was an inarticulate little girl's voice. I stopped my work. Before I knew it, I'd put my tools down and gone looking for the source. Was I that starved for human presence? Or did the malaise make me feel like I was in danger? I walked down the hill to where the song came from. Passing the tall grass, I arrived. Believe this is Dragoni's Shrine Maiden.
Guardians are.
It was a strange sight. The field was covered in tall grass. There were countless rocks peeking out of it. Unlike the boulders all over Yasumizu, these were only up to my waist. They looked like gravestones.
6. The bad jar hums along great with an array of bricks.
The field
Fuck are you
extended
going
into
on
the
about?
dusky western sky before ending at a cliff. I might be wrong. This might be the little girl. But I'm just gonna say Dragoni can voice her anyway. Fuck it. This was the lowest spot in Yasumizu, the border to Saranaga. There was a large pine right at the edge.
The one above the
8.
cliff?
Mm-hmm. 8. The donut bologna rice snows on the mountain.
The evening sun, the
Great,
stones,
dude.
and the pine's shadow gave the field a strange aura. Servers are the 7K. I'm glad Rockman and my brains synced up. The
Okay, it is the
was
little girl.
running through it. Her steps were awkward. At this moment, this space was alien. I felt like I was looking at a Giorgio di Chirico. Giorgio di Chirico? I don't know. I only know how to pronounce the Japanese name in this. This place.
Playing
felt like
Final
it-
Fantasy VII Reeve.
Suddenly, I came to understand that this place was special. It was a sacred, mystical ground where no outsiders were welcome. The girl fell. Are you okay?
Oh shit, it's Bernadetta.
Yeah, she does look
God,
it.
it does
It does look a
look.
lot like Bernadette.
Hang on. I'm just confused as to what.
I think it's just stylistic to
Okay.
make it feel a
Something-
little
yeah,
more weird and
something's going on
alien.
in here.
Probably a translation thing, as well.
So am I voicing the little girl too, or should we give her
Yeah.
twerk, or what's happening with her? Okay.
Help up, half-crying little girl, muddy clothes, new grays on band-aid covered kneecap. Okay, I'm getting it now.
Talking about House of Leaves earlier.
Yeah. Also, I was more so thinking about it from it's a free-form thought. There's another
Yeah.
book in Cloud Cuckoo Country's video where he talks about books like House of Leaves, where he talks about I forget the name of the book in question, but it's basically free associative thought, written as like someone's like mind just thinking through their memories, and there's like very little actual, like few actual sentences put together, but thoughts are assembled in a way that still makes sense, and it gives you an idea of, yeah, this guy's probably not very well adjusted. I don't know. And also, House of Leaves is not an inaccurate comparison as well. But I console little girl, push away, run. Someone appears. Girl saw once me. Or I guess me once saw girl. I don't know, whatever. Fuck it.
The girl appears that I saw once, is what it's saying, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah. I got the gist of it, but I was confused as to what order would be, quote, correct. But it doesn't matter. Anyway.
Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive.
Girl, weave incomprehensible phrase. Hide behind. Girl. Fear and hostility. My brain filled that last word in as eggs. Fear and hostility. Eggs.
That's Charlie.
Salmon run.
Egg.
Little girl, hide behind. This is really cool, actually, now that I'm really processing it, because it's saying that, like, the girl with the weave uttering the incomprehensible phrase, the little girl...
I think the girl is weaving an incomprehensible face. She doesn't have a weave.
Oh, no, whatever. I don't know.
You did.
She also has a weave. I don't know. Anyway, but then the little girl to the left, hide behind, pointing to the girl weaving the incomprehensible phrase. And the little girl has fear and hostility in her eyes. That's... I don't know how I'm gonna
really like how these
deliver
are structured.
lines.
This
This
is
is a
fun.
funky way of communicating information. I'm enjoying. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's clearly something up with this area.
Yeah. There are like there was an article that I have not read, but Ozzy linked it in his description of his video about the way that this game was localized, and I want to give it a read after I finish this, because I know that there are specific, like, different Japanese scripts that are used for different purposes here, and I want to know how this was handled in Japanese. I imagine it could have just been something similar, with just kind of like a pre-associative, like arrows and I don't know. But just something I want to think about anyway. Girl, hug little girl. Warn me.
I love that long stretch of arrows
Yeah.
as it takes him a while to think.
It's like, oh, she is talking to me.
You probably won't make it.
It's not a great thing to say to
Run.
Girl behind me. Behind mist.
Mist.
This is just House of Leaves now. Like, this is just in House of Leaves, they have literal walls of text of like incomprehensible names of shit of like citations and stuff that that Zampano supposedly has, and they just become literal walls that make it feel like the book is closing in. And like, I don't think that if someone was to narrate this, they would need to say mist like 6 or 7 times or whatever, but just seeing the word written out like that gives the impression of there just being this big wall.
Just oppressive.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
That's a lot of mist.
A lot of mist.
Me.
Ganga.
Gungaga. Turn around. Run. Where?
That was a really fun scene.
Yeah,
That was funky.
that's cool. Ozzy didn't talk about that particular scene at all in his video, and I knew that there would be bits like that because again, ultimately Ozzy does still recommend this game, so I knew that there would
going on
be.
with the music?
Yeah, no, the music is fucking excellent in this game too. In a daze, I came back to the plaza. Suddenly, Chiemi shook me, bringing me back to my senses.
Where were you?
Sorry.
I have no fucking clue, man.
I'll finish the job now.
It's too late, you idiot. You won't make it in time. You've got to hide.
I couldn't understand what she was getting at. What are you doing? Go to your room right now!
But Haraki-san...
Ugh, forget the outsider. Old man Konzo and I'll check the other places. Stop wasting time and go back to yours. I couldn't understand. What were these two doing? What scared them so much? It didn't take long for me to... It didn't take long for me to find out. I looked down the hill. From Saranaga, beyond the field I'd just been in, came a rising haze. It was so dense you could easily call it a mist. It moved strangely, like a living creature, as it flowed into the plaza.
Haruaki-san, over here!
Chiemi pulled me by the hand. What's going on? Ugh, my head feels like it weighs a ton.
Deal with it. You've got to find a place you can lock the doors. You'll die if you don't.
What do you mean? Tell me.
Please, don't ask questions and just do as I say. Just this once.
Albeit hesitantly, I did as she said. We ran up the hill and crossed a rice field path until we made it to a simple outhouse.
This should be fine.
Seriously, what's going on? And sure, that was a hell of a mist, but this won't protect me, right?
Listen, there's no time to explain, so please just do what I say and only that. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound.
My mind was pretty clear by this point, so much so that I began to wonder why it was clouded until now. Because of that, I could easily understand exactly what Chiemi just said, despite how weird it was. I could also see she was really desperate.
Oh, that's a lot of keys.
That's a lot of keys.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna hide in the outhouse. Now that's a hell of an order.
Haruaki-san.
Just so you know, pulling that off is pretty hard. When I do, I'd like a good reward and an explanation.
Sure, I'll tell you everything. So please survive the night.
The words, the teary smile, none of it looked fake. See ya then. You gotta hurry, right?
Yep, Haruaki-san.
What?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Leaving me one hell of a homework assignment, Chiyomi ran off.
Oh, she's very dead.
The plaza was covered in the mist by now. I could see it rising to take over the fields, too. Anyway, a promise was a promise. "10 minutes later, I began to wonder what I was doing. Was I really supposed to spend the night here? This outhouse wasn't like a prefab you find in construction sites. It was just a shack built by hand. It merely happened to have a toilet unit installed. It was Japanese style, so I couldn't even sit down. All I could do was stand. Another problem was the type of toilet that periodically had to be pumped empty, so the smell was really bad. Sure, there was a cover on the toilet unit, but without any kind of air freshener anywhere, the smell of ammonia could only do so much. The only good thing about being here was that if I had to go to the toilet, well, mission complete, but what of it? Again, was I really supposed to spend the night here? The question quickly made me realize how stupid this was, and I began making assumptions to make this easier for myself. Was I being pranked? Or was everyone here just crazy? Hell, the mist had already filled the surroundings, and there was no way that this shabby outhouse protected me from it. The air here already felt misty and damp, and the temperature here was low, so I could still bear it somewhat, but staying here all night would make me all wet. Again, I wasn't safe from the mist here. That considered, I'd probably be better off sleeping in the grass outside than staying here. The reasonable part of my mind urged me to stop playing along with these hicks. However...
Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. Sure, I'll tell you everything. So please, survive the night.
My sense of duty made it hard for me to break the promise I'd made to her. Actually, that wasn't quite true. I was more intrigued by the prospect of learning more about this place.
Can be both.
That's some fucking Professor Layton-ass music right here. Anyway, I took the time to compile what I'd found out today. This was the Yasumizu settlement, a special part of Fujiyoshi. It was situated right next to the Saranaga Rapids. Oh, fuck. I take it back, this is not Layton, this is too hip-hoppy to be Layton, but it's really good. Alright, the people living here were... Alright, everyone got your notes ready? Chiyomi Serizawa. Yeah. Yasunaga Oribe. His family, Kaori Oribe, and Yoshitsugu Oribe. Chikamochi Kamoshida. Haru Makishima. Her granddad, Kanzo Makishima. Tai Yamawaki. Takumi Muro. Kiyonosuke Nosuto. It seems like he was from Kamifujiyoshi, the place on the other side of the mountain, but for some reason he lived here now. And finally, the old man who cried wolf.
Peepaw.
Yeah, finally old Peepaw. Those were the 11 people I'd met, and Chiyomi said I had 2 more left. That could only mean the 2 that I'd met by the pine were the ones. A little girl. She was probably the child that strayed into Saranaga yesterday morning. And then there was the fantastical-looking, white-haired woman clad in strange clothing. She was probably the one I'd seen in the morning. The fact I'd seen her twice made it likely that she was indeed real, but with how mysterious this place was, I couldn't rule out the possibility that she was an illusion. Honestly. Not unreasonable. Also, I was mistaken, I don't remember how old she is. In the opening, I was like, she's like 15 or something. No, I don't think she's that young. I just don't remember her exact age. I just figured I'd clarify that now. For no real reason, I guess. I don't know. This is a recap section. It's about the only time I'm gonna get where I'm not narrating. According to Chiyomi, the little girl was being looked after by someone in the village, so I could only assume that the white-haired woman was the one. If I counted the little girl, it would mean that Yasumizu had 13 inhabitants. Then there were the 2 journalists, Hisako Mamiya, and Yudai Hashimoto. And add me to that, and you had a total of 3 outsiders, but I'd put that aside for now. Anyway.
Four kind of little girl?
I suppose, but she's also like staying in the village proper. Like she was taken in by someone else as opposed to the journalists, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, time for an assessment. Yesterday morning, a little girl strayed into Saranaga. To make it worse, no one, not even herself, knew anything about her. She instantly got branded as an ill omen. The next day, Chiemi, who is in Saranaga for some reason, found me there. They recognized me as a proper lost person, but since I came through Saranaga, I was also branded as an ill omen. From what Kiyonosuke no Satoshi said, it was safe to assume that it used to be customary to throw people like us into Saranaga. And then there was the mist. The girl said something mysterious. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. I could only assume it was related to the same superstitions. After all, the mist came from Saranaga itself. It and the river seemed to be central to the local customs and ideas. With that in mind, how was it dangerous? What was going to happen now? Yomi Bito, as in people from Yomi? The ancient Japanese land of the dead?
That is what it means.
Dead people came back through Saranaga, and they were corrupted. Well, that gave room for some wild ideas. Was there some sort of pathogen in Saranaga that rose up with the mists? Did it turn people into zombies? Was I about to be part of a Japanese Resident Evil? Wait, that was already Japanese. What if you had a 10%...
It looks like neon, so...
Yeah, I was gonna say, they had to know. Well, if you had a 10% chance to be infected by the mists, but a 100% chance to be infected by another person, that'd explain why everyone had to isolate themselves like this. If I became a zombie, I probably wouldn't have the mind to unlock the door. So basically, by locking myself in here, I was quarantining myself. I hadn't put all that much thought into that, but it seemed like a good story. Sure, stuff like the boulders and the wolves didn't fit anywhere into my idea, but it was still interesting. Then again, I knew this was Hicksville and all, but would a superstition that science could explain so easily really survive the modern world?
Yes.
It seemed so weird.
Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, don't make a sound.
Okay.
Don't make a sound. To be frank, the reason why I spent so much time on these delusions was because I was scared of things I didn't know or understand. In the past, people used to attribute stuff like natural phenomena and diseases to gods, devils, yokai, and then do nothing but fear them. They were scared of these manifestations of monsters and whatnot. But on the other hand, it was better than not seeing or not knowing what they really were. The fact that you could die to things you couldn't see or understand made life really unreasonable and unfair. That was why it was very logical to give things names and mental images in order to recognize and memorize them. My fear of things I didn't know was the same, except I wasn't satisfied with just labels or hypotheses. I needed to reach the truth. That aside, what I was feeling right now wasn't a fear of the unknown. It was a realistic, practical fear of something that could endanger my life.
Yep, same line.
That meant that...
Get in there!
That meant that outside lurked something dangerous that could hear sounds. Perhaps it was the so-called dead that rose up from the river. Or maybe, assuming I was right with my Saranaga sickness theory, it was people who came out and beat the shit out of all the disease
I'm going to
who
say
didn't follow the
something
rules.
crazy. I think this game might have been inspired by Higurashi.
I wouldn't recognize that myself,
I
but...
haven't read that one either.
Neither have I. Sorry, Clark.
What?
Well-
Uncultured.
Well, maybe that'll be next year, or no, maybe that'll be 2027's
first.
visual novel, because this will probably take us a whole year. The wolf is coming. Maybe the wolf was the title given to the killer. One might even say the wolf is... The
Streaming the distance?
that the wolf is...
I
Go on.
No, suddenly I heard a scream in the
I've just seen the
distance.
soundboard there that we didn't hear.
I did, yeah, I did the Deltarune
Now it's
explosion.
time to be a dipshit idiot.
Again, I know that they said I don't need to save, but, like, if I'm about to walk out into imminent danger, my instinct is to save.
We just said we're not a Resident Evil clue. Come on.
Wow. That was some timing. Right as I was about to form a new hypothesis, the proof connecting it all suddenly came to me. And it was right outside. It had gotten really dark. There it is, that's the scream. There were no lights anywhere. The darkness was fear. Unperceived, unknown, dangerous, scary. Before anything happens, this game has some, like, remarkable gore in it, both described
for that. Good.
and appearances. So just, if that's something that's squeamish to you, wait until, I guess, I don't know, say something in the chat and I'll say something, but you can just, you know, whatever. I don't know. But I don't know. This game's effective when it needs to be. It's kind of cool. Leaving this place was dangerous. Dangerous. Scary. Scary, scary, scary. Scary things were scary no matter how much logic you applied. But I couldn't discard my desire to get to know the fear and conquer it. I opened the door and stopped in place. Night wasn't absolute darkness. No matter how dark or cloudy it was, the sky always gave some bit of light to us. However, I came to
Someone who's never been outside during the new moon.
Yeah. However, I came to understand that it could be hard to see even if there was light. You son of a bitch!
At the time!
Hooray, door hidden. We don't see it, it ain't there.
True.
See, and now I'm starting to realize why Ark doesn't want to have channel point things as a thing for his voice acting streams. But I don't care. We're in this for the long haul. Right. But also, like, on the note of Haruaki being, I almost called him by his nickname that we haven't gotten to yet. On the note of Haruaki being from the city, excuse me. But yeah, the bike crash coming from the city, like, it's, in all likelihood, he hasn't been in a sky without light pollution in it, in the same degree that you would get in the rural mountainside, like, country. Everything I saw was covered by a dense mist. Combined with the pale moonlight, it made the area seem milky. It made it hard to get around. Regardless, I couldn't ignore the scream. There was something beyond this veil. I kept moving forward. Unless my ears were deceiving me, the scream belonged to a woman. It had come from the right. I couldn't let myself think that. Or rather, I didn't want to think that. The unknown was scary. Personally, I'd found that principle made my life really easy. I had more than enough fear from those which were directly threatening my life. I really
love
didn't...
this guy.
Honestly, like, he's kind of...
Really funny.
He is. I still remember when we read some of House of Leaves together, Quark, and you were like, oh no, I kind of love Johnny. Johnny sucks. Haruwaki's not nearly as bad as Johnny, to be clear, but oh my god. Oh my god, what I would give to relive that moment when we were reading, I think it was like chapter 6 or something, with Johnny, with Quark, to record her reactions, because that was good stuff. Anyway, I really didn't want to have to fear I really didn't want to have the fear of losing someone as well. Change your line of thought, Haruaki. Solving the mystery might save someone. 2 birds with 1 stone. I began walking faster. Another scream. It was close. I realized I had to find a way to protect myself. I was unarmed, so I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon. I felt around to see if there were any branches or anything. Sadly, all I felt was grass. I went deeper and searched the ground itself. Soon I felt something hard. It was a rock. A moment of digging later, I took it in hand. It was a bit smaller than my hand. I almost almost teared up at how teared up at how his use.
You'll get there.
Reading "teared" and next to "up" after talking about how he was like looking through the grass. It was my brain melted it together a little bit. But yeah, it was a bit smaller than my hand. I almost teared up at how useless it seemed, but it was better than nothing. I looked at the base of my feet and saw the grassy ground. I could easily move forward if I first checked the ground using my feet. And since I might have been close to danger, I had to focus on what was ahead, too. I'd recognize the danger and, if possible, get rid of it. I concentrated entirely on that and stepped forward. I couldn't hear the screams anymore. But I could hear other things.
Ooh.
A wet sound. And the sound of something cracking. It filled my mind with countless things I didn't want to imagine. Even so, I kept walking forward. Forward. Until I saw it. Oh.
Puppy.
Ooh. Third eye.
My hypotheses were nothing but delusions. The truth was truly something you had to see for yourself. But why? Why was this so scary in spite of being true? It wasn't supposed to exist. It couldn't exist. After all, it was a wolf with a humanoid body. And there's no such thing as werewolves. The next morning, in a paddy field in Fujiyoshi Yasumizu, 3rd block, someone discovered a thoroughly mangled corpse. The clothes nearby led the discoverers to conclude that it was the traveler Haruaki Fusaishi.
Damn. F.
He's still moving.
Still moving.
Strangely enough, I could perceive this particular moment.
Hey, young Bito, purge him!
And so, I
Goodbye, Haruaki-san.
was finished off by the girl.
Feast begins.
The last thing I heard.
I'll hang the wool.
Was that. Short game. Fuck, that's
Damn.
Yeah.
Unveiled Arrival.
Wow, we fucked up.
I guess that's the name of the ending.
Yeah.
Obtained key
Yay!
number 2, Werewolf and Resurrection. You can view it in the keys list. The route unlocked by this key is represented by the same number on the scenario chart.
Yeah. I remember 2 being the one that let us not leave the outhouse like a dipshit.
Bad ending number 2. No shit. All right.
Wait, where's number 1?
Oh wait, hang on.
Where's bad ending number?
That's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
Okay.
Watch Hint Corner.
Watch Hint Corner.
So,
Oh shit, Tiger Dojo?
Tiger Dojo, I think, yeah.
so Ozzy didn't do this at all. I think we need to give them the time. Give Quark a voice. There's the shape.
Hey there, you done it now, eh, Chief? Me, I don't mind me. I'm just an insignificant interface character. You can call me Sheep. This is a space between trees.
Sorry, I had a
Bastard
cigarette in my
hard-
teeth.
That bastard can't see it, so feel free to kick back and relax. That said, you can't stay too long. I'm busy, so let's get down to business. As you'd expect of a hint corner, I'm here to give some helpful advice in your times of need. Not that you need much, this is a linear visual novel. First, let's get all the game explanations out of the way. Well, I did say you've done it now, dipshit, just before you were actually fated to arrive here from the start. I mean, you only have one choice, right?
Yeah.
It should have been one below it, but it had a lock mark next to it. You could... No, but just so you know, we're doing Chiemi series. Oh, it's idiotic quiz is pointless. None of those choices will change a thing.
Hear you, desk slam dot gif. Fuck!
I think it was explained to you back in the tutorial, but let's review Raging Loop structure just
It's a good
in
thing I
case.
skipped the tutorial, so we only have to hear this once.
You skipped my tutorial?
No,
Just
no!
experience for yourself, you'll definitely die in Raging Loop, moron.
You fucking idiot.
Why is that? Because many choices are locked and you'll need keys to unlock them. Those keys are spread throughout the story. You'll need to die to obtain most of them. That's why death is unavoidable.
Oh man.
Hang on a second, I got something caught in my throat. It seems Haruaki Fusashi can retain his memories for the next time, even if he dies. This is a system to replicate that.
It's, I was gonna
Yeah,
say...
I figured Raging Loop was gonna be a time loop.
Yep. I pretty explicitly said that already, but with a title like that, it's like, I don't know. It's neat. I like it. It's cool.
So here's my first piece of advice to you. If you get stuck, try dying.
If you get stuck, get fucked.
Go kill yourself, loser. There are many keys lying within the story's many bad endings. You can also obtain keys from some surprising outcomes. Of course, it's possible to get all the keys, finish the game without seeing all the bad endings, but leave it up to your playing style.
Oh, neat.
As for bad ending 2, known as toilet shitter and you'll need key 2 to avoid it, which you just got. Congratulations, round of applause.
We did it.
But that won't be a problem for next time. Did you notice you already obtained key 2 by dying here? Just letting you know in case you're too stupid to figure it out yourself. You can check the details of key 2 from the keys list in the menu, so you can check it out there. Basically, Haruaki Fusashi, whatever the fuck his name is, now knows from experience he'll die if he goes out. That's what makes a new choice possible.
Quark, I want you to know that my favorite kind of character to give you is specifically this
character. Apparently.
No, this specific character that is kind of like outside of the narrative a little bit and is just kind of making fun of everyone in it. Like Marlene at the beginning of Yeek, like some of your ad libs at the beginning of Yeek are some of the funniest fucking things that I remember. And this character, which is the reason I knew I needed to give this character to you.
You'll find more bad endings that you're forced to play through first in the future, so keep that in mind.
Okay, guess I'll die.
Other times you can keep going on for a long time without finding a key. Whenever you get a key, it's displayed with large red letters. So remember that part. Okay, bye. Oh, never mind. Haruaki Fusashi will be sent back to the starting point after this. In other words, the scene at the start of the game with him and on his stupid fucking bike that he crashes like an idiot.
Rockman, I've thought about this game way longer than most normal people should, and I just pieced that together. Fuck.
What do you say?
About the sheep. So
The sheep and the wolf.
yeah, so Ozzy doesn't talk about the sheep until way later in his video, which is one of the reasons that it's but again, I don't want to talk too much about it just for reasons, but still.
I love this thing's design. It's so
It's
cute.
really fun.
You can reread everything at the start if you want, but that sounds like a huge pain in the ass. But you're gonna die dozens of times from now on.
So it'd be a huge pain in the ass to read it every time.
So once you get a grip of the situation, use the scenario hard to jump ahead.
I like how the sheep and Quark are both on a meta level, so familiar with visual novels that they're just kind of mumbling their way through the tutorial text.
Jump to a scene with the flowchart. You've played games like this before. Get out of here. You know how to open a fucking menu?
Dense mist, yeah.
Use a scenario chart to jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get
jump
down.
down.
around.
Instantly,
Wait,
this marks the end
wrong.
of the so-called prologue is over. If you pick the choice that was unlocked this time, the game's first main route, 3 Yomi will begin. Good luck! Now get out of here! God damn it! Next time you come across a locked choice, look to the right side. You see the number of the key you need to unlock it.
Just letting you know in case you're blind as a fucking bat. The number appears on the scenario.
VLR is VLR
By the
on
way,
drugs.
here's a little trick. You won't be getting key 1 for a long time. You didn't miss anything, so just relax and just keep playing.
Yeah. So again, not to keep talking about Ozzy's video, but Ozzy didn't talk to the sheep because when he got to the bad ending thing, he just immediately went and did the thing because he's played a visual novel before, so he didn't hear this explicitly stated. It's pretty easy to intuit that based on where I don't know, but it just that just burned a hole in his mind for the rest of for most of his playthrough, which I don't blame him, and I think it's a very fun thing to have of like having starting with option 2 is like. So then what is option 1, like the one?
Starting with option 2 is just such a little kick in the teeth, you know?
Exactly,
Like,
yeah. Yeah. Also, I really
just
like...
has that little niggling thought in the back
significance
of your
at the
mind.
end, but also like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just there to bother you.
Duck, I think the reason is that it's like, once it's time for option 1, everything, it's like the time for like a big reveal where you kind of go all the way back to the beginning and learn something new at the beginning, as opposed to learning stuff new gradually. It's like a choice at the very, very beginning that you didn't get the chance to even choose yet, but I don't know. Also, yeah, this is probably the setup for this game is the slowest part. After this, it just goes.
That took a while, and I'm busy. Well, that's enough for this time. Die another hearty death next time. Now get out!
Finally. Ah!
Hi. Do better. Make an effort.
Oh, is that the warning that they gave us that you're not allowed to stream after this point?
Nope, not this one.
It did make it pretty clear.
Yeah.
Should we jump ahead right away, or there was something like at the start where like, should I remember something?
I don't think that's...
Yeah, that had a lot of more keys.
Okay. So that's more talking about like his past,
keys.
not what the previous loop.
Yeah, this is key 4.
Oh. Okay, so let's jump back to the outhouse.
Yep.
Whee!
Just to give you an idea of what it would be like if I wasn't using the flowchart. For the like one of you that hasn't played a visual novel before. This is skip
the
off.
visual novels I've played have had a flowchart, so
yeah, exactly.
You
I'm
need an alibi.
You needed an alibi. I am kind of curious what this was.
Ding, 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 you're right. Seriously, what do you think I was doing there so late? Weren't you suspicious?
Good point.
Assuming I was up to something really bad, your testimony would help hide it. How convenient.
Whoa.
Or maybe this settlement you stumbled into is actually the haunt of a murderous psycho. Happens all the time in B-grade horror flicks.
And by saying you'd kill me if I got the answer wrong, you just spoiled the whole plot. It was you all along.
Oh no, I'm such an airhead. How embarrassing. Now I gotta kill you to make sure no one finds out.
Winners get death too?
Huh? Want me a surprise instead?
Nope.
Oh no.
Yeah. That's cute. That whole scene the first time you're doing it is a whole lot, but it is there's a lot to like about it. There's a lot to dislike about our protagonist too. We will get to that.
Follow the scream?
He's still kind of a judgmental ass at this point.
Oh yeah, no, he's still a bit of a like super judgmental like city boy kind of thing going on. That doesn't get much better. Suddenly I heard a scream. Oh, you know what? Oh. Thanks, I know.
Go out and take a look. This kills you, idiot.
You die horribly.
Yeah. This time, I'll stay fucking quiet.
I mean, if you wanna, I'm not gonna stop you.
What was that? It sounded like someone's life was in danger. It meant something dangerous was nearby. Wait, I couldn't be rash. The world didn't have many things that logic couldn't explain, like the existence of murderers. But Until I saw the source of the scream myself, it was nothing but a source of fear.
Lock yourself in, stay the night, don't make a sound.
Shoving Fusashi into a fucking toilet like the locker nerd image. I reached to open the door, but something stayed my hand. It was my promise to Chiemi. That scream just now was very real. It wasn't
Well, not
normal.
my problem.
I had to assume the situation was dangerous, and maybe I could help if I went out. But that meant endangering myself. I was no saint, and I had no plans to rectify that. If there was something that could get me to walk out, it would be curiosity. My curiosity had won over many dangers thus far, but right now, it was weaker than my fear and risk of death. Why? Because I already knew. Shit, what the hell were those memories? It wasn't a premonition, a dream, or anything else that vague. My brain recognized it as something I'd experienced, but how? After all, I was still alive, and the time from those memories had yet to come. Was I a precog or something? By God, I swore I'd never experienced anything like this before coming here. And
The small town blues, man, they really get to you.
And why did the memory come back to me at this particular moment? Regardless, that overwhelming fear and the pain and death that followed were exactly what waited for me if I opened the door. I couldn't feel more certain of that. The thoughts rendered me unable to move. Immobile. I stood still, completely certain that I'd lost my chance to leave. I wasn't childish enough to sneer at selfish decisions, but this still didn't feel good. Not to mention, I was upset at myself for not being able to act like me and just run out simply because I was curious. I didn't even feel saved. Until that moment. Suddenly, the door began to shake. This place had a handle on the outside, and someone was pulling on it hard. There was a lock, sure, but there was only so much it could take before it broke. I prepared to pull on it from inside, but
I'm telling you this for the 10th fucking time, so you
what would happen if I did? Whatever was outside would instantly know I was here. Even if I protected the door, the thing had lots of other ways of hurting me. But what if it didn't know about me and was just weirded out by this randomly locked toilet? What if I didn't show a hint of fear to what it was doing? Would it just leave? I chose to just wait and see. Once again, someone pulled the door, shaking the structure as a whole. I gulped down a scream and focused on the lock. If it broke, it'd be over for me. Over, as in, I'd be dead. That was what that memory told me.
It's just a cute
Oh, it's not a cute doggy. It's half
a
man.
bad doggy.
It's half man. That part's boring and mean. I was powerless back then, and even more so now. Assuming I tried to fight back, what would work? I'd heard that teeth were the hardest part of the human body, so maybe I could bite? Yeah, I'd tear whatever was apart with my teeth. I'd bite it to death. I gathered my wits in killing intent, grinding my teeth. I glared at the door. The wereman. The wolf that turns into a man on a full moon. How long had it been? The sound suddenly stopped. For all I knew, it might have been a ploy to make me drop my guard. I'd slowly count to 500. If nothing happened in that time, I'd assume it went away. There were no screams or attacks after that. But the silence around me improved my perception, and I heard strange noises every now and then. Breathing, growling, claws on the ground. Basically, I felt a beastly presence.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
So that thing actually existed here? Was it what the mists brought here from Saranaga? The wolf is coming. Did they all know about this? Shit. I couldn't learn anything in a place like this. And not knowing things scared me. Trusting my
I need to
prescience...
get out of the toilet.
Yeah. I need to stop not knowing shit! Trusting my prescience or deja vu or whatever it was, I chose to just stay quiet and wait. I'd find out everything tomorrow. I just had to make it through the night and then talk to Chiemi. And if it was something I couldn't solve, I'd just run away. Thankfully, my bike repairs were going well, but I'd be leaving even if it didn't work. I'd walk to Kamifujiyoshi if I had to. Unlike Yasumizu, they might have had reliable means of transport. For now, I just had to stay awake and make it through the night.
Tuesday.
What a week! Haruaki, it's Tuesday.
Hey, did you know that tu, spelled that way, is the French word for kill?
Next thing you're going
Lots
to tell
to
me is
think
that the number
about.
4 has something to do with death or something. Ha This is just like Five Nights at I never liked seeing night gradually turn brighter as the morning arrives. Me too. It means that I've been up all night, and I'm just like, fuck, what am I doing?
That's precisely what he's saying.
It always made me feel like shit. Like I just done something harmful, both for my body and as a human being in general. I found it natural to spend the night asleep and welcome the morning well rested and with a smile.
I can't relate.
I'd never expected to feel so much gratitude for the morning light leaking through the door of an outhouse. It felt like the beasts had been out and about the whole night. Naturally, the high humidity here had made my clothes all wet and sticky. It was unpleasant, but even trying to move them and make it more comfortable for myself felt like a matter of life and death. Maybe it was a good thing I couldn't relax, but hell, it was exhausting in more ways than one. When I heard Chiemi shout, "Haruaki-san!" in the distance, I was so overcome with relief I almost fell to my knees. This turned out to be a trick, and I opened the door to see some wolf with a chewed collar in its mouth and lunging for my throat. I'd just give up and let it have me at this point. With that in mind, I opened the door. I expected to see the same picturesque village I'd seen yesterday, so what I actually saw shocked me pretty hard. What the hell was up with this thick mist? I couldn't see shit. It was like the entire area was consumed by it. Did someone line every inch of this place with dry ice or something?
Haruaki-san!
I could hear Chiemi, but not see her. Chiemi-chan! I'm right here!
Haruaki-san? Oh, what a relief. Ah!
I heard a wet sound and finally saw a silhouette within the mist. Are you okay?
I'm stuck in the field.
As I walked up and saw exactly what I expected, a girl struggling to free one of her legs stuck deep in the paddy field. I see. Well, good luck.
Hey, help me out!
Oh, you can't do it yourself? Take my hand then, and out you go!
Ah!
I tugged her hand and braced my legs. That was enough to help her, but she lost her balance and... Whoa! Safe!
Headlock! This is a wrestling move. You're actually pulling it off!
Despite how close we were now, this wasn't the least bit romantic.
Anyway, I'm glad you're okay.
I definitely remembered a time where I was far from all right, though. Yeah. I guess I am. I had no idea what that was about, so I didn't see any reason to mention it. I did feel like there was some beast outside. Chiemi's expression immediately darkened. She clearly knew what I was referring to. I have lots of questions, but right now I'm more interested in the scream I heard than anything else.
That was...
Huh, you know what I mean? She fell silent, clearly uncomfortable. It was pretty ominous.
This way. No point delaying the inevitable.
Chiemi gave me her hand. I took it, but I didn't feel the least bit excited about this. She led me down the path to the school dorm.
This is Quark's high-pitched voice.
Yeah.
Oh, Sae-san, you're okay.
Welcome back, Pinocchio.
Congrats on surviving, Toilet Man.
Oh, that will never.
Yeah,
that will
good
never
job,
work.
Toilet Man.
No, stop. No, I prefer.
How did you know we were in the toilet?
Probably because Jamie told them. Thanks, warm futon man. You're okay too. Wait, where's Haru-chan? Did she? Oh,
Oh, she's fine. She suffered quite a shock, so she's taking a while to get dressed.
I see. So the rest of you have already gotten a move on.
How'd you even handle being in there anyway? Were you asleep?
As if I could. I had no idea when I could get out, so I just waited until I heard Chiemi-chan's voice.
Huh? You're awake?
Yasunaga-kun made it sound like that was weird. You try sleeping in there, guy. You can't even sit, much less lie down.
Oh, that's not what I see.
I really hate it when people just trail off like that. It makes me way too curious and makes him sound like a whimsical puppet. Why are you...
What's wrong with being a whimsical puppet?
Oh no, I've hurt his feelings. Why are you here anyway?
Waiting for Haru-chan, keeping a lookout.
Lookout?
We're not letting anyone near the scene until the situation is clear.
Scene? So, someone actually...
Wanna see? It's a good way to test your stomach.
Gee, don't mess around like that. That's gross, dude.
Yeah, I do. The invisible and unknown were way scarier than anything else. Not to mention, I could already smell something foul.
That's me, sorry.
Fucking put on some deodorant, dude. Get over it. I lightly moved them aside and walked up to the so-called scene. There was a corpse.
Oh, jeez.
It was in such a horrible state it was hard to recognize it as human. I imagine this is what you would have gotten if you overturned a butcher's cart. That was how thoroughly the victim was disassembled. Also, the butcher would have had to dealt in entrails. Enough of that comparison. Straining my eyes to look through the thick mist, I could actually make out some human parts within the vast sea of blood. A mountain of death. Hands, torn clothing, hair, and a shoulder bag. How professional. She kept hold of her interviewing tools even while running for her life. Didn't do her odds of survival any favors, though. Despite the body's state, it wasn't hard to tell that the victim was Hisako Mamiya, the small-time food journalist. That thing.
We'll never get to hear her dulcet tones again.
Did it come to me once it was done murdering her? This is awful.
Are you alright? Feel nauseous or anything?
Chiemi was standing a short distance away, looking at nothing in particular. I got nothing to puke at, and... well... I'm used to this.
That's curious.
Is that what you were studying in college?
Well, I guess you can say that.
Huh? Seriously? So you can do autopsies and stuff?
When asked if they study medicine, I guess you can say that is what students from similar departments say to make themselves look good. But I did see a few pathology analyses. I crouched down and put my hands together. Then, grimacing at the harrowing reek of blood, innards, and especially digested food, I brought my face closer. Perhaps I could learn something from this?
Well,
Got-
she got torn up by a wild animal.
I got a warning screen for that message. No one gets a Should have went into the TV world to save her. No! I wish I could remember any of the English that they say on the bum 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 bum. Ain't no more. Just fucking, oh man. This with the small town vibe, I also learned about this game around the same time that I was playing Persona 4 for the first time, and with a lot of it being set in a small town in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and there being a lot of mist, it did bring a couple of comparisons to mind the first time, and it will continue to. I could, even if it wasn't much. This corpse wasn't split into pieces. The limbs were still connected, but they were folded in an unnatural way and looked really flattened. They were either crushed or bent with no regard to bones or muscle position. Then her whole body had been torn apart. The innards were particularly badly damaged. The words wolfed down felt like the best way to put it. I found it hard to describe. This wasn't my job, so there wasn't much I could tell about it without touching it. This is way beyond anything I've ever seen before. I can barely tell what happened here. Had an urge to add that this seemed inhuman, but I kept myself from saying that. Anyway, we should call the police. Leave it to the pros. That's not a good look. So much mist and a big bad Rolf.
You are calling the police, yeah?
I said something any good citizen would, but for some reason they didn't seem to agree.
Haruaki-san, the police won't come.
Why wouldn't they? I mean, someone died.
They won't.
Then let's evacuate.
That's not happening either.
Why? We have my bike and their van.
And with Musashi Sandy now of all the survivors. So let's go to the diving hall.
I'm starting to think this voice might be a little silly.
What gives you that impression? We'll wait for Haru-chan.
Mochi's voice is also silly, but if I'm being perfectly honest, that's just normal for Mochi.
I kind of suspected.
Welcome back, Dachi. I was gonna say, it probably would do you good to join back in, but the cringe didn't last that long, but you're now for the good shit.
Mm-hmm. We were actually making a lot of Persona 4 jokes just before
we were.
Yeah. And just, because I know you missed this, but just warning for, like, description of gore.
Yeah.
Like, pretty
visceral.
explicit.
Yeah.
Visceral.
The police are too busy mourning their wife drunk. Great vegetables. You missed these.
This woman is dead. Now's not the time.
That probably looks like shit against the mist. Hang on. I just did the "that's all folks" thing, but because the "that's all folks" text is white cursive against mist, it probably didn't show at all. Anyway. Mush?
Yeah, you do that. Let's go, Haruaki-san.
Can I get an explanation?
No.
Sorry, but I'm not in the mood for explanations. Figure it out for yourself.
It was the first time Chiemi had acted so harsh with me. I was pretty irritated myself, but it must have been worse for them. They actually had info on what was happening here. Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Chiemi said nothing more and just silently walked off. I followed after her. Yeah. I don't blame you, Dachi. This game can be a bit much at times. With some of the anime bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we reached the plaza...
Also like Persona.
Oh, yeah. When we reached the plaza, I instantly understood what she'd said about evacuating. The bike and the van were both completely destroyed. The latter was in a particularly bad state. The front window was broken, all four tires were flat, etc. My bike was on its side, its front fork was broken, well, it was basically scrap metal now. Fuck. There was a rock right next to it. Guess we had our weapon. And there were more remains inside the van.
No.
It looked like an enormous mountain of flesh and bone. If I didn't know about Yudai Hashimotoshi, I'd have assumed there were 2 or 3 corpses here.
Damn.
Hashimoto-san?
No,
Chiemi
some
slowly
other
nodded.
gigantic man.
I now knew we'd lost not only 2 lives, but any means of transportation as well.
Look there.
She pointed at a wooden electrical pole. The line was dangling, torn apart with no hope of repair.
The other power lines are fine, but the dining halls was destroyed along with the telephone line. We can't contact the outside.
I took out my own phone. It worked, but the battery was almost dead, and like before, it was out of range. The situation had become even harsher than before.
Look here, too.
Chiemi walked a few steps away. I followed after. There was a large boulder, the size of
a small boulder.
It was tall enough to reach an average roof, and there were drawings on it. A crimson symbol of some sort. What did it represent? At first, it looked like an incoherent mess of lines. However, I soon realized there was a pattern. It felt like the calling card of some street gang. From what I could tell, the basis was a warped diamond shape with a spiral inside. There were 2 of them. They seemed to be drawn in blood, but that wasn't nearly as disturbing as the bizarre shape.
2 wolves have snuck into the village. We have to fight.
Chiemi made a quiet declaration. Apparently, this settlement had been invaded by something malicious, and it was intelligent enough to rid it of all means of escape or contacting help. I was about to say, Morgan, that was, like, I would have made the reference, but I feel like we kind of hit that. I could understand that much. Yeah, I did. I don't know if that came through on Discord when I did it earlier, but I also did that.
I don't think it did. No.
Nope.
I just heard like 2
got
clicks.
Yeah, I need to disable the noise suppression then, but it didn't make sense to me. This wasn't some isolated island. There was the cliff, sure, but you could still go down to Saranaga or go to Kamifujiyoshi. I'd ask about that the next time I had the chance.
Sorry.
Hmm?
Sorry I got mad. It must be hard for you, too.
Don't worry about that. I'm just an outsider.
Don't say that.
Oh, poor choice of words on my part. I mean, I'm an outsider who doesn't know the rules, so I'll just silently watch for the time being. I'm tired, but I think I'm less shaken by this than most people, so I figured it's best for me to stay cool. I imagine even the elders here are more bothered by this.
Haruaki-san, are you really just some university graduate?
What else could I be?
I don't know, you seem way too calm about this. Like you're used to situations like this.
My nerves are pretty messed up, I guess. The small dining hall was jam-packed with people.
You.
He survived. Good morning. Though I guess it's not very good considering what's going on.
I'm sorry, I didn't prepare enough tea.
Oh, it's okay.
You did it, didn't you?
I'm back in the fucking
The younger Oribe boy menaced me. No, I didn't. Why would you think that?
Shut it. Where the hell do you get off strutting in like that?
Stop it, Yoshibo. You're the one who needs to shut it.
The hell? You're the one who said this bastard's shady.
Man, I hadn't expected to be treated this badly. I'm saying this ain't a matter for a brat like you. And you're bothering Kaori-san, right?
Takumi-san, please calm down. Let's keep it peaceful.
It's fine. We'll talk it out.
Thus, I offer homage to Shinani, the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Thus, I offer homage to Shinai, the Almighty, so peace may come to pass.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it's either Shinai or or like Shinai. I don't know. Either
I don't
way.
know why I put an M in there the first time.
Yeah.
Shinani.
That was the J-ism where it's like, I don't recognize this word. It probably has an extra syllable in there. Woohoo, university.
Stop, Tava. That's a bad omen. Where's the key to the meeting hall? I gave it to Uematsu-sama maybe 3 days ago. Said she'd fix the podium. Well, Missy.
I'll go and get it.
That was the woman. So she wasn't just an illusion. Uematsu-sama was her name, huh?
I thought that name was new.
Unless they were referring to the fucking composer of Final Fantasy. Who just was here for some reason. Excuse me. I thought our eyes met for a second, but she just walked by me.
Ah, wait!
Finally, the Dragoni
Miko-chan,
show.
wait here for a moment.
That girl was here too. Yeah, I didn't have a full, the full scope of how long it took Dragoni's, how long it took characters to get introduced. So the order, that was a little lopsided, but for the scenes that are coming up, I tried very specifically to balance them, and that'll become more clear as we go.
It's very hard to balance that in a long game like this, where there's going to be like segments where certain
16 characters, yeah.
Yeah.
Red herring. Deeper in, there was Kiyonosuke no Satoshi, clearly irritated by something. I haven't had the chance to say as much, but hang on, I gotta, oh shit. I can just save like this. Nice. But also... what? Oh, you can hide it. But yeah, I just gotta say, he's fucking dripped out of... I love his outfit. It's so good. It looks like he would be holding a cane, but I think it's more that he's just got a nervous...
arm.
I think he's just got a nervous, tension in his muscles. Yeah.
Tensed up. It's tense as fuck.
Yeah. I mean, I don't fucking blame him. Also, side note, we kind of moved relatively quickly past it, but the way that Hashimoto's body was described as being like, if he hadn't met Hashimoto, he would have thought it was 3 other people. Like, that's just, oh my god.
A mound of flesh.
Yeah, which implies, obviously, one, Hashimoto's big, but that must, how fucking, oh my god, it's awful in the best way that you could hope for it to be. I don't know. When this game cooks, it fucking cooks. Oh.
This fucking guy.
Speaking
I
of...
kind of thought this guy was going to be the first victim.
Yeah, he's... Well, given what we know about...
Don't tell me what's going to happen in the future. I'm talking about the past.
Don't fat shame. I'm not fat shaming. That man is hug-sized. And not too far away, there was the old man who cried wolf. Just like yesterday, it was hard to tell what he was looking at, let alone thinking. They were the only ones sitting, by the way. The others were all just idly standing around.
Oh, we're back.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the sing-songy voice is getting a little, cutting out a little bit.
Ah, damn it.
Noise suppression really does not like when she goes high pitch.
Noise suppression fucking hates me.
I don't know if you have, a fan on normally, but if you want, you could temporarily turn it off for tonight. I don't know.
I do have a fan on, because my computer gets really hot.
Right. Yeah. Alright, well, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
The three students were here. With them, the settlement's entire population had gathered. As for the outsiders, the journalists were dead, while I and the mysterious girl had survived. I didn't know the circumstances, but they probably had their reasons to be suspicious of me. Suddenly, Chiemi did something unexpected.
Rikako-san, can you wait a moment?
She stopped the girl who was about to go to get some key. Each villager seemed to call her differently, so I didn't know what to call her myself.
This is Haruaki Fusaishi-san. He crashed his bike and I met him at Saranaga.
Oh, hello. Introduction? Now? Why?
This is Rikako Uematsu-san. Uematsu is made of the kanji for spin and end. Pretty rare, right? Well, she's the current head of the Uematsu household, one of the chief families from Kami Fujiyoshi.
I'm Rikako Uematsu. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Yeah. I believe it's Rikako, but whatever pronunciation we stick to, we can stick to. We also haven't spoken to her for like 4 hours, so.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Oh. So, she was like a local celebrity, huh? Like Kiyonosuke, she's Nosato family?
And that's Meiko-chan. We only call her that because we don't know her real name.
Not a great sign. Hello there. Nice to meet you. The girl they called Meiko trembled a bit and...
Oh my.
Whoa. Sprinted through the crowd to hide behind Rikaku Uematsu. So, what do you want to say, Chiemi?
I suggest not inviting Haruaki Fusaishi-san to the feast.
I felt a wave of perplexion go through the room.
Gee, that ain't how it works.
The feast is there to help us decide if he's shady or not, right? Their expressions were stern and their words harsh.
No, I'm saying he doesn't even have the right to participate in the feast.
The hell are you talking about? He's the shadiest of us all.
Yoshi-kun, did you prepare for the feast?
Huh? Yeah, I did.
Who didn't?
How was I supposed to react? No one else was raising their hands, but I had no idea what they were talking about. Me, probably. I don't even know what that entails.
The other two who didn't prepare for the feast were taken by the corruption. However, Haruaki-san wasn't. I think the Ookami-sama ignored him. That's the word.
As in
Ookami.
Wolf-sama? Why the reverence? What was she even talking about?
I can't believe Amaterasu would do this.
Ami would never!
He's from Saranaga, sure, but he clearly just passed by. In fact, I think he'd get in the way of the feast. No, for all we know, forcing him into the feast would just make the Ookami-sama mad.
Yeah. To my understanding of the way that translating Japanese text works is that the other way of writing this would be the O with the line over top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is basically like an ukami, like Ookami.
Oh.
Like, I don't know. It's probably closer to oo than it is o. Sorry, what was that?
I was making a joke.
Well, say it again because I couldn't hear it, and I want to hear your funny jokes.
I don't think it'll come out because I was just like mimicking the Okami sound clip from the game.
Oh.
And it's really high pitched and my
oh no! I will find a way to fix your microphone setup someday, Quark. I swear it. What do you think, Bachan? Oh, Okami? No. Banned. Blocked.
Did you really survive without preparation?
What was I supposed to do?
Purify, shelter, dream.
Basically, cleanse your body, lock up in a single building all by yourself, and wait for dawn while asleep.
Well, I sure as fuck wasn't sleeping.
I didn't then. I was in the outhouse by myself, but that's it. I didn't bathe and spent the night awake. The place got all noisy. They probably didn't expect that answer.
I don't know. This never happened before.
Tae-san sounded genuinely puzzled.
What do you think, Rikako-san?
I had no idea what kind of dynamics were at work here, but Chiemi asked for Rikako Uematsu's opinion.
I consent to the idea. If our great Lord Shinai chose to spare him, he must be exempt from the rules of the mountain.
Her words created even more commotion.
So there.
Chiemi, you know what you're doing, right? If we remove him...
Yeah, we won't have to waste our hanging for the day.
Old man, what do you think? God, the fact that he, like, everyone else's sprites are, like, at, like, the regular distance away. The fact that he specifically is so close to us in this moment.
Also, back up. What was that she just said?
Don't worry about it.
Waste our hanging for the day. It was roundabout, but in the end, once again, the one to make the final call was Kanzo Makishimasi.
He won't be in the feast.
Old man.
But...
Glaring directly at me, the old man walked through the gathering and approached me. Seeing him from up close, I realized just how big and burly he was. It was pretty typical of someone living in a place like this, but it felt out of place on someone his age. His expression displayed both an inner strength to match his physique and a profound rage.
If the laws of the mountain don't work on you, it'll be our rules you follow. If you don't, I'll shoot you dead.
He spoke
Sure
slowly,
hope this isn't a bad ending
yet
foreshadowing.
decisively. Man, this was uncomfortable.
Hold on, if he can be excluded, I would like the same to happen to Rikako-san and I.
Rikako.
Rikako. Damn it,
Yeah.
I keep
Yeah.
going on autopilot to see a name.
Yeah, I don't know about Rikako, but Nosato kind of lives just outside the village, doesn't he? So that logic should follow, right?
Should it? We don't know the logic, really.
Huh? Why? Yeah.
We're from Kamafujiyoshi. We have no reason to play along with Saranaga's business. Nosato-sama, that won't do. If you're here on the day of the feast, it doesn't matter if you're Nosato, Uematsu, Miguruma, or Higuchi.
Uncle, that means Yasuna and I could leave too.
You are both disinherited. That's different. Most people that are still part of the four families take part in this idiocy.
Listen here, Kyo.
Don't call me that, Muro. Let's go, Rikako-san. We have no reason to play with these peasants.
No, Nosato-sama. Those in Fujiyoshi have a duty to remain present. All remains in the hands of Shinai-sama, and we now gather upon the platter named Yasumizu.
But if you got a problem, then get out. Let the corruption take you.
Kyonosuke eventually fell silent, and Rikako left to get the key, probably. She returned in no time, and everyone began leaving.
You're not coming with us.
All right. Where to, then?
Takumi, is the cage open?
Well, yeah. All right, I'll take him.
Oh no.
Come with me. Everyone went to some hall near the village plaza, while Takumi led me elsewhere. We made our way through the tall grass between the buildings. At a dead end next to wild trees and a rocky cliff, there was a large cage. It even had a roof and would have passed for a hut with a bit of work. This is where we keep the live game we capture. Sorry, but you'll have to wait here. I can't say no, can I? Don't take it the wrong way, okay? You'll be out once we're done with the feast. It won't take long. And I can't get any details, huh? Yeah. I do feel bad about this, but you should be thankful you don't need to take part in the feast. How was I supposed to feel that way if I didn't even know what the feast was? I'd have asked, but he looked pretty irritated, probably because he wanted to get it over with. So I kept my mouth shut. The floor of the cage was mostly gravel, with spaces of wheat and other things littered about. There was a vague, but very clear scent of beasts. Can I lie down here? I figure I should sleep whenever I can. Man, you're brash. No, just a coward. I don't want to die is all. That was why I'd abandoned those people. After Takumi-san locked me in and left, I laid down and closed my eyes. The ground was harsh, and it reeked pretty bad, but it was still an improvement over the outhouse. I should have taken the time to think about what the villagers had said about my strange memories, and about how I could get the hell out of here. That was what I wanted to do, but I knew that I'd just be swept away by an unproductive spiral of regret if I went down that rabbit hole. Had I always been this admirable of a person? Another thing, for some reason, I felt like I'd spent the entirety of this time just watching the battle. So I decided I'd focus on resting, in preparation for what was to come. It's time, boys!
Everyone sitting? And
Okay. So, to the surprise of, well, to some people's surprise, I guess, the main character is not part of the first feast. Which means I have one character in this scene. Yeah. Quark, you can keep Yasunaga, or I think is his name, Glasses Kid, if you
My
want.
guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just figured that these scenes are the reason that I balanced my characters the way that I did.
let's begin the feast of the Yomi Purge. Uematsu-sama, if you may.
Also, because Tae was a dubby character originally, and I didn't have the chance to say it earlier, is that girl with the red bow a new character? No.
Nope.
But yeah, since I didn't get the chance to say it earlier, I'm kind of glad that Dubby dipped when she did, because if she was feeling tired, she definitely would have just straight up fallen asleep by the time that one of her characters was introduced. And I would have felt so bad that she stuck around for that.
Who is that girl with the red bow then? I don't recognize her.
You'll see.
It's on this character sheet.
This is sacred sake presented to us by Shinai-sama. Please drink it, starting from the youngest.
Do not give the 6-year-old
Sit.
booze.
Sake? You just put your mouth to it.
No drinking for you, kids.
Not like it'd kill me.
Stop it, Yoshitsugu. You say something too, Yasunaga.
Yoshitsugu, this is just for tradition's sake.
Wait, that's Mochi.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Shut it. I know how it is, Aniki.
I was very tempted. I was very tempted to put Mochi's dress design on the casting chart, because I think it's a very cute look. There is a lot of stuff to unpack about.
Yeah,
We'll get to that later.
Look, I know nothing about this game, but I can tell there's gonna be something.
There always is.
I don't want to drink this.
Yeah, see, that's a really
Come
cute
on,
sprite.
Just kiss it. There, done. And I'm done too.
Same here, Gianna.
Honestly, I'm really glad for a moment to just take a minute and drink water, and also just this fucking music is so good. Like, this goes right in my brain with like Ace Attorney cross-examination music, or like the investigation music from like AI the Somnium Files, especially.
Oh,
The rising synthy sound.
I was thinking Danganronpa, but that's an even better comparison.
Yeah.
Funky mystery music.
Yeah. So good. Anyway, this is going in my Among Us music playlist. That's my tangent about the music, which we need. After this, we need to play Among Us sometime soon. Anyway.
All right, adult time. Here I go. This is enough for me.
It's better than I expected, Muro.
We're drinking sake during the day. This feast is something. Here, old man.
Don't spill it, Taiba. I'll have it. Can you hold it, mister?
Sake!
That's done. Taiba, explain.
So...
I didn't even see him there underneath.
Yeah.
Oh, what is wrong with you?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
he's
his
just-
hair. I thought that was his neck.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
He's just built like
the light, I
Gollum.
definitely see that.
He's built worse.
Mm-hmm.
We also keep looking at something in the center. There's nothing there yet, at least. I imagine this picture will get changed as the situation changes.
Broadly speaking, the characters are arranged in by age. Not necessarily like purely numerically, but like the eldest is all the way on the left side of the arc. The adults in their 30s are in, like, the upper right or upper left. Young adults towards the middle, and then like Chiemi and Rikako are kind of towards the outer side of things. I don't know. It's just very carefully laid out so that you can very quickly identify who's it's very smart. I like it. All right.
Presumably, Bike Crash tunes him to go on the far right. He's an outsider.
Exactly.
He gets one of these.
Mm-hmm.
You all know the tales, don't you? When the evening mist comes, the Yokami-sama, the wolves, come back to life and try to slay the humans. There were 2 symbols of the Yomotsu Ukami. That means 2 wolves have risen.
Hang on, I just caught up with Ash and Wolf's comment. Like, I mean, would it be any different from Catholics taking communion? I mean, I
Honestly?
guess not. I don't know.
I don't know much about alcohol. Is sake like harder than wine?
Sake is much harder than wine, to my understanding.
I mean, one sip is not gonna get you drunk either.
Absolutely not. But still, it is like it's much harder to keep down, I guess. Like, at least with wine, there's like the pretense of it used to be a berry, which is like sweet, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
Also,
it's actually not alcoholic. It's just it's the blood of Christ. You know, transubstantiation and all that.
God.
Yeah. It's still weird for me to
There's
think
2
about.
wolves!
Yeah. Other thing I had to stop for is just Ash's other comment about the wolves is a coming precious. It's great. Anyway.
That's why we must do as Shinai-sama says and throw feasts so we can find and hang them using the powers of the guardians some of us were given.
Inside
Ours.
you are 2 wolves, and that is why you shall be hanged!
No!
If we don't, we will be taken by the corruption. That means dying a horrible death.
Damn. F.
To avoid the corruption, we must have feasts to slay the wolves. That is our role as inhabitants of Yasumizu. Oni-chan, what does slay mean? It means kill. Gary. It's fine. I'll protect you. Sorry for the interruption, Yawamaki-san. It's okay, children always do that. She's not the only one among us who could be a wolf. Good grief, what nonsense!
Yeah, I thought that barrage of sound effects was a little unnecessary too.
If that's what you think, then just fuck off. Let the corruption have you.
Yoshitsugu!
Oribi-san, I'm concerned about your son's upbringing. I'm like this because I want to be. Don't drag the hag into this.
Shut up, Yoshitsugu. I'll punch you.
Huh? Takamine? The hell are you acting tough for?
If I say I'll punch you, I will. You too, Kyo. Just shut up and listen.
You don't have the guts. Hear that?
Adults don't let stuff like that get to them. Anyway, Bachan, this doesn't seem right to me. I've been hearing about this ever since I was young, but it never made sense to me. We've been here for as long as we can remember. With the exception of Meiko, we all know each other. They've been replaced by wolves? Like hell, they're the same as always.
Takumi, you're being naive.
What? You're saying there's someone... God damn it! Someone shady among us? This game came out in 2015 and was localized in 2019 in English. This was well
that is
before.
Also why the other game is called Among Us, because that phrase crops up in this kind of situation a lot.
Exactly.
Yep.
So we are going to have a lot of those moments.
Yeah. We should be probably. Well, it's gonna get old if we keep doing it every time.
Exactly. I'm trying to get it out of my
Also,
system the
11:30.
first time. Yeah. I want to get through the first meeting by the end of the night, which I think we can do if I stop sidetracking us.
Everyone's shady.
Quark left.
Oh shit. Hang on. I gotta say. Quark said she'd be right back.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I need to tell Quark I said goodnight. No. Oji-chan.
I mean, you have one character clue, so you can. Why don't you take over for
Yeah.
yourself while she's gone?
Yeah.
You be careful too, Haru. Even beasts can trick people, and people trick better than any beast. There are things here acting like they're one of us.
Why are you so confident?
There's truth in what the ancestors said.
Well, if you say so. That's just what Yasubisu's dumb skulls say, isn't it?
Chikamochi.
Again? You irreverent little...
Mochi, stop that. I'm sorry. So, what do we do now? What do you mean? We talk and decide, right? Will that be enough? I mean, we're deciding who to kill here, aren't we? Everyone will say what they think, then we'll narrow down to the most reasonable option. Jenny, what do you think?
I think it's a mess. We already have people who think no one's shady, and those who think everyone is. Yammering on and on about something that can't be reasonably decided is a waste of time. Besides, in the end, this is just going to be decided by whoever's most influential.
What are you getting at?
Don't worry too much, Chiemi. Most of us here are Yasumizu brothers and sisters. It'll work out in the end.
I appreciate that you're being so considerate, but... we're talking about killing someone here. Plus, it gets worse. If you don't want to pick someone close to you, you'll choose someone else. Someone you don't like, or a stranger. Personally, I think you shouldn't let that kind of a thing affect your decision. It'd be a grave mistake.
Hey, I'm trying to say that killing and all that shit is insane. We should stop it. Welcome back, Quark.
That won't do, Takumi.
Bachan's saying the same thing. That's why we gotta talk it out, you know?
I know what you're trying to say, but...
Can I?
Hi, welcome back.
Hi, thank you.
Haru-chan speaking!
Can you shut up? What's the likelihood of the guy Chiene brought being the one who killed the journalist?
See, what did I just say? I don't think he did. This is my gut, though. What about you guys?
Yeah, Takamine, you said he's shady.
Yeah, I did. But like Chiemi said, we shouldn't make decisions based on that. Also, the guy's weird, but I don't think he'd do something like that.
I'm with you on that. This is our problem, so we should solve it by ourselves.
Isn't that basically choosing someone based on who you like?
So how do you think we should choose, Kiyonosuke-san?
I believe majority rule is the most reliable method here, Yasunaga Oribe-kun.
Why
Hail
do you
democracy and all that?
blame?
That's not very like you.
I'm merely saying that there's no better way to get the common opinion of this many people. Also, talking it out and making the decision then is taking the conclusion most people agree with, no? That's the same as majority rule. Otherwise, like you mentioned, everything would be decided by whoever had the most influence. Who would that be here in Yasumizu? Kanzo Makishima-kun? She? Tai Yamakami-san?
Look, Kanzo is not an influencer.
I mean, he's the
You gotta see my
bossiest.
Instagram post.
Yeah, he's certainly the bossiest, but influencer is a bit of a loaded word, even in 2015.
And who would be killed? Me, of course, the non-local. Isn't that foolish considering the people deciding might themselves be wolves?
Nosato-san.
Just so you are aware, I have no intention of dying. At the very least, I want a method where I have a say in what happens.
I'm against that. Majority rule? Yeah, we'll get a conclusion, but there's no guarantee it'll be right. I still think talking it out and deciding then is the best.
Work?
Oh, God, sorry, someone was talking to me.
Oh, that's all right.
Speaking of which, what do we even talk about?
Taiba-chan, you said something about the Guardians of the Mountain lending us their aid, right?
Yes, the snake, the monkeys, the crow, and the spider will lend us their aid.
Do you know the details?
The snake!
Ah, old fart, you know about it?
The snake can ask the mountain who's a wolf.
Literally just werewolf.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding.
There are two monkeys. They both know who the other monkey is. The crow can ask the mountain if the hanged one was a wolf.
Yeah, so my friend Ashen Wolf is like a big fan of social deduction games in addition to Danganronpa and Phoenix Wright. So I very particularly wanted to make sure that he was here for this game.
Yeah, I love social deduction. I played a lot of Mafia and Werewolf in high school and such. Town of Salem, all those things.
At it.
Yep.
I am here for this.
Yep. No, this shit is rad as fuck.
The spider can ask the mountain to protect someone from the wolves, but only for one night.
That's what I've been told too.
The wolf has come.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks, Peepaw. Can you, like, go sit in your corner again?
Yeah, thanks, Peepaw. Let's get you to bed. Oh, that's not. I thought for a second I could use the space bar to advance text, but I have to click. Okay.
Dang it.
I wasn't aware you knew this. I thought you were just senile, but it looked like you're pious too.
Anyway, that means some of us here should have those powers.
What do you mean? Wait, do God and the Guardians even exist? Isn't it just some serial killer? Fuck, words hard. Using old folktales as a cover?
Words are hard.
Haru-chan, God really does exist.
He's here
That's
in
crazy.
this. He's here in this very room. I don't know where. Maybe under the floorboards.
Could be any one of us.
He is among us. That's the other context you're gonna hear the word
Grandma,
among us
shut
a
up.
lot.
You just believe he does.
You just go in the corner with Peepaw.
No. All of us must have seen Shinai-sama at least once in our lives.
What? That's... Calm down, Haru-chan. Are you alright? Yeah, sorry.
I love the dynamic these voices have, Corey. No
Whether
notes.
Whether it's true or not, we should start by putting together what we know. It's too early to decide anything. Let's make the Guardian thing a bit easier to understand.
Can't you young'uns remember the old tales better?
The snake sees, the monkeys hold hands, the crow tastes, the spider protects.
The snake can discover the wolves among the people. It's also the guardian beast of the Miguruma family. The monkeys know for certain that the other monkeys aren't wolves. It's the guardian beast of the Higuchi family. The crow can tell the one who died was a wolf or not. It's my family's, Nosoto's, guardian beast.
That's pretty sad.
What's your problem?
Silence! And the spider can keep the wolves from entering someone's home. Matsu's guardian. Indeed, each family's crests represent their guardians too.
But how do those chosen by these guardians use their powers?
The snake writes the name of one still living person on something and puts it under their pillow before bed. The next morning, Shinai-sama tells them whether it's a human or a wolf. There are two monkeys, and Shinai-sama tells them that who the other monkey is the moment they're granted protection.
You roll a dice, or in some versions of the game, you draw cards from a deck of 52.
The crow is told whether the person who was hanged the day before is a human or not. The spider writes the name of the one still living person and places it on their pillow. That person will be protected from wolves, but only for one night. With these methods, we must use the powers of the guardians to pick someone to hang each day. If we get all the wolves, we win. If the wolves get everyone else, we lose. Do you understand now?
So it's more like Town of Salem then.
Yeah.
Has anyone else ever played this game called Among Us?
No, that wouldn't have been out yet because this was 2015 in Japan. So they invented
Then
Among Us.
explain the mark on Bike Crash Coon's jacket.
You're right. No, fuck. That one. Anyway. Where did you even learn this?
Heard about it from my Oba-chan.
Wait, that means that those who have village head family blood have their guardians, right?
You saw Muro vent? I'd like to see you Okay, I know you might have just picked a random name out of the hat, but if there was anyone that was going to fit into a ventilation shaft, ain't no fucking way it was gonna be Takumi. That man's the size of the house!
You see the vent just bursting and he crawls through it.
It's the bit from fucking Mythbusters where it's like, Gong! Gong! Thor, the god of thunder, is trying to enter my building.
It cracks me up every goddamn time.
It's so good.
Anyway, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, we don't have anyone with Miguruma blood, disowned or not.
I heard that. The Guardians are very fickle about who they lend their aid to.
But who are they? If they reveal it, they might make themselves targets for the wolf.
We won't get anything done if we can't talk about it, though.
My own damn fault.
It is. You can walk back on it any time, but the fact that you're not is funnier. We won't get anything done if we can't talk about it, though.
You think so? What if...
Ugh, screw this! We're wasting time here! Listen up. My guardian's the snake.
Huh?
What?
Takumi... I can't read this in this voice! Takumi, is that true? How do you even know that?
I forgot to explain that. Guardians come when we're dreaming and leave a mark for their chosen ones. If you wish to borrow their power, write it up and put it on your pillow. The mark will give you their answer.
Yeah, I had a mark on me. I don't remember the dream, though.
The snake sees. Does that mean Takumi Nichan already knows who who are the
No.
Yeah.
As I said, he has to write it up, but he can only choose one person per night.
Huh? So we don't know anything until tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Well, that sucks balls.
Can I ask something, Muro?
What is it?
Why did you reveal such important information for no reason?
What do you mean, why? We have no other information to go on.
Based on what's been said, the snake's power is very important. It makes you a very powerful asset in the fight against the wolves. So, revealing it like you did puts you in grave danger.
Social production game theory moment. I love this.
I ain't scared at all. There's a lot of those in this game. They're all... The writing in these scenes alone make this game worth playing. It's so smart. Especially Act 3. Especially Act 3. Alright, Alright. Excuse me.
How can you say that? You see what those monsters did to those people?
I'm built different.
Oh, so you believe in monsters?
It was a figure of speech, anyway. This turn of events has cost us a valuable weapon.
Don't just decide that. You don't know shit.
Yes, I do. Listen to me, everyone. Anything you say here is free information for the wolves. We should talk things out without overplaying our hands, yeah?
That's true, and it gave me an idea.
I'm the one speaking now. I have the talking stick.
Yeah, I was about to say,
What's
we
your
need a talking
problem?
stick somewhere around here.
Quiet, fool. Yasu, speak. Huh?
To make the best use of Takumi needs to reveal the spider should protect him. The spider among us, without revealing his identity, should write his name down, I suppose, and protect him. That would keep him safe. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
There's
Yasu.
a flaw with that plan.
Old man.
You'll be safe today. Ask the snake to tell you about someone.
Whatever he finds out will definitely be correct, right?
Right.
Takumi Nichan, can you promise you won't lie no matter who you investigate and what results you get?
Of course I won't.
Isn't that good enough for today? I don't think we can hang anyone without any kind of proof.
Yeah, sure that's okay?
Why wouldn't it be?
Sitting around and waiting doesn't suit me, okay?
I know that. Oh, by the way, I think Takumi should tell us who will investigate.
Why?
So if you investigate someone and don't like the result, you can't lie that you actually investigated someone else.
What the? I wouldn't lie.
That's reasonable. I say it's necessary for Muro, considering how sympathetic he is to Yasumito's inhabitants.
He's not that special in that regard. Everyone wants to protect their own. But the situation doesn't allow that. There's another positive to that. We can all discuss and decide who we should investigate first, right?
True. I'd like to talk about that too. Who do you think I should go for, Yasunaga?
Too sure, but I think we should start with the one who's most likely to be unjustly chosen to be hanged.
That would be me. Honestly, I feel as though I can't even speak if I'm not confirmed to be human.
You're speaking quite a lot if you ask me.
Then I'll investigate Kyo. Is that okay?
Fine by me. And we're not hanging anyone today. Is that really fine?
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. That's it for today.
This is not a great plan.
No, it is not. I
So
was woken up.
this whole idea here is very flawed because number one, should I monologue about this or should I let the game talk
No.
about it later?
Genuinely, one of the reasons I wanted to play this game is I wanted to hear your guys' thoughts as it's going. So we can just pause here after the feast and just you guys tell me what you guys are thinking.
No,
I
boy.
am not good at social deduction games.
Don't
So,
worry. You don't need to be to follow it.
So
But yeah,
the
what's your
problem
takes?
here is that with the snake revealed, at least theoretically revealed, it could be a lie, but we don't know for sure. The spider is then incentivized to protect them because if the snake dies, we're in big trouble.
Mhm.
But that means that the wolves know who the spider's going to be on, so they are going to target somebody else, almost certainly.
And so
Mhm.
someone else
Unless-
will die.
Yes. Unless the spider anticipates that and then protects somebody else, or if the wolf, but then if the wolves go for the snake, they die. So it's a game theory back and forth of I know what I'm going to do, but I also know that you know that I'm going to do this, so I might do something else.
Mhm.
Then if you know
Yeah.
that, that's going to screw something else up. Also,
I know that you know
knowing
that
the
I
snake's
know.
going to investigate makes them a prime target. Because if they learn that the snake's target is a human, but they also die that same night, there's no information gained.
Mm-hmm.
That's happened to me many, many times when playing Mafia or Werewolf or whatever. Where like we confirm something and then we're like, well, fuck, they just died, so it was pretty darn good chance that they were a human anyway, so I didn't need to do that, so that was a waste of an investigation.
Yeah, and that's true. Talk could also be lying that he's a snake, which
Yeah.
would be a difficult thing to go with.
He seems very from a character perspective, he seems very headstrong, so I think that
Yeah.
it's not impossible that he's
It's not impossible.
lying about the snake.
Not impossible, but definitely unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rockman. The wolves almost certainly know they're wolves because that
Yes.
would defeat the entire purpose of
Yeah.
the game. If the wolves
Yeah.
have no idea what they're doing, it's random.
Yeah. Also, just from a writing standpoint, the way Takumi said, why would I lie? Just plants a little seed of doubt as to whether or not he actually is the snake. Or if who he would, if he revealed, like, for example, if it turns out that Kaori was a wolf, would he lie about that? Because we are, so just there's, like I said, those feast scenes are the reason you play this game. They are fucking great.
One thing I'm curious about is this game has multiple routes to take depending on our choices.
Mhm.
Are the roles of both the Guardians and the Wolves going to be consistent in each route, or are they going to be different? Don't answer that question. I'm going to
Yeah,
find out
I was
later.
gonna say, I was pretty sure that you meant that as just a question for the room or for yourself.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I'm just speculating out loud.
yeah, it's something that the game makes you wonder about, and it does a good job of like gradually escalating the stakes. And much like how Ace Attorney and Danganronpa and AI the Somnium Files have incredibly natural dialogue to explain this one hyper-specific thing or theory that is relevant to the particular case they're on. Like, for example, the fucking, I can't even think of an example off the top of my head, but some of the batshit crazy tangents that become relevant in some of the my brain was like nonary games. No, I haven't played those. I wouldn't know. Although I know that they're insane.
You should.
I'll eventually do it. We're in the middle of another
They're
murder
real
mystery.
good.
I really need to play those. All I know is that fucking temporal ass paint.
Alright. I was woken up by several voices.
He's actually sleeping. Well, was anyways.
We're done for today. I'm sorry for the wait. Good to hear. Ow. Unfortunately, waking up proved that this whole mess wasn't just a nightmare. So, is the feast some sort of ritual? The kind you do to ward off evil or whatever? No, it's more of a gathering. I see. So, you try to find the culprit?
Hiraki-san, you don't beat around the bush, do you?
Yeah, I realized I'm a real victim here, so I need information. It's a tall order to stay alive without any.
Takamine-chan, can I tell him about this?
Yeah, better you than me. I gotta go clean up and stuff. Takumi-san walked away. Clean up Bodies, I assume.
Yeah, Taiba-chan probably won't let us off until we've sent the Yomibito to Saranaga.
You're supposed to preserve the scene of a crime, right? This is doing the exact opposite. Then again, it didn't seem like anyone expected the cops to show up in the first place. Here's my first question, then.
Let's take this somewhere more private.
This is...
Girly Pop, I really don't want to be here.
Yeah, not a bad thing to say. Thank you, Dachi. Very cool. Chiame took me to the place where I'd met Rikako Uematsu and Meiko. It was a grass field with stones littered all over. It bordered Saranaga.
You could say that this is the heart of our religion, the graveyard of the Hanging Pine.
Now that's a hell of a name. The place was filled with dense mist, but it was probably thinner than that in the rest of the settlement. The sunlight seemed brighter here. I could even see a bit farther. The hanging pine had to be the old-looking tree at the edge. Is this really a graveyard?
Yes. I don't know about the ones in the actual settlement, but these stones here are all graves. Remember how you tripped on one of them? Pretty bad move, huh? Better apologize.
Seriously? You should have told me sooner! Yasumi's ancestors, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, thought that'd scare you. I know you really didn't have a choice, but I brought you to a half-ruined village with monsters in it.
You believe in monsters? I asked, ignoring what I had seen for myself.
Yeah, I do.
Chiami's voice resounded through the impossibly thick, cloudy air. I didn't think you were the type.
And you're the type who's weirded out by that.
I wouldn't go that far.
Bullshit, I can see it all over your face.
Was it that obvious? It wasn't like I found it disgusting or anything. I just didn't think I could get along with people who believed stuff like that despite a lack of actual proof. We'll probably be wrapping up after this scene, Duck. I don't want to go on too long.
Mm-hmm.
And this seems like a really good place to stop. That was probably how it was. Can I have a reason?
What? I don't have one.
Not sure I believe that.
Well, if I do, it's because I've seen God.
That was,
See? You're weirded out.
Tell me more.
Wow, not bailing out after all. For now, let's just focus on the immediate issue.
She was hiding something. It was either that hard to explain, or a lot more important than she was acting. About this feast thing, huh? Alright then.
Chiemi's explanation!
Yay, I've been waiting for this! The graveyard probably wasn't the place to joke around like this, but at least you could see past your nose, and it didn't seem like we had to worry about anyone eavesdropping. I tried putting together everything Chiemi had told me. Firstly, Fujiyoshi Village had a unique legend. There might have been similar ones somewhere outside, but I'd just treat it as Fujiyoshi exclusive for the time being. The people here worshipped a god called Great Lord Shinai, the avatar of Shinai, or just Shinai-san. Also, the mountain this village was on was called Mount Shinai, meaning this religion deified a mountain. Anyway, sometime in the past, not known when, Shinai-san had helped the people living here by sending 5 beasts called guardians. However, just like nature could be really harsh, he had a scary side too, and if you didn't follow his laws of the mountain, he'd curse you without mercy. The Okami-sama was the ultimate form of his cruelty. Though the Okami-sama watched over the hunt, the Okami-sama also oppressed, tortured, and punished humans. The other guardians, though, were largely benevolent ones. The snake predicted the weather and harvest yields, bolstering the humans' prosperity. The monkeys deified the wolves, secretly teaching the people of fire along with other important bits of knowledge. The crow pecked at and ate up the flesh of the Yomibito, the enemies of Shinai-san. The spider warded off the Yomibito and ensured that the humans slept and dreamt soundly. The Yomibito did indeed mean people from Yomi, as in the land of the dead, but apparently it wasn't very clear what they actually were. But just as I'd suspected before, it was thought that they had something to do with the corruption, death, in the land of Yomi. The most likely idea was that they were the dead that had returned from Yomi to bring harm to the people still alive. At the start of the legend, Shinai-san, the animals, and humans were facing the Yomibito. Apparently, that was still how it was in Kami-Fujiyoshi, the leading part of Fujiyoshi. It was the basis of the teachings of the great Lord Shinai's religion. Thanks to that, the five beasts, including the Okami-sama, and Shinai-san were still worshipped there. In Yasumizu, however, things were a bit different. The legend here had a turning point when the humans, snakes, monkeys, crow, and spider cooperated to kill the Okami-sama. With the destruction of their cruel rule, the human village experienced great growth. That had been when the four-headed families, who were said to have the blood of the four guardians in their veins, were formed. The snake was Miguruma, the monkeys were Higuchi, the crow was Nosato, and the spider was Uematsu. However, it didn't end there. The Okami-sama joined the Yomibito side and became a sinister creature that wanted to bring harm to humans. The Saranaga Rapids were Yomibito territory, and the Okami-sama appeared from there whenever the evening mists came. The Okami-sama would then kill an inhabitant, take on their form, and act like them. But at night, they would show their true self and brutalize the real inhabitants. That was why the people of Yasumizu, who lived next to the Saranaga Rapids, had to stop them. For that, Great Lord Shinai created an event called the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Despite the name, it was no banquet, but a ritual to kill the wolf. In the feast, the villagers were allowed to kill one person a day. You had to basically kill your own people, something that was taboo for ages. But it was permitted here in order to rid the group of the wolf. Some humans were also given the powers of the guardians: snake, monkeys, crow, and spider. It was like a banquet of betrayal. They all drank some sake and chose someone to kill.
That more or less explains everything.
I see. It was a lot to unpack, but I got the gist of it. Basically, the humans betrayed the Okami-sama, one of their guardian divinities, and were still paying the price. But there were some points I didn't really get. I won't tell this to anyone else but you, but I'm pretty sure I saw the Okami-sama.
No way. Where?
I just took a peek through a space in the outhouse door, so I didn't get a good look. I couldn't tell her that I'd had a realistic dream where I was killed. It had a human body and the head of a wolf, I think.
No way.
Can I take that as he seriously saw it?
Yeah. A human body and wolf head matches up with the depiction of the Okami-sama in Shinai-san's festivals, and the deified images in Kami-Fujiyoshi.
Before I saw it, though, I heard a woman scream, so I figured that thing killed Mamiya-san. Was that the brutalization you told me about? I mean, if it killed and replaced her, you wouldn't have her body, right?
Sorry, I forgot to tell you something. Shinai-san is very strict with his laws, and gives various punishments to those who break them.
You mentioned something like that.
Basically, they broke the rule of preparing for the feast by bathing, locking up in a room all by yourself, and sleeping. That's why it's believed they died to the corruption.
I couldn't see how you could get such mutilated corpses from something called the corruption, but there was something more important. Basically, you didn't tell me about the laws and turned me into a toilet man so I could die, huh?
No, 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 no. Listen, I honestly thought there was no way an outsider could survive. But I wanted to at least find a way that gave you a shot at making it through the night, because I didn't want to just let you die.
And look at that, I actually survived.
Yeah. Sorry, but I really didn't expect this.
Shame I didn't get splashed, huh?
Don't be like that. I'm actually really glad you didn't die.
I wasn't sure how to feel about this, but hey, at least she tried, right? So that scream really was Mamiya-san's, huh? Or was it someone who got brutalized?
No, I'm not really sure.
From what you told me, it's possible that that was your scream and that the Okami-sama already replaced you.
Well, it's possible, but I know full well I'm no wolf, and that's what I'm gonna say.
Just what a wolf would say.
Just like everyone else, huh?
Fair point.
Now this was a predicament. Question 1.
Ask away.
Are those marks the only proof that there are 2 wolves? I recalled the strange symbols on the large rock, the 2 warped diamonds with spirals inside.
Yeah, that mark represents the Okami-sama returning from Yomi, so since there are 2 marks, it stands to reason that there are 2 wolves.
So it's speculation.
Not much reason to question it, though. You have these annual mountain festivals, and there's always a guardian costume parade. The number of wolves in the parade is announced in a similar way.
So it's normal for there to be multiple wolves, huh?
Yeah. In Shinai-sama's shrine, for example, you have 3 wolf statues. For the festival, the Miguruma divine the number of wolves or something, and then record that number overnight. Everything happens overnight around here.
Well, yeah. That's when everyone puts their heads down and waits for the game master to facilitate things. It's gotta happen. By leaving those marks on the stones, huh?
No. Kami Fujiyoshi doesn't have Okiba, those stones, I mean. So they apparently draw them on the shrine grounds.
Apparently?
The people of Yasumizu are taught to wait for the guardians in Yasumizu, so I never saw the marks myself.
So one of those marks in Kami Fujiyoshi means 1 wolf in the parade?
Not exactly. The wolf sign in Kami Fujiyoshi isn't as warped, for one. The mark with the spiral in the diamond is only the sign of the wolves that came back from Yomi. It's a Yasumizu thing, so they don't have it in Kami Fujiyoshi.
I see. But the number of wolves and marks match up.
Yep. A 3-wolf festival is considered good luck there.
Chiemi herself didn't look the least bit happy to talk about it. Anyway, all I had to take from this was that there were at most 3 Okami-sama wolves. I had to fix my perception of the situation. The wolves were a group of 3 werewolves. Nice. I wasn't too well versed in myths and folklore, but I certainly hadn't heard of any Japanese myth about werewolves or wolfmen. I did hear of Jinmenken and of
I love
possession.
that little guy. The little
The little one's very fun. Mako's a werewolf. No. I did hear of Jinmenken and
I don't trust that little baby.
She is so sus. Possession by fox spirits, but werewolves did seem like a very European thing. On the other hand, the fact that there were 3 of them seemed pretty standard. I guessed it had something to do with presentation, trinities and all that. Though the idea of 3 werewolves did seem a bit excessive in terms of content. Anyway, I now had a better grasp of the situation. That made it easier to understand what was going on here. Daddy, I got my first brutalization today! What about the humans who got guardians? How many of them are there?
There are 2 monkeys, but only 1 of the rest.
I see. So there are 5 guardians and 2 wolves, and the rest are humans. It's pretty bad that there's 2 wolves.
Does that make them strong?
That's one reason, but you can only kill 1 per day, right? If there's multiple, getting them all will take more time. Oh yeah, I just realized the crow would be kind of pointless if there was only 1 wolf.
Why?
The crow's ability lets them tell whether the corpse is a wolf or a human, right? That means that a wolf doesn't transform back into a wolf even when it dies. The corpse stays human. That makes the crow's power useful. You wouldn't be able to tell if a wolf was dead otherwise.
Yeah, that's true, but what does that have to do with the number of wolves?
Imagine if there was only one wolf. They killed him. What happened next?
I got nothing.
Exactly that. Nothing. Or rather, the wolves won't kill any more people. Game over. Humans win.
Oh, I see. So if there was only one wolf, you could tell it was dead because the killings would stop. And the crow would be pointless.
Exactly.
Wow, you're sharp.
Well, it's not like this information is very useful.
I'm still impressed by how you keep cool in this mess. You're not just some student, are you?
What else could I be?
A detective?
I like that. I'm a famous detective who came to solve a difficult case in the countryside. Seishi Yokomizu's world.
That's probably a reference. And you normally investigate affairs and debts.
Wow, that got real quick. Anyway, I got more questions. How many people can the wolves kill per day? It'd suck if everyone got killed overnight.
That won't happen. Remember the snake? They need to ask the mountain who's what.
True. And the spider would be pretty useless if they just protected one human while everyone else, including them, died. This is also why I wondered if Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san got brutalized. Killing even 2 people would make it pretty bad, but if it was just 1 per day, or... Well, that raises another question. Why do these supernatural monsters even need to follow the rules like that?
Is that weird?
Of course it is! Imagine if there were 3. 1 corpse would barely serve as a snack.
Unless it was the big guy.
I
Oh,
don't
no.
think they're attacking people because they're hungry.
Oh, so they're just out for revenge?
Not really sure, but it doesn't seem like they're doing this because they want to. I feel they have their own laws they have to obey.
That was what bothered me so much. The Feast of the Yomi Purge had rules, and breaking them would mean being taken by the corruption, some sort of supernatural punishment from Shinai-san. If this was really just divine retribution, surely he would want the Yomibito done away with immediately. However, instead, the humans retained the aid of their guardians, and only 1 kill was permitted each day. Even the wolves couldn't break that rule. Were the laws of the mountain equally binding to both man and wolf? In Christian theology, both humans and Satan were God's creations, equal before him and all acting based on his master plan. Was the god of the mountain similarly inclined? A legend of slain wolves and their revenge. Was it really that simple? Or was there something else going on?
Was it really that shrimple?
Oh, it was really that shrimple. Temmie, you gotta hear this shit. It was quite scary, and I wanted to know all about it. I guess we should at least ask the elders how many people the wolves kill.
True. But is someone really gonna die again tonight?
We already got 2 casualties, and for all we know, those the wolves replaced might be dead too. Hold on. They're cleaning up the bodies, right? We gotta check them properly to see if there aren't more than 2 bodies or anything.
Kanzo Jishan checked it first thing in the morning. There were only 2 people's worth of bone and guts.
Really? Does he have experience doing this kind of thing?
He's a hunter, so he's used to butchering animals.
Well, that made sense. That reminds me, this is probably the most important thing. Why aren't you trying to run away and call the police? I want a straight answer to this. I honestly can't think of a better move in this situation. I was aware that the people here were superstitious, but those superstitions are getting people killed. So why was not a single person objecting?
We can't escape this place.
Can I ask why?
It's complicated, but we all know it's true. There's no way to escape this place. The mist is completely impassable. I'm not gonna waste time on something I know can't be done.
Have you seen it yourself? Or are you just trusting what someone else said?
Sorry, I can't really explain how, but I just know. Same way he just knows? Once the feast begins, no one can leave Yasumizu.
This theme, by the way, so fucking good. Such a perfect ominous piece. I need to know the names of the tracks in this game. They're so good. So it wasn't logic, but blind conviction. Or perhaps she subconsciously gained that knowledge through some experience. Yeah, we're having the same thought. Yeah, as if. So you have no proof, but still believe you can't escape.
Yep. Everyone else would probably say the same.
What are the odds that your blind faith is in something that's total bullshit?
Well, higher than 0.
What if I said that I, as someone overlooked by the god of the mountain, would try to leave anyway?
I'd do everything I could to stop you. Even if the others allow it, it's because they don't care if you die.
That was pretty scary. So, you're worried about me?
More than anyone else here.
Thanks, I can just feel the love.
Love?
She was going all red on me now. This seems to be taking it pretty far for an act.
No, I just have a conscience.
The others here don't, then?
Well, you should know that they're way colder to outsiders than they appear. I'm kind of an outsider myself, so I can relate to your situation.
You'd go on a road trip with someone just based on that?
Hey, that might have been our final farewell in this life, so I wanted to make it nice.
Huh? You only agreed because you felt sorry for me? Don't think you can get out of your promise that easily.
Oh, wow. How do I respond to that? Oh, but wait, your bike's broken.
If it's for a date, I'll take out a loan on a new one.
A date? I guess it is. But wait, you'll take out a loan while you're still in school? Besides, don't promises like that usually end up with someone dying? Let's worry about that after we survive.
Shit. First she was all over me, and now she was playing hard to get. In normal circumstances, that could be kind of fun, but right now she was the only one I could rely on. The emotional support would have been nice.
Back to the whole police thing. Really, you can't expect much from them here.
Because it's supernatural?
Well, that's one reason, but they also just have one officer in Kami Fujiyoshi.
And I don't even think he's on the casting chart, so that tells you everything you need to know.
And Kami Fujiyoshi wants nothing to do with what happens here in Yasumizu.
You know, I've been thinking.
Spot on.
I hadn't even said anything yet.
Yep. Yasumizu is basically the local settlement for those who were ostracized.
You really did guess what I was gonna say. The other officer got caught putting people in TVs. No! Ostracism. In ancient times, villages often punished criminals and the like by ostracizing them. They were ignored and excluded from all social welfare aid. Basically, people were excluded from the larger group and treated coldly. It was one step away from banishment. It wasn't just emotional torment either. Back in those days, not getting the help of other people was a matter of life and death, making this quite a harsh punishment. Did you all do something?
Most of us did nothing. The Makishima, Yamawaki, and Muro families have been here for generations. Can you keep a secret?
Sure.
Kaori Oribe-san was originally an outsider who married into the Hikuji family, but her husband messed up somewhere along the line and died. I hear she was forced to move here with Yasukun, who was still very little.
Well, that wasn't a pleasant story. I'd heard ostracism still survived even in this day and age. Some rural groups would brazenly cut off your gas or water supplies if you didn't fit in. Then again, neighbors in cities had their own communication problems. Basically, humans really hadn't changed much over the years. Still, ostracism because of family troubles? In this day and age? seems so weird, ugly, and behind the times.
Then there's Mochi. He was the Nosato family's heir apparent. Guy's an actual blue blood.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, he and Kinosuke-san are uncle and nephew.
They were nothing alike. Well, duh. One of them is high-functioning autistic, and the other one is Mochi. No.
Mochi's a bit weird though, so he was put up for adoption and sent to Yasumizu.
Yeah, we'll talk more about Mochi.
I figured as much.
Oh yeah, Kiyonosuke, she had said something like that. Sheesh. What century did they think it was? What about you?
I did an oopsie.
I did a fucky wucky.
Oopsie whoopsie, I did a fucky wucky.
I broke my grandmother's urn with her ashes in it. I tried gluing it back together, but it said I am instead of Ami. Did you used to be a bit wild?
You don't like that?
Nope, I'm actually into that.
Wow, you really go all in, don't you?
With her pulling hit and runs, I really had no choice. Anyway, this place was basically abandoned. Please end this scene soon. This is all really good stuff, but I do want to reach a good end point. Couldn't expect any outside help. And everyone here believed they couldn't escape this place due to supernatural reasons. What were my options here?
An actual choice.
Oh.
Here's a good place to stop.
Honestly,
Pick
yeah.
tomorrow. Or some
Yeah.
other time.
Next time. Functionally tomorrow. All right, but before we wrap up,
Almost certainly, Rockman. Yeah, Lee probably gets us killed very fast.
oh yeah, almost certainly. We'll probably do that first thing. But what have you guys thought so far of this game?
I'm having a lot of
I'm
fun.
hooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a favorite
I-
character?
I'm still thinking about that fucking scene in here earlier. It was really good. That was
Yeah,
really
with
fucking
the
good.
the text layout. Like I know I read a bit of it to you, Quark, but genuinely, if you have the like, find yourself a copy of House of Leaves, because I think you might enjoy it as well. Just from that, also because Johnny's funny. But
Johnny's so fucking funny.
he is. He is. Dragoni Mush, you were gonna say something?
I really like like I've mentioned before, I love these sort of social deduction games, and it's really interesting to see that all of it, all the rules, all the roles, all the stuff put into a context with actual weight to it, rather than just like, it's a game.
Among Us, Vent, and stuff like that. Like it, or like even in Town of Salem, where it can be like kind of like, that's one of the reasons that my favorite games of like Mafia or whatever that we'd play. Like sometimes at Thanksgiving, my family would do that. We would always like dim the lights, and like the narrator would try and construct these big, complicated like stories to it, and somehow there would still be like, they wouldn't have it like you go in and you'll see that Michael has been brutally decapitated. It would always be something silly like Michael and Ryan were going to the train station when they saw a lady tied to the tracks, and Michael was able to get her out of the way in time, but he was too, and so he got run over by the train, so he's dead. And they just like, we just would go under the assumption that that was the Mafia and all that, but like, like it was still like a cohesive thing with a degree of like seriousness to it, but
that's
not to this
my
same
high school
scope.
drama, Mafia stuff. Yeah, this is like, the people actually care. It's not just the game theory considerations for it. Like, they're talking about who to kill, and it's actually people they like and are close to and know.
Yeah.
And that just holds it out as another layer of just intrigue to it. I'm really interested to see where this goes.
Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing how they keep the tension up, because
Yeah.
one of the things with stress related to these kinds of games is that you're engaging in it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is pretty linear, and you're not really able to engage with the game in the way you would as a player,
Mm-hmm.
which I feel might wind up making it almost annoying. Like if you have figured something out and you cannot do anything about it. But at the
Ace
same
Attorney
time,
syndrome.
Ace Attorney syndrome. But at the same time, I remember I tried going through Nausea, which is a similar social deduction game
Mhm.
to this, and I wound up hating it because you did have to play through it, and it made the story grind to a fucking halt.
Mm-hmm.
And then that comes down to execution, whether you don't care about the game, but whether you care about the characters going through the game and how well
Yeah.
that's implemented.
Yeah. Mush, your thoughts?
Like,
I already said my thoughts. I am hooked.
Yeah. It's
I really want to see where this
like
goes.
again, like it has some problems, like the anime bullshit and whatnot. But even then, like I said, there's further justification where
It
it
wasn't
kind of
even
comes
that
together.
bad.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
It
Some
was
of them-
all right once it was clear that it was more of a dynamic they were doing, but at face value, at first it just seemed
At
really
face,
skeezy.
yeah, exactly, and it seems like a bit like a fantasy indulgent type thing.
Yeah, like once the scene had been going on for a bit, I got it, and honestly, I thought it was a really cute characterization moment for both.
Honestly, like there's a couple of little like romances sprinkled in here, and they're definitely not like the main plot. But I genuinely think that Fusashi and Chiyomi's dynamic that they have, both as friends, partners in this situation, and also like as like a little back and forth like romance subplot, it's all right. It's fun. Being a game you play on stream, I thought this game was going to be bad. Well, that's the thing, is that this game does have problems, and we will get to those. But
oh boy,
the premise and the setup and the writing rarely does that show. Like I meant what I said. Every single feast scene that this game has is like the best part of the game. And they do somehow manage to keep the tension like escalating, like Quark was saying, that like you're interested in seeing how it escalates, and I'm interested in seeing how you guys react to that, because it's, I don't know, I felt like we didn't have a lot of opportunities to like take a break between dialogue and just talk about what's going on, but I don't know. This is fun. This is really fun. I'm so excited that we're finally playing this game.
Can't wait for the next one.
Is the necklace there having 3 werewolf marks relevant? Yeah, because the
werewolf itself had 3 eyes that looked just like that.
Yes. And then in the other town...
Like, there's 3 wolves in the myth, but only 2 in the game, as far as we know.
Yeah, which...
So far.
Yeah. And there's also just...
Currently.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so good.
They're going to bring up the secret long-lost 4th wolf.
Something we didn't even really acknowledge. Rikako is like directly related to, like, members of the game are directly tied by blood to the spirits of the different like creatures in the game. How do you think that plays in, if it does at all?
Well, they outright said that they're very fickle about who they choose, so I don't think it's going to carry too much weight, but like it's in there, so it's got to be there for a reason.
Yeah, was Takumi? I kind of lost track of the name somewhat. Is Takumi's family related to the snake at all, or is he not part of that? Okay, so it's not a direct connection there, so it's going to be.
I believe Nosato's family.
Nosato is the crow, I think.
Yes.
And this guy is the crow.
Uematsu, the Rikako Uematsu, the Uematsu family was the spider, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to mention during that scene that once you mentioned that, oh yeah, her necklace thing does vaguely look like a spider.
Funnily enough, when we first saw Glasses guy, my Glasses guy at least, I'm again hard to keep track of these names. No such other his name, I thought he looked kind of snake-like. His whole setup.
He does, like, I know he doesn't explicitly have a cane, but with the way that he had his hand positioned in that one sprite, he does kind of have a bit of a Lucius Malfoy energy to him. But like, with the context of what's going on in his head about him being like really stressed about stuff like that, it's probably not him being explicitly like evil or like conniving. It's probably just how he's expressing stress, because he's really stressed. Because not only he, I know Chiemi said one thing, but like I think Nosato probably has one of the better arguments as to why he shouldn't necessarily be included, because he's not really part of the village in the same way that the rest are, but you know, obviously he's involved, so you know, but like
Sorry, man, you have cursed blood. You're in here.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like your family's involved and you live close enough to us that you got roped into things. So, like, you know, I don't know. But yeah, no, this game is cool as fuck. And despite its problems, I'm so excited I get to share this with you guys. Fire Emblem 3 Wolves 4th Wolf DLC. Yeah. All right. What do you guys what's your guys' availability look like next week?
Good question.
Good question.
I'm generally free outside of Tuesday, and the weekend depends on my other friend group, because
Gotcha.
I'm going through Fate Stay Night with them. So
Maybe once we finish Raging Loop, you guys will be finished with Fate, and then we'll swap. So you do Raging Loop book club with them while doing Fate book club with us. That'd be funny.
I'm about to like read Fate Stay Night 4 fucking times in a row. Which
really,
I will do. I fucking
really,
love that game.
Really
but...
putting the new translation through its paces, I see. Yeah. But yeah, next Thursday is the day after my birthday, so that will be my birthday stream. I can't guarantee I'll get it set up in time, but I would like it to be, classic PC games I played growing up.
Okay,
so,
okay.
You might get ready for some putt-putt, Freddy
bring back
Fish.
the fucking evil bear.
Yeah! Oh my god.
Such a stupid stream.
I loved Fatty Bear's birthday surprise. It was so good. Raging Soup. I was waiting the whole stream for that. I knew you were gonna say that. But yeah, so we might do like some humongous entertainment stuff. We might do like Jumpstart, first grade, third grade, whichever ones of those I played.
Jumpstart.
There's one game in particular that I'm really, really excited to revisit, and that is a game called Clue Finders. So
but if you find a clue, you won't
you're
be
right
clueless
there.
anymore. What are you supposed to do?
Exactly.
I can
Like,
Clue easy. Like you're in
no.
the call right now.
Yeah.
You're in Maryland, I think.
Yeah. I do also want to do a stream where I just cover the shit that I did at MagFest. I was debating whether or not I wanted to do Sonic Frontiers tonight, because that would have been a game where I would be able to do that. On Thursday, I thought maybe that we could do something, because I was feeling a bit better, but everyone else is busy, so I don't know. We'll do it. I'll tell my MagFest stories another time when we're not busy reading. But yeah. Awesome. Oh, good. Morgan knows Clue Finders. All right. Oh, hey, Len. We just wrapped up for the night.
The name.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm so excited that we're finally playing this. All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Night.
Don't let the werewolf bite. Bye-bye.